Chapter 1 Hurry, Bill. It's coming out. Claire's shrill cry echoed in the corridor. Her husband Bill was in a panic, grabbing her bag on the second floor of the house. There were thuds from the objects falling from his every move. Bill, the Pax Beta, known for his bravery and strength, has turned clumsy and is sweating cold sweat all over his body. The panic, excitement, and nervousness have risen to his head, and he can hardly breathe. Claire was finally giving birth to their firstborn. Bill, my moon goddess, what's taking you so long? Claire shouted at the top of her lungs, a mix of agitation and pain in her voice. She held her belly tighter. The little baby's kicks were unbearable. I'm here, honey. We're leaving. Let's go. He emerged from the stairs landing, almost falling, face panic-stricken, and held her wife with trembling hands. For goodness sake, Bill, hold yourself together. It's me who's going to give birth, but it's you who looks like shit. Claire's face was ashen and wrinkled, trying to overpower the pain. She gripped her husband's arm a little too tightly. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Mayfield, it's a she. A very healthy baby girl, beamed Dr. Luke Ross, the pack doctor. His graying hair shone like a halo in the light of the fluorescent lamp above. The couple were overwhelmed with unexplainable joy. For the first time after trying for almost 3 years, the moon goddess had given them the child they had been praying for. Tears of joy were streaming down the couple's faces. Overjoyed and satisfied, especially Claire. She extended her arms to receive her baby. She's beautiful. Very beautiful, she uttered amidst her tears. Her husband leaned closer to her and kissed her forehead. What shall we call her? Bill asked. Mona Alara. She's blessed by the moon goddess herself and the blue blood moon above us, Claire said softly, kissing her baby's head, still asleep in her chest. Mona Alara Mayfield. As beautiful as you are, Bill said lovingly to his wife. Claire looked at his husband and kissed her, and the couple shared that beautiful moment, until a knock on the door interrupted them. A tall and muscular man came striding from the door. He was handsome, with his slick bronze-brown hair combed neatly backwards. He has a chiseled jawline and enigmatic hazel eyes. His crooked nose did not detract from his looks. It just added power to them. His very presence is magnetic and powerful. That is because he is the alpha of the pack. William Jones is the alpha of the Black Moon Pack. Alpha. The couple bowed their heads at the sight of their alpha. How are you, Claire? He asked in his powerful tone. I'm feeling better now, Alpha. Thank you for the visit, Claire said while her husband reached for the Alpha's hand, and they did their secret handshake. May I? Alpha William inquired hesitantly, asking permission to see her baby. Claire just nodded her head and smiled. What a beauty, the Alpha exclaimed. She got your looks indeed. I wonder what Bill has contributed, he said jokingly to Bill. Maybe my skills and strength. You'll see, Alpha, Bill said proudly. Of course she will be. Another worthy and strong wolf in our pack, Alpha William valiantly proclaimed, and both of the men laughed. She's cursed. A voice from behind the Alpha spoke. Nobody in the group noticed her coming. All eyes looked at the source of the voice. It was Luna speaking. She's in her late 30s, elegant, graceful, and stoic. Her chestnut brown hair was in a fancy bun, and she was wearing a blue dress, as blue as the moon above. Luna Miranda Jones was another power in the pack. Born from the alpha of a neighboring pack, the Scarlet Moon Pack, another strong and respectable clan in the north, she exudes the aura of a royal. But in contrast to her husband, Alpha William Jones, she is colder and stoic than her mate. The baby is cursed, she repeated coldly. Her lips were tightly pursed. What exactly do you mean? Exclaimed the Alpha. His eyebrows furrowed deeply, making lines in his rather perfect-skinned face. Look at her eyes, she answered without blinking. And so, all of them looked down at the baby, now wide awake and smiling at all the faces above her. And for the first time they saw her eyes. One is blue and the other is amber. First were curious looks, followed by shock and then by fear. For a moment nothing moved. Even their breath was still until the baby's shrill cry broke the stillness of the night. Chapter 2 Daddy. 8-year-old Mona Alara Mayfield knocked hesitantly at her father's study. She didn't want to disturb him, but she had to. She wanted him to sign a waiver for the school camp in the northern woods, which would take place from Friday to Sunday. She placed her head on the door to hear what was going on. It had become her habit. But this time, she shouldn't have. She heard her father's laughter and another voice. It went quiet for a while. Mona knew she shouldn't disturb him now. For sure, she'd face some consequences if she did. Her father was spending time with someone new, and Mona knew that things between them weren't always pleasant. But even if he signed the waiver or not, her father didn't care about whatever she would do anyway. He couldn't stand her presence, and Mona wasn't sure why. But she had an idea, based on what she overheard from the neighbors, and the teasing she received from other kids. Their accusing looks made her cower in a corner. Her father had never mentioned her mother's death, but she knew he was blaming her for it. On the other side of the door, Bill was with Brenda. She was young and he couldn't seem to focus on her for long. His thoughts kept drifting back to Claire. Brenda attempted to pull him back to the moment, but he pulled away. "Get out," he said, his frustration rising. "Bill, what's wrong?" Brenda asked softly. "Just leave," Bill said firmly. She hesitated, then reluctantly left. Bill stood, pacing the room and trying to calm himself. He grabbed a bottle of vodka and took a deep swig. He looked at Claire's picture on the wall, lost in memories. "I miss you, my darling," he murmured, pressing his hand to his eyes to stop the tears. A knock at the door brought him back to the present. "Daddy, can I come in?" Mona's voice was small. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. "I just need you to sign this," she said, holding out the waiver. He grabbed it, signed it, and handed it back without another word. Mona barely held back her tears, and as she left, her father muttered, "Don't cause trouble again." She nodded and quickly left, the words weighing heavily on her. It wasn't long after that her mother became ill. Claire's condition worsened, and Mona could hear her mother's desperate cries through the walls, always asking to hold her daughter, but too weak to do so for long. Later, a conversation took place that Mona would never forget. "She's cursed," Luna Miranda said coldly. "She'll bring nothing but misfortune." Claire overheard and her anger flared. "Over my dead body," Claire shouted, her voice full of fury. "No one will harm my child." "She will bring doom to the pack," Luna Miranda insisted. Claire, enraged, shifted into her wolf form and confronted Miranda. The fight that ensued was intense, with Claire's wolf attacking Miranda. The noise drew the attention of Alpha William, who immediately intervened. "Stop this nonsense," he commanded, his voice thundering. Claire growled but was eventually calmed by the Alpha's words. "I swear to protect her, Claire," William said. "No harm will come to your daughter." The promise was made, and Claire's anger slowly faded. She relaxed back into her human form, exhausted, and allowed her husband to cover her with a blanket. Miranda stood glaring at them, but nothing more came of the confrontation. "I swear to protect Mona for the rest of my life," Alpha William declared, his voice steady. Claire closed her eyes in peace, trusting in the Alpha's vow. That night, Claire passed away peacefully, her daughter still in her arms. Chapter 3: The Unbreakable Vow between Claire, William and Bill 8 years ago seemed to have no effect today. The only power it has is keeping Mona in the Black Moon Pack alive, yet miserable. Mona's life has been miserable ever since her mother died. Her father cannot stand her presence. She'll receive a beating just for breathing. The adults are all hesitant to even look at her, and the children exclude her from their games. She's not part of any circle. She has no social life. And it's okay as long as she has her Granny Josephine. She is the only person who took her in. She cared for her, even when she was mistreated by others, and loved her, despite her father's inability to do so. Believed in her even if she doubted herself. Josephine has been the housekeeper of the Mayfield home ever since Bill himself was just a kid. She took care of him herself and now she takes care of his daughter. She served the Mayfields her entire life, and Bill respected her as if she were his mother. At 70, she is still as strong and sharp as she was at 17. "Granny, look. Daddy signed it," Mona said brightly to her, holding the paper in her hand. "That's great, honey. I know you'll have a great time there," she said, hugging the girl. For her age, she is relatively small and skinny. She has light blonde hair, almost silver, with streaks of brown strands. She hates the thought of sending her away to the camp, but her father couldn't care less. The other pups mistreat her, and it hurts her to see wounds after she ventures outside. Mona, on the other hand, ignores all of it. She loves the outdoors. She has a fascination with plants, flowers, and painting. No wonder it has become her hobby. This is not the life that you deserve, sweetheart. You should be happy playing outdoors with friends. Her mind speaks sadly. I can't wait to see the majestic falls. Just so you wait, Gran. I'll draw a splendid picture of it for you. Mona said, even brighter, looking up at her with eyes twinkling with delight. It was her eyes that had become the object of ridicule. Her mismatched eyes were a curse and may bring bad luck to anyone who sees them and, eventually, the pack where she belongs. But for Josephine, it was the eyes of the goddess herself. She sees purity and warmth in her eyes. The right eye was blue. It was pale blue like the blue moon when she was born, and the left was a beautiful amber, the goddess eye as she called it. I'll start packing. Mona swiftly runs upstairs to her room. She's one ball of energy indeed. She just shook her head and started to prepare dinner. I told you before, William, but you did not believe me. Miranda was yelling in front of the Alpha. 5 of our finest men died of this rouge attacks. I told you. One misfortune followed by another. This happens because of that cursed girl. Because you were stupid not to believe in me. Stop it, Miranda, my head's already aching, he said, keeping his cool while massaging his temples. Last night, the guards watching over the territory were attacked by rogues. Last winter, a severe snowstorm struck them. 2 families died in an avalanche near their home. Last autumn, kids were sick. Even his son Tristan got ill. During the past 8 years, a lot of unfortunate events have happened in the pack. Although it is foolish to blame an innocent child for it all, he is now starting to believe his wife. However, her nagging irritates him even more. And on top of that, there was the unbreakable vow. It means death for him and his bloodline once he reverses the vow. His head ached even more. This has to stop. We have to kick her out of the pack, Miranda said firmly. He looked at her furiously. Don't touch the girl. I won't. I have a plan, she said with a smirk. You take care of yourself, sweetie. Granny Jo was sending Mona off to the camp. Yes, Gran. I promise I will, she said sweetly. Your lunch is in your bag. And in case you get hungry along the way, there are more snacks in the pockets, Granny Jo said with a wink. The school buses were waiting in Pack Square, a few meters away from their house. I'll have to go. See you soon, Gran. She kissed the old woman's face. She looked up and saw her father peeking behind the curtains. She waved her hand to him and sent him a kiss. He immediately closed it off. See you, sweetie. Have a good time, Josephine said while waving her hand. Mona sprinted to the square. When Mona reached the square, the other pups were already there. She immediately went to the last of the line, her place. What is she doing here? One girl whispered rather loudly to her friend while eyeing her. In the crowd of children, she stands out. The Black Moon Pack is known for having dark-colored hair, from brown to black. Only she has lighter-toned hair. No other kid has hair as light as hers, not even light brown. She unconsciously touched her braided hair. She has perfectly straight, light blonde hair, almost silver, with streaks of brown strands. Mismatched eyes, one pale blue, the other amber. Creamy skin under her khaki camp uniform and lips as red as apples. But no one appreciates her looks. Not once. Not ever. That is because she is the cursed child. She instantly lowers her eyes. At 8 she knows how to avoid trouble, only that trouble loves her anyway. Move aside, freak. A chubby boy named Burris Long shoved her, almost pushing her. It's okay, Mona. You can't see them. You can't hear them, she said to herself. Slowly the children got on the bus. As usual, no one wants to sit with her or offer her a seat. She looked around until she reached the back of the bus, but a group of boys had occupied it already. Glaring at her, she knows what they mean. She has no choice but to stand up all through an hour of a bumpy ride to the northern woods. The bus went around a sharp turn, and she wasn't able to hold still. She fell face first on the floor. Everyone laughed. She repeated her mantra in her head. Ignore them, Mona. You can't see them, you can't hear them. At last, after an arduous drive, they finally reached the camp. Fun activities as well as delicious foods await. The camp master came up, a petite yet athletic woman with pixie-cut hair. The kids fall in line. Listen up, campers. Her yell echoed around. For a small woman like her, she has a groundbreaking voice. I am your camp master for this year's camp feast, she announced. My name is Tori Kane, and all of you should follow all my orders once you are in my camp. You have to follow your group leaders. They will orient you with the do's and don'ts while you are here. A group of 12-year-olds came marching in. There were 10 of them. They are the group leaders. Mess hall's on the right. Quarters are on the left. Camp Haven lies behind me and endless excitement lies therein, she said energetically. Now all of you will be grouped into 10 teams, each with 10 members each. 5 boys and girls. Selected by alphabetical order. Mona tensed up when she heard the order. It only means she will be grouped with the meanest bullies in town. Oh no. When your name is called, come forward and receive your group's badge and stay behind the troop leader assigned to your group. Understood. An echoing yes responded. Miss Kane started calling out names. There were 10 groups in all. All are named after flowers. Rose, tulip, dandelion, iris, hibiscus, orchid, daisy, bluebell, lily and snapdragon. She's in Lily. Miss Kane's voice continued calling out their names. Logan, Myrtle Lundres, Rhoda Jane Madison, Faye Paula Mason, Julia Mayfield, Mona Alara. The moment her name was called, everything seemed to stay still, even the wind. All eyes filled with indifference looked at her. She stepped up and received her badge. A lily flower was engraved on the bronze badge. Let me pin it. Miss Kane said kindly. Thank you, ma'am. She did not dare to look into her eyes. She moved towards a 12-year-old boy with chestnut brown hair and a piercing stare in his hazel eyes. She recognized him immediately. He was the Alpha's son, Tristan Jones, as enigmatic as his father, and was their assigned group leader. All her groupmates were looking at her with disgust, especially Paula and Myrtle. Yikes, she's in our group. Now this means she'll jinx our chances of winning the games. Paula eyed Mona with hatred. Myrtle just glared at her. She lowered her eyes while passing by them until she reached the end of the line and waited until everyone was settled in a group. Now let this year's camp feast begin. Miss Kane boomed in her energetic mega voice, and all the birds flew away. Chapter 4. Each team were assigned a cabin to stay in for the entire camping trip. Theirs was a quaint little log house. The interiors were warm and cozy. Mona wanted to sit near the fire and open her books. But it is just impossible. Her groupmates immediately occupied the room, and were already playing a game of tag. She's not excited with her team at all, for she happens to belong to a group of meanies. Myrtle and Paula proved to be bad girls, paired with Bruno Horn and Burris Long, already bullying the other pups. Now she's sure that she will be in trouble. Oi, who do we got here? Burris' mocking voice echoed in the room. It's little Miss Silver Rat, eh? He approached her and brusquely dragged her into the center of the room. She dropped her bag in the process. That's what they call her, a rat, because she's nothing but a toy for the other pups. Easy to pick on whenever any of them got bored. To them, wolves and rats are not even edible. They are disgusting and dirty and cause disease. And that's her for them. Look here. Look at that cursed hair. Still trying hard to belong in this pack with those dirty brown strands? Paula laughed heartily and pulled Mona's hair back, so that Mona could see each of their sneering faces. Say something, freak. Say something. Pulling it even harder. A tear is forming at the corner of her eye. Oh no, little Miss Silver Rat is starting to cry. What a crybaby. Myrtle teased, and the others followed suit, chanting crybaby. Don't you have anything to say, little rat? Paula sneered. Well, I say you stop or I'll send you home at this instant. Tristan Jones said as he came walking in. His authoritative voice is enough to freeze Paula in her spot. She jerked her hand off Mona's hair. The latter's braid was now a mess. The other pups moved back as if cornered. Rule number 1. No one is to hurt or harm anyone during this camp. This camp aims to promote camaraderie and friendship, And what do you think you are doing? Tristan continued pacing back and forth to the standard room. The culprits just bowed their heads lower. No one dared to return the piercing gaze of the next alpha in line. He continued reciting all the rules they had to adhere to. Girls' room is on the left, the boys at the right. Settle your things in your quarters, and be back after a minute. Lunch is ready in the mess hall. As he said, he stopped in front of Mona's bag. He stooped and picked it up, then he slowly paced towards Mona, still seated like a lump of rag on the floor. Mona grabbed her bag without looking at Tristan. He's just doing his duty as the troop leader. She must not assume more than that. All the pups hurriedly picked up their bags and went to their respective quarters. After a minute, they are back and are falling in line. They started walking out towards the mess hall while she stood rooted on the spot. "Why are you not moving, Mayfield?" Tristan inquired. "Have you not heard? To the mess hall now," he ordered. "Sorry, troop leader, but I want to go to the comfort room. My stomach is unwell," she lied. She just wanted to be alone. "We can have you checked by the camp's nurse if your stomach hurts," he replied, a hint of worry in his voice. "No, thank you. Granny packed me medicine if something like this happens." For the first time, she looked at him directly in his eyes. He looked away instantly. Really, no one can stand her, even Tristan. "Okay, but meet us at 4 o'clock in the camp square for the first task," he finally said, then walked out. At last she has some peace. She went into the girls' room. Inside were 2 double-decker beds with white and green checkered covers and a small cot beside the window. All of their bags were on the beds. Of course, she'll take the cot. She placed her bag there. She carefully took her lunchbox and put it in her deerskin sling bag, along with her sketch pad and colored pencils. She may as well explore for a while. She has plenty of time. The first task is not until 4 o'clock. She went out, and once she was sure that the coast was clear, she sped to the woods. She always loved the woods. Some nights, she would dream of roaming the woods in her wolf form, and feeling the cooling night breeze, and soaking in the moonlight. At 8, her wolf is still asleep. Their wolves will show once a child turns 12. That will be a momentous part of their lives. Along with their wolves came the skills that accompany them. There is even a ceremony in the school, where all students aged 12 will show off their wolf for the first time in front of the whole pack. It is a very special event for a pup like her, and a proud moment for their parents. Yet at her age, she already has sharp and heightened senses, especially her sense of smell, which is the same as that of an adult. And at night, her vision is perfect. She can even locate anyone as far as a mile from her. She can sense enemies nearby. But she just kept this for herself. She will show it off during the shifting ceremony and surprise everyone with her incredible wolf. Maybe, just maybe, they will accept her. Mona sighed at the thought. Another petty hope. Her granny always reminded her not to hate herself because she was special in her way, and that the moon goddess herself blessed her birth. So much for a blessing from the goddess if it means living miserably? This must be what the adults call irony. She continued to follow the trail. All around her were towering pine trees, and below were dried leaves and branches. The crispy crunch of those dried leaves was the reward of her every step. These were music to her. She sniffed the air and smelled fresh, cool air. The falls are near. She excitedly runs towards it. Finally, she can draw it as promised to her beloved Granny Joe. And there it was, a majestic fall of some 50 feet drop. The rocks were covered with moss, the air chilly yet refreshing, the water a sparkling turquoise. What an incredible sight! Without delay, she took her place beside a giant tree and started sketching the sight before her. She was so immersed in her work that she lost track of time. When she finished, it was almost 4. She hurriedly gathered her things and ran as fast as she could to the camp house. She was panting when she reached their camp house, her face flushed. The boys were already wrestling, and the girls were seated in a circle doing something with their nails. They are ignoring her. Well, that's a first. She immediately went to the girls' room towards her cot. She gently placed her things in her bag. Not long after, Tristan was barking commands to get on their feet to the camp square, and she followed suit. Tristan stopped her with an arched eyebrow. She understood. "I'm fine now. I've taken the medicine and got ample rest. I'm ready for the tasks, she said brightly. He just replied with a nod and gestured for her to follow everyone. Listen, Campers. The tasks are here. Kane announced, touching a barrel with the black moon crest beside her. The crest shows two wolves embracing a black moon. She placed her hand inside the barrel, and Mona swore she heard everyone hold their breath. She picked up a folded brown parchment and read. Obstacle course, the boys yelled, a sound of delight. While some of the girls were not so happy, the group leaders led them to the course. It was massive, with obstacles as easy as jumping on old tires to a shaky bridge, a tunnel and wall climbing. Each team is tasked with bringing their flags to the last stop, which is the wall. They are supposed to climb it and place their flags on the top. They have to move quickly. They only have 20 minutes to finish the task. All 10 teams get ready. At Miss Kane's signal was the intense scrambling of feet from the campers. She came last. Her teammates were fast, but she was agile as well. She moved easily in the tires, crawled up the tunnel, a dark and wet tunnel, big enough to fit the fattest boy they have, which happens to be Burris, slid down as intricate as an intestine, and fell into a net like a spider web, went down a rope ladder, then the shaky bridge. The vines come next. They have to swing with a vine to reach the other side. And after that is the wall. Some of the girls were stuck, others fell, while others were moving very fast. She grabbed a nice-looking vine and swung herself to the other side. She was halfway when her vine got tangled with Bruno's. Let go, rat, he hissed. His face was very red. She just gripped tighter on her vine, determined to reach the other side. I said let go. And he kicked her hard and strong in her stomach. She was positive she saw stars upon receiving that kick. Why won't Bruno try out for the soccer team? He's got a superb kick. She still stubbornly held on until she received another blow. This time, it was connected to her diaphragm. It seemed like all air was sucked out from her body, and she let go. She fell directly to the soft mattress below. She was having a hard time breathing, as if she had been submerged in water. She just looked up and saw Bruno successfully climb the wall and place his flag, a wide grin plastered on his face. What a loser! Her mind screamed. But she was actually the loser. She just closed her eyes tightly and held her stomach. Now it hurts for real. What a start for the camp's first day. Thanks to you, we lost in the first game, Myrtle loudly said as soon as she entered the standard room. All accusing eyes were on her. She did not want them to lose. She was just a step closer to the goal if it wasn't for Bruno. She shrugged them off and just went to their room when Paula held something up. Her sketchbook. Give that to me. Mona went to Paula to grab her sketchbook. But Paula is tall for an 8-year-old. She held it higher, making Mona jump for it. Automatically, the others were laughing. Paula throws it to Burris. He scanned it and stopped. Little Rat here is quite an artist. She's got some pictures of deer. This is delicious. Oh, the falls, you sneak out to draw this, did you, Little Rat? And here's more, who's this? Stop it. Give it back to me. Mona is shouting now and runs towards Burris. Bruno pushed his leg forward, making Mona trip. She fell flat on the floor. Not so fast, Rat. Oh, looks, who's this? I bet my fur our little rat is crushing too, Tristan. Burris guffawed while the rest curiously passed the sketch around. It was Tristan's sketch. She did it unconsciously after finishing the falls. Her face is red with shame and anger. What a flirt. Paula seized her sketchbook and ripped it in two. Not only that, she went near the fire and threw it in. Her sketchbook instantly caught on fire and was slowly turning to ashes. Everyone fell silent. That's what happens to all trash. Look, and you should know your place, Little Rat. You don't deserve anyone, and that was too ambitious of you to look at Tristan. He doesn't even dare look at you because he can't stand your horrible appearance. What a rat, Paula said with gritted teeth. She indeed has the baddest blood around. What's this? Time for bed. Tristan's voice filled the room. There she saw the pups making fun of Mona again. She was on the floor, her hair disheveled, and was staring helplessly at the fire while tears were flowing from her mismatched eyes. What have you done? Speak, he yelled. Paula destroyed Mona's sketchbook. She threw it on the fire. One of the girls said timidly. Tristan looked furiously at Paula. His eyes were enraged. No, that's not true. We were playing catch, and Burris did not catch the sketchbook, and it landed on the fire behind him. Paula defended herself nervously. Right? The others looked at each other and then nodded immediately. Mona doesn't want to listen to all of their alibis. She is very, very mad. She stood up, and before Tristan could utter another word, she ran out of the cabin and ran swiftly into the night. Chapter 5. Mona runs blindly into the night. Her fury at those bullies and her anger at herself for not fighting back create a storm within her. She doesn't care anymore. She wants to go away from them. Someone grabbed her arm. Tristan, where are you going? It's dangerous to be out here at this hour, he said forcefully. Leave me alone, she screamed at his face and yanked her hand off his grip. No. You will return to the cabin now. Tristan is not holding back either. I alerted the camp masters. They will be here any minute. And if you're still here, you'll get punished. Then let it be. What's the difference? I'm being punished every day anyway, she said sarcastically and moved forward. I said no. Anger is now in his voice. She looked back at him and Tristan saw her eyes. Filled with anger, hate and sadness, her teardrops glinted in the moonlight. His face softened, and then he said in a soothing voice, I'm sorry that they are mean to you. I know what they did. Burning your book is bad. But we must come back. It's not safe here, Mona. Come on. He held his hand to her, and she just looked at it. He sighed when she did not reach for it. Tristan took her hand, and then pulled her carefully. She did not hesitate anymore. Realizing this was Tristan, the alpha's son, she froze in her steps. What's wrong? Tristan asked. What's that smell? Don't you smell it? Mona said warily. Tristan smelled the air, and it was filled with a nasty smell like old, unwashed, grimy clothes. Tristan was all alert. There plenty, 6 or 7, behind the trees coming near us, she whispered in his ear. How did you know? He inquired, back to back now, talking in hushed voices. I can see them. They're rogues. Run, she said and took Tristan's hand. They ran toward the camp when a filthy wolf jumped in front of them, growling. Although they had studied them in school, this was the first time they saw them in person, and tales and books did not prepare them as much. The kids were scared when 2 more emerged at the sides. Tristan growled back at them. These are dangerous wolves, and 2 kids are really in grave danger. Tristan holds her hand tighter. Give the girl, one rogue said. No, Tristan said forcefully. A brazen pup you are, it said smirking. Mona, you have to run. At 3 you will run to the camp and call the camp masters, he instructed swiftly. What about you? She asked worriedly. I'll distract them. Can shift you can't, and they're plenty we don't stand a chance. So do as I say. Mona was hesitant to leave Tristan behind. What if something happened to him while she ran to safety? Just do as I say, he repeated more forcefully. The rogues are closing in on them. She nodded. Tristan counted to 3 and she ran. Tristan shifted. His wolf was as chestnut brown as his hair and strong and big for his age, but it was not as big as that of the rogues. She ran swiftly toward the camp, not looking back. A rogue was after her, and her little steps were unlike the rogue's leaps. She screamed when it reached her. It bit her arm. Tristan, she screamed. Tristan heard Mona's scream, but 3 rogues were fighting him. His hind leg was bitten, and there were deep scratches on his back. Once they got Mona, they stopped attacking him. The rogues have taken Mona away. He won't let them do so. But even if his mind wants to follow them, his body won't allow it anymore. He is not as strong as they are yet. Maybe his wolf is strong, but he needs a stronger body. Aside from that, he is badly injured. He shifted back to his body, Mona's voice still echoing in his head, calling out his name. And then darkness. Rogues attacked the camp? The Alpha repeated, still in disbelief. Yes, Alpha. 1 child was badly wounded, and another was taken. Taken? Now this is new. Rogues just attack and kill, not take hostages. Just goes against their nature. I think they just wanted the girl, the messenger continued. Who are the victims? The messenger did not speak for a moment. Suspense is in the air. I said, who are the victims? Your son, Tristan Jones, and... He jerked in his seat upon hearing it. He looked at the messenger, his brows furrowed, his heart thumping loudly. And... they took Mona Mayfield. Alpha William was stunned by the news, and then he gazed at his left hand. A trail of silver thread-like light started to creep from the tips of his fingers, slowly moving to his wrist. Along came a burning sensation from it. Do something. Granny Josephine screamed at Bill's face. Your child was kidnapped, and you are just fooling around, she said as she stormed into his room, enraged upon seeing him with Vivian. Her aura is ready to kill, and Bill himself feels a sudden rush of fear. Josephine will not hold back, not this time. The girl she dearly loves was taken by rogues, and her father is just wasting time with other matters. Vivian scrambled to her feet and immediately went out of the room. Find her, Bill, please, she pleads, tears now streaming in her eyes. She knelt in front of him and took both of his hands. Please, Bill. Just do this for me. It will break my heart if I lose her. Maybe you don't love her. But I do. I love her as my own. Please, Bill, she cried at him. He looked down at her for a moment, and then it happened. A silvery thread creeps to his hand. They looked at each other. Remember 8 years ago? Please remember, she slowly said, new big tears falling from her gray eyes. Tristan lay sleeping on the hospital bed. His right leg was bandaged, and plasters were all over his body. He was still in deep sleep that he couldn't feel the creeping silver thread that came out from his fingers, now creeping slowly to his wrist. He has it too. The Alpha spoke softly to his wife. It's a curse, Miranda said in a hushed tone. This is not a curse, Miranda. How many times do I have to tell you? That girl is not a curse. Why do I feel like you're blaming me for what happened? She said defensively. Because I know you did something. The Alpha said, his eyes dark and angry. She stepped back. I don't know anything. If anything bad happens to that child, we will be consumed by this. Me and your son. He showed his hand. The silver light kept glowing as it moved slowly to his forearm. And if it happens, we will be dead long before you realize your fault, he said intensely. I didn't do anything, she said again, looking down at her son's hand. Her eyes were worried as she bit her lower lip. Chapter 6. Gravity is pulling Mona as swiftly as a bullet, and her fall did not even stop the river's raging flow. She was engulfed by the cold water, and down she went. She held her breath as long as she could, but her efforts to go up were futile. The river's current was dragging her helplessly along. She's being pulled to the bottom, then will bob a second later. She'll inhale and go underwater again for another minute or more. It wasn't long until someone grabbed her. Thank goodness. But the amount of water she gulped was making her dizzy. Add the freezing waters and the current, and her head started to spin. Where is she? Where is my Mona? Old Josephine asked as she met the men charging to the pack house. She turned to Bill. Her eyes were worried yet hopeful. None of the men looked her straight in the eye. Alpha? Bill. Where is she? She demanded. She fell. To the Moon River, Bill whispered. He dared not look at Josephine's wrinkled face. Guilt was all over his face. Upon hearing Bill's answer, her knees turned to jelly. She couldn't stand still. Bill helped her into one of the chairs. She felt her lungs had stopped functioning. She can't believe it. Falling to Moon River is as good as dying. She held Bill's hand up in front of her and looked hysterically as if searching for evidence. It was gone. The silver trail of thread caused by the unbreakable vow was gone. She reached for the Alpha's hand as well. It was definitely gone, not a trace. Only the death of whom the promise was made will break it. Does it mean that Mona did not survive the fall? Is she really gone? Josephine started to wail. Mona opened her eyes wide. She thought she was dead, but she was not. In all fairness, she's feeling well, as in the best she's ever felt in all of her 8 years. Her head had some kind of minty leaves, the same as her arm. She remembered being bitten by a rogue on her arm, but there was not a wound in sight, only fresh scars. She sat up. Good gracious, she does not feel any pain. She removed the leaves from her body and placed them carefully on the bedside table next to her. The room she's in is very simple and airy. The windows were wide open as the curtains made of shells danced in the wind, creating a musical chime. Beside her was a wooden bedside table with a vase of fresh flowers and a small basin filled with water and leaves. An old mahogany cabinet was opposite her, and also a large blurry, almost dusty mirror with intricate wooden carvings. She could barely see her face on it. The room is filled with the smell of chamomile and lavender, calming her senses. "I see you're awake," a musical voice said. She turned her head automatically to its source. A very beautiful woman carrying a tray came into the room. Her very long straight black hair reached to her hips. She's wearing a long dress in pale yellow with a blue ribbon tied around her narrow waist. She's short and slim, but that doesn't change the fact that she's beautiful. She has a light, happy yet mysterious aura. Mona is the most beautiful lady she has seen so far, almost enchanting. She smiled at her, showing her pearly white, perfect teeth. Her eyelashes were long, which complemented her slightly almond-shaped purple eyes. "How are you feeling?" she asked as she sat beside her bed and put the tray on the table. "I'm feeling good, thank you," she said timidly. "That's great," she said happily. "Here, have some porridge." She took the bowl of porridge and started stirring it. "Thank you." She accepts it and starts blowing on its contents. The lady is still looking at her, and she suddenly feels insecure, so she lowers her head. "You are very pretty," she softly said. She blushed. Not once in her life had she received such a compliment. "Thank you," she said shyly. "Who are you?" she dared to ask the mysterious lady. She smiled widely. "I am Karen Sage," she said, holding her hand out to offer a handshake. I'm Mona. Mona Mayfield." She shakes her soft hand. "I know," she replied. "Nice meeting you, Mona." She looked at her with a start. How did she know her name? Understanding her startled look, she just nodded and smiled. "I saw a name tag in your clothes when I washed it," she explained. She looked at herself. She was wearing a loose white dress that reached her ankles. "Say, Miss Sage, how did you find me?" she asked warily. "I did not find you. You came to me." It has been a week since Mona was gone. Old Josephine is still in disbelief. Her body has turned weak because of the shock and grief. She was staying temporarily in the pack house and had settled into a small room due to her condition. Bill, seeing her state, promised to go down river to search for Mona in the hope that she was still alive somewhere. "I know she's still alive. She's out there, beyond the woods. She can't die. She's one tough girl," she whispered to herself as she approached the window. "She's tougher than you think," replied Lou, her wolf. "You believe me, Lou?" she asked. "Of course, Joe. And I believe in Mona too. I believe in the great things that are meant for her," Lou replied before going back to sleep. "That's it. I must head back home. I must prepare dinner for her. Mona might be home soon. She will be home. I will wait for her." Lou's reply lifted her spirits. She packed her belongings and went out of the little room. She heads to the Alpha's office to thank him for his generosity in keeping her, even just for a while. The door was slightly ajar, and she was about to knock on the door when she heard two people arguing. "What else bothers you? The bond has been broken. Sometimes, William, you have to put a little faith in me." It was Luna speaking. "But it doesn't feel right, Miranda," the Alpha said anxiously. "Look at me, William," she commanded. "I just put an end to the vow that binds you and your bloodline to that girl. Since you were there to rescue and supposedly protect her, the chain of the vow did not act up. You did not break the vow because you were there to take her back. Understood? It was not you who pushed her to the cliff, it was that filthy rogue. You did not cause her death," she explained. Her voice filled with irritation. Josephine could not believe her ears. But the Luna is clearly speaking. She may be old, but her hearing is still perfect. It means Luna Miranda plotted to kill Mona. "That poor girl. I came to you? What do you mean, Miss Sage?" Mona inquired. Karen stood up and moved to the dining room, where she placed Mona's tray on the table. She followed her. A large china cabinet attracted Mona. Inside were bottles and jars in various shapes and sizes, filled with colored liquids. There were leaves, flowers, butterfly wings, and beetles too. Karen busied herself in the sink. And what exactly are you? Mona added hesitantly. Karen laughed musically. You are such a curious and sharp kid, Mona. But don't worry, I won't harm you. I don't harm children. She turned back and busied herself again in the sink. She's washing a jar. Mona's heart pounded as she spoke. Then what are you? Mona repeated, ignoring her thundering heart. If I tell you, would you believe me? She said, still her back to her. How dare you? Of all people. You. Josephine shouted at the pack leaders, the Luna and Alpha. Alpha William, you swore that day that you would do everything in your power to protect her. But you allowed your wife to harm her? And you, Luna, you are a traitor. You harmed an innocent girl. Josephine was enraged, and with that, she transformed and attacked Luna. Both of them were shocked as Josephine charged Miranda. She tackled her and slashed her chest. She is vicious and dangerous. Miranda screamed in pain, touching her chest, now oozing with blood. The guards came in and captured Josephine. However, she fought them all, tossing each guard aside, growling. You harmed her. She's gone wild to harm Miranda. It was havoc in the Alpha's office until a sedative was injected into Josephine's spine that paralyzed her for a moment. Still, Josephine's eyes were wild with rage. I believe you. I promise I won't run. Mona even raised her hand as if pledging. I'm just an ordinary human, Mona. But you don't smell like a human to me. Really? What do I smell like? Karen asked, her eyes twinkling. I don't know. You're different. For the humans, they call me a quack, sometimes a witch, she shrugs. For your kind, they call me an enchantress, a hermitress, a seer, she said matter-of-factly. But which are you? All of it. A seer, witch, enchantress. Whatever they want me to be, I can become. I am a being with extraordinary abilities, Mona. She looked intently into her eyes. She approached her and held both of her arms as she lowered herself so that her eyes were at the same level as hers. Someone is waiting for you, worried and wanting you to return soon, she said. Remembering what happened, Mona shakes her head. I don't want to return. No one wants me there. For all I know, maybe they think I'm dead and are celebrating. I understand how you feel, but it won't last, she said, now removing strands of loose hair on her face. It won't last or I'll get used to it? Listen, Mona, you have been through so much. But brace yourself because there are more difficult trials ahead. It will break you, but you have to be strong. It will be painful, but only through pain will you become stronger and wiser. You will make mistakes, but it's okay. Because through mistakes, you will learn precious lessons. You will overcome everything in order to fulfill your destiny. Don't be afraid. You are special and blessed by the moon. You are bound for greatness. Mona was mesmerized as she listened to her. Are you by any chance the moon goddess? She said in a whisper, her voice excited, her eyes rounder than ever. Karen laughed. No, my dear. I am just a mortal called Karen Sage, the healer in Oakwood Grove. Chapter 7. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mona. Happy birthday to you. A teary-eyed Josephine sang that classic birthday song, carrying a pink cake with 18 melting candles. Mona Alara Mayfield turns 18 years old today. To their kind, it is the most important birthday and a momentous age when a wolf finally turns into a young adult and will be responsible for all of their actions. It also means that they can participate and contribute their skills and opinions for the benefit of the pack. Training will become more intense, and the level of discipline will be tested. Thank you, Granny, she said as the cake was placed in front of her. Her granny kissed the top of her head and gave her a warm hug. Now make a wish, she said cheerfully. I don't have any, Mona said flatly. Of course you have a wish. Come on, dear, she coaxed. All right. She closed her eyes and silently uttered her wish. She blew the candles and there was a pop from a party popper. It was Troy Brooks. Happy birthday, Mona, he greeted simply as he gave his small gift to her, wrapped in brown paper with a cute little red ribbon. He looked sideways as Mona reached for it. Thanks, Troy. She smiled at him. Troy Brooks was one of the rogues who attacked the camp some 10 years ago and kidnapped her. She also learned that it was he who saved her in the Moon River and brought her to Karen Sage, the healer. Since then, he has never wanted to leave her side, and she doesn't know why. Granny Josephine told her that it had something to do with imprints. Another kind of bond is known to their kind. According to Granny Jo, Troy was born a guardian. A guardian is a wolf whose sole purpose in life is to serve and protect their alpha for their entire lifetime. Wolves are known for loyalty and affinity to their pack, but having someone imprinted on you is another level of loyalty, and is a very rare circumstance, especially since she is not an alpha nor has a single drop of an alpha's blood in her veins. Everyone was shocked when Mona came back with a rogue in tow 10 years ago, but her Granny Jo was the first to welcome her in a bear hug when she returned. Right then and there she knew she was loved. And one is better than none, and that matters a lot. Everyone despised Troy, and they wanted to execute him instantly, even though she tried her best to explain how he turned out to be her hero, which was of course useless because nobody takes her seriously. Later on, Troy was given a chance to stay in their pack. Mona did not know what conspired behind the Alpha's closed door during their assembly that made the Alpha accept Troy into the pack. A lot of pack members question the Alpha's decision, but still, the Alpha's word is the law, and no one dares to go against it. Sometime after, she learns that Granny Jo takes Troy as her responsibility. Given that he saved Mona, she will have to save him too, and she's willing to take him in as her son. From then on, Troy Brooks became Josephine's adopted son. Finally, he is no longer a rogue. He has found a family. Her father was the same. Nothing changed. He's even colder and distant to her. At least he's not beating her anymore. Still, she's hoping that one day the tables will turn, that one day her father will acknowledge her and be proud of her. But it seems to be an impossible dream. At 12, during the shifting ceremony, when everyone was anticipating that her wolf would show up on her first shift, it turned out to be her worst nightmare. Her wolf just lay still and slept some more. She was frustrated because she did not leave her room for a week. Because of that disgrace, her father seemed to forget that he had a daughter. On top of that, her father's friends are even questioning him if she is really his daughter, or if she is one of them. Mona became the object of ridicule among her peers once and for all. Only Josephine comforted her during that frustrating phase. She said that her wolf would eventually emerge, and everyone would eat their words if it happened. She keeps on telling her that it will be a magnificent wolf, that waking her wolf takes time, and that she needs more training and the sort, and some other kids experienced it too. Then she will babble her old bedtime stories about her being the moon goddess blessed one, and somehow it raised her hopes. At 16 she should have met her mate, but because her wolf is dormant, chances are she will never meet him. And if ever, she doesn't think that he will accept her, given her reputation and her looks. She sighed hopelessly. What's with that long face? It's your birthday. Cheer up, dear. Granny Jo woke her up from her thoughts. She smiled half-heartedly, glad she has Granny who adores her and Troy on her side. As usual, her father was not in sight on her birthday. In all of her birthdays to be exact. Here's my gift, sweetie, Josephine said dearly. Open it quick, she added excitedly. She just shook her head, grinning. Josephine will always make her birthdays special by giving her gifts as simple as crayons, flower seeds, a photo frame and hair ties. But all of it, no matter how simple and ordinary, Mona valued them with all her heart. When she was 16, Josephine passed her most precious belongings. A necklace with a jade stone. She said it's been in her family for as long as she can remember. Having no children of her own, Josephine passed it to Mona, whom she treats more like a ward than her daughter. She gladly accepts it, and Mona has been wearing it ever since. She tore the wrapper and opened the box. She can't believe her eyes at Josephine's gift. An elegant off-shoulder teal evening dress was lying in the box. It's beautiful, Gran. Mona exclaimed. I know, and you will be more beautiful when you wear it. Especially when we put your hair this way. Josephine said as she laid it in front of Mona. They're standing in front of the mirror. She held Mona's long silver hair in a lovely bun. It perfectly suits you, I made it myself, she whispered proudly in her ears, her eyes glimmering with delight. It's perfect, Mona replied happily. She didn't know when she would wear it, but it was indeed beautiful. What do you say, Troy? Isn't Mona beautiful? Josephine teased some more as she faced Mona. The latter was eating a piece of cake. Troy looked at Mona intently and shrugged. No, Nana. She doesn't look beautiful, he said plainly and faced his cake again. Mona's eyebrow automatically arched. Josephine was scolding him for how tactless and ignorant he was with women when he responded irritably. Because she is more than beautiful. Okay. She is divine, he added silently. His face was flustered, and these very lines made Mona's heart skip a beat. That night, she sat by her window talking to the moon. She sighed again. She was about to sleep when she sensed stealthy movements from afar. As she grew older, her senses became more acute. Her instincts are sharper and her body moves quicker. She could have been a strong pack warrior only if her wolf had shown up. What are those? She squinted her eyes. The shadows were quite visible now. Rogues. A lot of them. She scrambled to her feet and went directly to Josephine's room. Granny, wake up, she knocked nonstop. Josephine was startled by the series of knocks. She opened it. What's wrong, Mona? Do you need anything? She asked and yawned. Granny, there are rogues. An army of rogues attacking tonight. They have entered the territory. We have to alert everyone. Mona said breathlessly. How come? Our rangers are patrolling our borders. They are well trained and strong. It's impossible that they can pass through them, Josephine said calmly. No, Gran. They're here. They have entered. As soon as she finished speaking, screams and loud explosions were heard. Children and babies were crying. Men were shouting commands, and vicious growling filled the air. There was the sound of terror everywhere. It startled Mona and Josephine. There was a loud banging on their door until it flew open. 5 scary-looking rogues burst through their door. Josephine dragged Mona inside her room and locked it. What are you doing, Gran? We must fight. We must help. No. You stay here and keep away from them, Josephine said as she moved towards the door. No, Gran. Don't go. Mona stopped Josephine from going out. Mona, I'll be fine. Maybe I am old but I'm still strong, she assured Mona. No. You'll get hurt. You are no match to them. I hate to admit it, but you are not strong as you used to be, Gran. Please stay, she pleaded. Mona, we werewolves will never back down, and age is not an excuse to stay back. We fight until the end even if it means death. Josephine said firmly. Then let me go with you. I don't like to stay here while everyone's risking their lives. Mona retorted. Mona, my dear, you are not yet in the position to fight. You are not different to an ordinary human girl in your current state, Josephine said without looking at her. No way. I will fight with you. I belong in this pack and I have all the right to die among them, she yelled. And for me, your safety is more important than anything. You have protected me all my life. This time I'll protect you. I'm sorry, Gran, but you're staying. Mona is determined. She pushed Josephine onto the bed and hurriedly went out, locking the door behind her. The rogues are destroying their houses, breaking glass and throwing things. She ran to the corridor. Troy was already fighting with the other rogues. And so you lived? A rogue barked behind her. She immediately recognized him as the leader of the rogues who kidnapped her. He has a wild look on his face, almost rabid, saliva dripping from his mouth. This time I'll make sure you'll die. He charged and shifted to a gray wolf. Mona picked up a fallen lampshade. You dare, she hissed behind gritted teeth. It charged at her, and she immediately jumped sideways. It lunged at her again, and as she dodged, it scratched her leg. Pain shoots through her senses like a rocket. She beats it hard and strong using the lamp she is holding. It broke into pieces. She moved away from it. Wall hangings are falling one by one. It lunged directly at her, and she was thrown out the window. She landed on her back, feeling pieces of broken glass and debris piercing her back. It did not stop the enemy, however. It was now in midair, aiming its lethal bite at her, when a brownish-gray wolf jumped, colliding with the rogue. Granny! Mona screamed. She seemed rooted on the spot. Run, Mona! Josephine yelled. A fight between the rogue and Josephine ensued. The old wolf proved to be stronger than Mona thought. However, the rogue was wilder than anything. It bit Josephine in the neck. Leave her alone. Mona was terrified yet enraged. She threw a rock and it hit the bullseye on its head. Josephine pleads with Mona to run away and save herself in a voice so low she barely hears it. The rogue did not let Josephine go for it, enjoying watching Mona in pain. "Stop it, you animal!" she yelled furiously. Her tears were falling at the same time. She doesn't know how to feel anymore. The rogue just snickered and bit Josephine harder until a flesh snapped. Josephine yelped shrilly in obvious pain, her eyes still begging Mona to run as she dropped a tear for the last time. Chapter 8. Oh. Mona cried as the rogue attacked Josephine, tossing her aside. Blood flowed from Josephine's neck, and the rogue laughed maniacally at his successful strike. Mona was consumed with fury, grief, and resentment. She felt herself burning from within, her body aching as if breaking apart. She fell to all fours, gasping in unbearable pain. One last time she glared at the rogue, still laughing. "You'll pay for this. You'll pay, yay!" Mona screamed in fury. "Let's make them pay," a voice in her head responded. At those words, Mona shifted into a magnificent, slender, snow-white wolf, its purple eyes blazing with rage. Everyone in the vicinity stood frozen in awe. She moved with such speed that even the wolves around her couldn't track her movements. A swift wind tore through the area, and the rogues around her fell swiftly. Blood filled the air as the attackers were dispatched. After all were defeated, Mona let out a spine-chilling howl, the full moon glowing behind her. She walked gently to Josephine's side, nudging her with her slender snout. Josephine's gray eyes met the wolf's purple ones, blood still staining her lips. In that instant, everything around them went still. They were transported to a peaceful place where flowers were in full bloom, butterflies fluttered around, and the breeze was calm and sweet. They stood in their physical forms but glowing with pale yellow light. The setting sun cast a soft glow behind them as Josephine and her wolf Lou faced the horizon. "Granny!" Mona called. Josephine turned and opened her arms. Mona ran to her, and they embraced. "Mona, I have to go," Josephine said softly. "No, no. Granny, please don't go. Don't leave me alone," Mona cried. "You are magnificent, sweetheart. I told you," Josephine said lovingly. "Granny, please. Don't leave me." Mona reached out to touch the old woman's face, memorizing each feature. Josephine's face was peaceful and content. She smiled warmly at Mona. "I'm sorry I have to leave you so soon, sweetheart. But from now on you'll face life without me, and that's okay. I will never abandon you. I will stay in your heart forever," Josephine said, wiping Mona's tears away. "Don't cry now. Remember, I love you." She gently removed a stray strand of hair from Mona's face. "I don't know if I can take it." "You're everything I have, Granny," Mona sobbed. "Yes, you will be okay. You are brave and strong. It will be difficult at first, but you'll get through it," Josephine comforted. "I can't," Mona whispered, her voice trembling. "But you have to let me go. I love you so much, but my journey ends here. It hurts to leave you, but I have faith in you. You're destined for greatness, and I believe in you. You will face the storms, grow wiser, and trust those who will stand by you. You are destined for greatness. Remember that." Josephine hugged Mona tightly. "I will miss you so much. I will miss you too. I love you. I love you too, Granny. You are the parent I never had. Your parents love you too. Both of them. But for now, promise me you'll give your dad a chance." Mona nodded, a sad smile on her face. "I promise." "Josephine, time to go?" Lou's voice was soft. "I love you, Mona. Goodbye." Josephine gave Mona one last tight hug before letting go. She and Lou walked toward the setting sun, and then they were gone. Mona returned to reality, looking down and finding herself holding Josephine in her arms. The old woman had a peaceful smile on her face. Mona broke down, sobbing deeply over Josephine's body. Troy quietly placed a cloak around her shoulders, gently patting her back. "She's gone, Troy. Granny's gone," Mona whispered, overwhelmed by grief. Troy hugged her comfortingly. Mona was not herself after Josephine's death. She grew quieter, staying in her room, consumed by sadness, and worried about Troy, as well as her father. "Mona? Can I talk to you?" Bill's voice came from outside her door. For the first time in 18 years, he wanted to talk to her. If it had been any other day, she would have been overjoyed, But today was different. She didn't feel like talking, especially to the father who had neglected her for all her life. He knocked again. Honey, I know you don't want to talk right now, and I fully understand how you feel. But you mustn't continue living like this. Bill didn't get to finish before Mona opened the door, her gaze piercing into his soul. I know what I feel, Dad, and I know what to do. Just give me time to grieve for Granny, she said, wiping a tear from her face as she closed the door. Bill stopped the door from closing. Please, Mona, he pleaded. The first time he ever said please to her. Mona stood there for a moment before letting go of the door. Thank you, Bill said as he stepped into the room and sat in a nearby chair. Mona remained near the window, silent. I'm sorry for your loss, Mona. I miss her too. She took care of me when I was little, and I treated her like my mother. It's hard to accept she's gone, he said quietly. I hate myself for not being there when she needed me. I hate myself even more for being less of a parent to you than she was. I know how important she was to you. I would have traded my life for hers if it meant you didn't have to go through this. Believe me, Mona, I know how it feels. I've been there, he said, his voice trembling. She loved you more than I did, and I only hated you. Blamed you for Claire's death like it was your fault. I didn't know what to do when she died. I wasn't ready. I was lost. But I became an idiot. A selfish fool, Mona. And you deserve to hate me, he said, cupping his face in his hands as tears fell. Mona felt a surge of sympathy for her father. This was the first time he had openly expressed his emotions toward her. She finally understood why he had hated her so much. She had spent so many years wanting him to notice her, and now he was. All my life I asked myself why you couldn't accept me. Why you didn't act as a father to me. Was it really so hard to love me? I thought I was a failure, a mistake, maybe not even your real daughter. All these years, Dad, you made me feel invisible. You made me feel less unworthy. What's with the sudden change of heart? I'm so sorry, Mona. I really am. When you were a baby, the Luna wanted you gone because she thought you'd bring chaos to the pack. But your mother stood by you, protected you with her life. Something I failed to do. That was proof she loved you more than anything. Bill held up his hand, revealing a glowing silver thread enclosing his hand. What is that? Mona asked. This is the promise, Mona. The vow to protect you whenever your life is threatened. And do you know what it takes to create such an unbreakable bond? He looked into her eyes.
No, Mona whispered.
Life, Mona. Your mother's life. She gave it for this vow to ensure you'd be safe. And that's why I hated you. Because you took her away from me. I'm sorry. I was wrong, Bill sobbed. Mona reached out to him, pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry, Dad, I had no idea, she whispered.
No.
Don't apologize. It's me who should be sorry. When the attack happened, this thing activated so intensely it almost burned my skin. I ignored it, but you know what happened. He paused. I saw your mom. An apparition reminding me of the promise I made with her. The vow I'd forgotten. Now I know what to do. Just give me a chance, Mona. I will do better. Bill said, holding both her hands. Please forgive me, Mona. I realized I could have lost you too that night. And if you had gone, I would never forgive myself. Bill cried harder. I'm sorry, Mona. But whether you believe me or not, you are my daughter. I love you and I'm proud of you. Mona was overwhelmed. She hugged him tightly, feeling a sense of relief and lightness in her heart. Dad, we can start over. Before, I just wanted you to notice me as your daughter. And now here you are, asking for forgiveness. I thought it would never happen, but why wouldn't I forgive you? I forgave you long ago. I've been forgiving you every day because you're the only parent I have, and I love you, she said, smiling through her tears. Bill's sobs grew louder, a mix of relief and sorrow that his child, whom he neglected for so long, had forgiven him. He cried harder, but there was joy in his tears. Mona felt as though a heavy veil in her heart had been lifted. Finally, her moon was rising, chasing the darkness away from the corners of their hearts. Chapter 9. After the attack, Mona's life has somehow changed. No one dared to touch her, even Paula Madison, her #1 bully. Her wolf's power has frightened everyone in town, and no one dared to cross her. Somehow, the results of the events are all in favor of her. given that Burris and Paula had never ceased to get in her way ever since she came back 10 years ago until the present. They are distancing themselves from her with wary eyes, and she likes the peace of not dealing with them. At home, she's undergoing adjustments now that Josephine's gone. She runs for groceries and does some household chores well, except cooking. It does not seem to be her strongest suit. Her produce is inedible no matter how many times she tries. Meanwhile, Troy shakes her off with his ever-excellent meals. So Troy has become the chef at home. Her father proves to be doing his best to make up for her, spending more time teaching her some battle strategies and fighting techniques. Her father, Bill, is the second in command in the Black Moon Pack and a major strategist, an excellent commander and a wise advisor. Everyone in the pack respects and looks up to him except when he's drunk and fools around with sluts. That is the only taint in his reputation. However, Bill has been sober for months now and is still going strong. "Tristan, darling, what do you want for your birthday?" his mother, Luna Miranda, asked him as they were having tea. "Don't bother, Mom," he said uninterestingly. His mother always prepares a fabulous birthday party for him, and he plainly hates it. But because he is the alpha's son and the future ruler of their pack, he has no choice but to oblige. "No, never. It is also the day that we will be announcing your engagement," Miranda said excitedly, and she started blabbering about the preparations. A wolf has a destined mate, chosen by the moon goddess, especially for them, or so they say. When the right time comes, they will be revealed to each other, and will be automatically bonded by the so-called mate bond. It is an irresistible bond, and only a few, even none, have rejected a mate before. If ever rejected, both parties will suffer a devastating heartbreak, although the suffering is more intense for the one receiving the rejection. That is why rejecting a mate is very uncommon for all wolf kinds. Tristan found his mate 2 years ago, back when he was 20 and she's just 16. And because 16 is too young for marriage, they waited until she turned 18. After that, their marriage will follow right after. Maybe a couple of weeks or a few months. He can't wait for that day to come. The moment he laid his eyes on her, he knew she was the one. He instantly fell in love with her. She came from a prominent family, and her father, Mr. Peter James, is one of the Alpha's most prized assembly members and political allies. Liesl James is a perfect match for him. He just shrugged and said, "Whatever," as his eyes rolled. "I need to go, Mom. I have to meet Liesl in town. She said she wants some supplies." He quickly said as he gave his mom a peck on the cheek. "Oh sure, darling. Send my regards to Liesl," she said brightly and returned to her event planning. This time she's making important calls. The entire town knows that Liesl James is his mate and soon will be the future Luna. However, he has not marked her yet because their pack has conservative laws. Marking their mate will only happen when they are at the right age, and that is 18, and with the proper ceremonies on top of that. In that case, he's waited too long, and he can't wait to mark her so that no one else can claim her. He excitedly went out of the manor and sped to the town, driving his car. Liesl James was standing outside Books and Bunnies, an old bookshop near the intersection. She was wearing a yellow floral sundress, complementing her rosy skin. Her long chocolate brown curls were in a ponytail. Liesl is a little short, but for Tristan it made her look cuter. She has bright little green eyes and a pretty pointed nose. Her smile is mesmerizing. It takes Tristan's breath away. He greeted her, kissing her cheeks. "Hey there," she hugged him. She stands just below Tristan's armpits. "Have you waited too long?" he asked. "No. Papa just dropped me off a moment ago." "Let's go," she said brightly. They spend time going from one shop to the next until they reach the grocery store. "I think I'll stop by here for some basic ladies' necessities," she speaks slowly, her voice music to his ears. "As you wish, my lady," he said. "I'll follow you around." They entered and picked a basket. Liesl was walking in front of him, and she headed straight to the toiletries section. Liesl kept examining 2 bottles of lotion, comparing them, perhaps? And in terms of shopping, girls will be girls. Tristan. "Hey buddy. What a coincidence." Henry Madison spoke behind him. He tapped his shoulders. Henry is his best buddy. He is tall and has a strong build, bronze skin and thick mouse-brown hair, which is cut neatly. He has prominent jaws, making him look destructive, and her eyes are a deep blue, calming his sharp features. He is Paula's older brother, and unlike him, he has not yet found his mate. At age 16, their kind can already sense their mate. However, if the other pair is not yet of age or in a rare case, the pair's wolf is dormant, they will not be able to recognize each other as mates even if they kept on crossing paths 1,000 times before. Henry just laughs about it and jokes that maybe his mate is still a fetus or worse, was not yet conceived. And somehow, it is okay with him because it gives him the freedom to date girls he wants. Shopping for party needs perhaps? He joked. No, I'm with Liesel. Tristan pointed to her. Liesel paused for a moment, then smiled. Hi Henry, she chirped. Hi Louise. He gives her a wink. Liesel blushed. Sometimes Tristan is jealous of Henry, but he blames it on the obsessive mate bond. Once she is marked, no one will ever touch her but him. For sure, Henry is just teasing him, and he is the greatest prankster among his peers. Anyway, he is a resident playboy and is dating girls according to his mood. What are you doing here? Tristan asked. Oh, me? Paula asked me to grab these things. He showed his basket and there lay bottles of liquor. Paula? He raised his eyebrows and Henry laughed out loud. No, not these. But this. He picked a lip balm from the bottom of the bottles and held it to his face. He laughed with him. Well, I need to check this out. See you at the party, he said, still laughing. See you, man, Tristan replied, and they did their secret handshake. He was about to leave when he bumped into someone else's cart so hard that some of its contents fell to the tiled floor. But instead of picking the fallen apples, Henry stood frozen while his eyes were transfixed on a girl picking the fallen apples on the floor. Mona made it to the grocery for some pantry supplies. She did not realize she had a cart full of supplies, for she had forgotten the list Troy made for her. She just stuffs the cart with anything she likes. She was about to check out her groceries when someone bumped into her cart. And just like a domino, her groceries fell to the tiled floor. She immediately picked up the fallen groceries. She wants to yell to whoever was so dumb to barge into her cart like that when she was arrested with a smell so intoxicating she can't have enough, like strawberry syrup and hot pancakes. He immediately looks up and sees Henry Madison, of all people. Henry couldn't believe his eyes. His wolf is howling and jumping with glee while screaming, "Mate, mate, mate," in his mind. Her fragrance is so invigorating, like honeysuckle and peonies, that he inhaled it all at once. He has found his mate, and of all people, it was Mona Mayfield, the resident freak. She looked at him, and he knew right away that she was feeling the same pull of attraction. Mona is the first to wake up in a trance. It took a lot of her courage to look away. She scampered, leaving the mess of groceries on the tiled floor, and out of the store. She ran as fast as she could and never looked back. She arrived home panting. She had just run a kilometer from the town center to their house. Her heart was beating wildly. She placed her hand on her chest to still her thundering heartbeat and breathed slowly, her sweat dripping. Troy emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. Something the matter, Mona? What's wrong? You looked like an army of rogues chased you, he asked casually, his eyebrows arching as he started to remove his apron. And where are the groceries? His arms are on his waist now. I found him. I met him, Troy, she said in between breaths. Who did you meet? He asked as he poured a glass of water and brought it to her. Mona just stares down at the glass of water, gazing at her reflection in the crystal glass. My mate. Chapter 10. I met him, Troy. My mate. Troy's face darkened as he heard Mona's words. He gripped the glass tighter. It almost cracked. Your mate? Surprise and disbelief are intermixed in Troy and her dad's unison of a reply. Her father just came in a brown paper bag in his arms. Dad, glad you're here, Mona said as she reached for her father. I don't know what to do. I can't think clearly. My heart beats like crazy. I'm nervous. She speaks with so much anxiety. Calm down, honey. I know exactly what you need to do, Bill calmly said. Mona, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth, stressed out. What should I do, Dad? Tell me. Bath. What? Mona asked in a relatively high tone. You need a bath, Bill said matter-of-factly. He took a bottle of bath essence out of his paper bag and gave it to Mona. She looks at it in utter disbelief. You see? Rose and chamomile, very relaxing. Bill held the product as if promoting it. You're kidding? No, I am dead serious, honey. Now, off to your bath. Yeah, right, Mona said sarcastically and rolled her eyes. In this dire situation, his father was not taking her dilemma seriously. She grabbed the bottle and dashed to her room. Thank me later, hon, he laughed. Oh, Troy, is that for me? Bill asked, pointing to the glass of water in Troy's hand. Thank you. I'm kind of thirsty. Bill took the glass, drank its contents and put it back in Troy's unmoving hand. Bill whistles a tune as he goes to his room, obviously in good spirits. What's wrong with you, Henry? Paula asks her brother, who at the moment is staring fixedly at the TV screen, but obviously, his mind is somewhere else. They are in the sala, watching Guardians of the Galaxy. He ignored her. Earth to Henry, Paula said louder and waved her hand in front of him. He blinked as if awakened from some obscure dream. What did you say? Immediately asked Paula. The latter laughed hysterically. Oh dude, you are spacing out. Don't tell me one of your pranks went wrong. Or maybe Alejandra dumped you. Ha ha, she replied, teasing him. Alejandra is the girl he's dating at the moment. Henry shook his head. You bet, he said, sighing. Really? Did she dump you? You know, Henry Madison, the #1 player in town, has been dumped. Unbelievable, Paula said in her nitpicky tone. Shut up, Paula, he yelled, glaring at her. Paula just made a face at him. Nobody dumps Henry Madison, remember? He said irritably. Well, if that is so, what's the matter? You don't seem to be yourself, she continued, placing popcorn on her pink lips. I found my mate, Paula. You did. Suddenly, Paula's eyes widened, excitement on her face. That is great news, Henry. Who is she? Henry shook his head, then ran his fingers through his hair before replying silently. Mona. Who? Paula said in a surprised tone. Mona. This time louder. What? Mona as in Mona the Freak? She was aghast as in Mona Mayfield, he added. The shock was all over Paula's face. Henry bets that even Da Vinci would not be able to paint it. Mona was sitting alone in her swing set in their yard and thinking about what would happen next. She feels the bond and the intense attraction that comes with it, but her wolf is silent. Where did she go? Hey, are you there? She asks the wolf within her. Why don't you talk to me? She asks more. What do you want? It replied irritably. Why are you acting like that? She replied sharply on her wolf's attitude. Like what? It said, like you were not happy with finding our mate? It is just a nuisance, it snapped. What made you say that? Just don't set your hopes up. And then the voice is gone. I see it is troubling you. Troy came to where she was, holding a pack of cookies. She was in their rose garden, swinging in her old swing set. Feeling foolish and frustrated, her wolf ignored her. He sat on the swing next to hers. Who wouldn't be? She's still irritated. Whoa, what's with that stingy attitude? Perhaps a cookie may help, he said as he offered her the cookies. Sorry, my bad. My wolf really has a bad attitude. She seemed not to like our mate. Is it possible that your wolf wouldn't like the mate the moon goddess has given you? I don't know. No one can resist the mate bond, they said. He said, Say, have you ever found your mate? Mona asks as she looks into his eyes. He looks away. No, why not? Because I am imprinted to you, he answered coolly. What? Imprinted wolves have one purpose alone. That is to serve and protect our master. They can't have a mate. He looks intently into Mona's eyes. She breaks from his gaze. That sounds bad, Troy, but how many times will I tell you I'm not your master, okay? And I don't want you to protect me. I can handle myself just fine, she said stubbornly. But you can't stop me from doing this. It's my purpose, he said in a very serious tone. Mona could feel the intensity in his gaze. All right then. Do as you wish. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you this. Is it okay? She asks to change the topic and he nods. How did you end up with the rogues? He breathes deeply before answering her. When I was 12, I had a very uncontrollable wolf. He was vicious and dangerous and I can't control him. He attacked my family and killed them. All of them. My pack banished me. Mona was surprised by Troy's tale. The rogues took me in and I became a part of their gang. Raiding villages, accepting dirty jobs, assassinating persons, and all sorts were just a few of our jobs. Until I met you. He looked intently into her eyes again. Yeah, right. She forced a smile on him. Mona, you have a guest. Her father emerged from the door, cutting their conversation. She looked up to him, and behind her father's back came Henry. Troy looks viciously at him and the other man. Her heart pounds crazily again. I want to talk to you. Alone. His voice commanding, his stare wild to Troy. She looks at Troy and nods to him, mouthing it's okay. I'll be here if you need me. Troy hissed in her ear as Henry walked directly to her. Troy leaves them alone. He greets her casually. Her wolf turned to him, but it grunted back to sleep. She greets back. What do you need? He cleared his throat. Mona's heart seems to break out of her chest. I know this is confusing, but we cannot do it against the bond. It calls me to you. His voice sounds sexy to her. His deep blue eyes are so magnetic, and his scent is intoxicating. I feel it too, she said softly, inhaling. Henry inhales Mona's scent. He looks into her bright, mismatched eyes, and it seems that his future is clear. Her platinum blonde hair glinting in the moonlight, he dreads to touch it, and her voice is just all it takes for him to give in. He closed his eyes to contain himself. But I can't have you as my mate, he says with so much difficulty. She feels that it is not easy for him to say it. But her tears automatically fell. What do you mean? Why? Because, he paused and looked up at the moon, drawing more courage. Because I am a freak? My looks? My drawbacks? No, not about that. It's more about me. I am a mess, Mona, a jerk. It's unfair to someone as pure as you. Mona is crying now. I know, I understand. I have prepared myself for this, you know. I actually have seen this coming. She drew a heavy breath. But on the other side of that, I still hoped that this mate thing would turn out good. That he would accept me for who and what I am. But we cannot force anyone to accept us, right? Especially for a girl who has been dubbed a rat and a freak all her life. Maybe it disgusts you to know I am your mate, she said and wiped her tears angrily. Sorry to disappoint you, but yeah, this is all you've got, she retorted furiously. I'm sorry. I told you it has nothing to do with your social situation. And you don't disgust me. You are beautiful, irresistible, strong, and I respect you. But I am not meant for you because... He exhaled. I actually have someone else. She looked up at him with accusing eyes. I've been loving her for a long time now. My heart beats just for her. He added sincerely. And who among the girls you've messed with are you talking about? She's not one of them. It's just a decoy. I is a womanizer so that no one will suspect. He immediately answered. Suddenly I feel defensive. Unbelievable. What if she's found her mate? What will you do? What if she choose her mate over you? It won't happen. Because she has chosen me long before she met her mate. We made a promise. Mona can't believe what she's hearing. She has seen this coming, but nothing compares to the pain she's feeling right now. The actual heartbreak is not matched to what she thought it would feel like. That is why I came here to ask for your forgiveness to what I will do, he said with finality, pain reflected in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mona, but I love her above anything else. You deserve someone who will completely accept and love you. He has tears on his face now. She just looked up at him with pleading eyes. He took her hand and with closed eyes he uttered, I, Vince Henry Madison, rejects you, Mona Elara Mayfield, as my mate. Hearing this, Mona heard a sound like glass breaking. Realizing it was her heart, completely shattered. Chapter 11. It is happening. Henry Madison rejected her. She bowed her head and cried like she never did before. The pain is too unbearable for it. Henry too is in pain. Both parties will be affected by breaking the mate bond, and the pain is not something to be taken lightly. Mona, I'm so sorry. But please, please let me go, he whispered, crying. Henry sounds pitiful. Who would have thought that this one-of-a-kind man, whom every woman begs for attention, is now begging her just to let him go? Mona clearly understands Henry's situation. Having the courage to break the mate bond to follow his heart is rare. She has no choice but to let go. I, Mona Alara Mayfield, accept this rejection from you, Vince Henry Madison. May you find happiness wherever your heart will lead you, she whispered, restraining her sobs. He hugged her and whispered thanks in her ear. I wish you the best, she said as she looked into his eyes. Thank you, he murmured. She couldn't take it anymore, so she left him and ran to her room. There she wept bitter tears. I told you not to raise your hopes up, her wolf pronounced at the back of her mind. Why did you not stop him? Mona muttered angrily. He is wounded too, Mona. His wolf by far is more hurt. Besides, you are not invested to him yet, and it's a good thing because the pain from the broken bond will not last long. He don't deserve us. Her wolf lectured her sternly. Can you feel it too? This misery? Yes, of course. I am not numb, Mona. I can feel the effects of broken bond too. So gather yourself now. You had enough crying to last you a lifetime. We will never be crying again, remember that. It proclaimed with finality and conviction. Mona did not know what time she had fallen asleep the previous night. She woke the next day with the sun's rays hitting her face. There was a knock on the door. Mona, time for breakfast, Troy uttered in a loud voice. His knock seemed to break the door. Mona lazily rose and opened the door. Hold up, tough guy, I'm awake. She yawned in front of him. What time is it? Past 8? Look at you, he exclaimed. What? You look like a piece of shit. Go do something with your face, take a shower, whatever. Quick. He is pushing him to her bathroom. The heck, Troy? This is heck, Mona. You are, he said, facing her in the mirror, his firm grip on her shoulders. Her reflection shows a very stressed face, dark circles under her puffy eyes, sagging eye bags, dry skin and chapped lips, not to mention her hair like a bird's nest. Go and fix yourself, he demanded as he picked up and threw a towel on her face. Yes, Mom, she rolled her eyes at him. Get down when you're done. Breakfast's ready, he announced before leaving her room. Mona can still feel the ache of yesterday. You will do just fine, heart. It's okay, she murmured, massaging her chest. Henry lay awake all night. He's still in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He can't believe that he rejected his mate. Maybe he is the first man in their town's history ever to reject a mate. He grunted and turned sideways. It was Mona Mayfield anyway, the town freak and the silver rat, the cursed girl. Paula was the happiest when she learned that she had rejected Mona. She did not even bother if he would be affected by it as long as he got rid of her. She emphasized that she would never accept her as a sister-in-law. No wonder Paula has never liked Mona like ever. But his heart is mad, and his wolf is madder at him. Craig, his wolf, is not talking to him since he rejected her. He is totally head over heels with Mona's wolf and is determined to ignore him. He keeps howling in his head and giving snide remarks to him, making him feel insane. Henry hopes that Craig will be as understanding as Mona. If only he had not given his heart long ago, he would have taken Mona. She has an air of confidence in her, and a heart so pure. Amidst her cruel experiences with the people around her, she still keeps a straight and brave face on and forgives them. If it were him in her position, he would have hated the world. Her wolf is something to be feared, too. It was intense, unforgiving and somehow dark. He even trembled when he saw it during the rogues' attack on their town. He must face this. He can go on just like Mona Mayfield. Besides, there's a party he needs to attend. Henry? Son! His father knocks on his door. He opened the door and saw his father looking at him seriously. Mr. Mayfield is here, his father announced. Where's Dad? Mona asked while munching her pancakes swimming with strawberry syrup. Now she's reminded of Henry again because of this scent, and she feels her heart ache. At the pack house with the alpha. Troy answered casually. What time did he leave? Just a little before 7? He mentioned he's dropping by the Madisons too. He continued eating his fill. She almost choked when she heard Madison. What Why did he go there? She asked, her voice a little high-pitched. Troy just raised his eyebrow. Maybe to ask why he did it to you, he responded silently. Mona averted her gaze and focused on eating.
No.
No, no, don't place those flowers there, Miranda shouted to the maid. It would look better on that side, she instructed. She has been swamped preparing for Tristan's birthday. It will be tomorrow evening, yet she is already starting to feel stressed. She can see fine lines around her eyes as she accidentally catches sight of her reflection in the plates the maid is polishing. This can't be, she squeals, observing her face closely. I need to go to Dr. Jensen now, she told herself. Bruce, she called her assistant, who attended very quickly. Book me an appointment to Dr. Jensen now, she commanded. Yes, Luna. Bruce bowed and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Appointments made, Luna. She will see you in half an hour. Bruce reported. Great. Miss Jean, can I have a moment? She called the attention of Jean Rogers, a middle-aged woman, to her event coordinator. She is busy checking something on her tablet. Yes, Luna? Jean approached daintily. Please take over from here. I have an appointment with Dr. Jensen today. You can count on me, Luna, she said firmly. Well, I expected to. I want this event to be perfect. See you around. Miranda turned her heels and went to her room for a change of outfit. Bruce followed her as the servants around bowed to her as she passed by them. Hello there, pretty. Bill called Mona. She is tending her roses, a box of fertilizer beside her. She just rolled her eyes at him. Bill is glad that their father-daughter relationship is progressing very nicely. He is grateful that Mona has such a kind and forgiving nature. Bill can't help but curse himself for being an idiot. What's up, Dad? She smiled at her. He hardly noticed this before, but whenever Mona smiles he can see Claire. She looks like her, the shape of their eyes and face, the nose and that very smile he fell in love with. What's with that stare? She remarked. Nothing, he shrugged. I have something for you. What is it? This. He showed her a blue envelope with the black moon pack crest. What is that? Mona inquired. Open it. Mona took the envelope from her father's hand. She flipped it over and saw writings in italics. Mr. Bill Mayfield and his family, you are cordially invited. This is an invitation, Mona whispered. She opened the flap and saw the card. It's for Tristan Jones' 22nd birthday and engagement party. Yes, you are correct. Bill said, very pleased. I don't want to go, she said, and returned the invitation to Bill's hand. Don't be silly. This is a grand event. Not only it is the young master's birthday but also his engagement. We can't miss this kind of event, he explained robustly. I'm not interested, Dad, she replied. She's apprehensive about it. If she goes, it will be the first time she has joined a grand event like that in her life. She had never attended a party before, much less this grand event. She will look like a country bumpkin if ever. She'll embarrass her father more.
No, Dad.
I don't want to. But honey, everyone in the pack is expected to witness this. Come on. Bill pleads. You have been sad over Henry, and I have given him a lesson already. This party will distract you from the effects of the broken bond and... You taught Henry a lesson? It seemed like it was the only words Mona had heard. Yeah, but he's fine now. We have amazing healing abilities, you know for sure. His pretty face will be back to normal in no time. But you hurt him, she retorted in disbelief. Yes. Sorry. Okay. But what he did was unforgivable. Besides, no one can hurt my Mona without paying a price. No one. He looked intently into her eyes. So, we will go to the party tomorrow evening. And that's final. He left her. Her jaw dropped. And oh, Troy can come too, he said when he met Troy at the door, the latter bringing a tray of snacks. Mona has never been so nervous before. Today her heart seems to jump out of her ribs. Her father had hired an entire glam team to glam her up for this event. She refused it, but her father insisted that she look her best, given that she would be his muse for tonight. She argued no more and just thought that this was one of his ways to make up to her. Bill is party ready. He is wearing a white tuxedo and a rose in his lapel. At his age he is still dashing. But to all the parties he's been to, This is the first time he will bring the daughter he neglected for so long. He hopes that this will be his saving grace. Mona came down the stairs, and Bill couldn't recognize her at first. She is beyond beautiful. She is wearing the teal dress Josephine had given her on her 18th birthday. Her hair is in a lovely and elegant braid, and her creamy shoulders are exposed in her dress. Bill has never been so proud. He saw Troy in the corner of his eye, and just like him he was awestruck. That. She greets him, and she nods in Troy's direction. You look heavenly, Mona, Bill said as he took her hand. Well, the two of you looks dashing as well. She winked at Troy. One moment, this will complete your look. Bill took a diamond necklace from his pocket, and placed it on her neck. This is your mother's. Now it's yours to keep, he said teary-eyed. Now you are perfect, he exclaimed. Thanks, Dad, she hugged him. It's beautiful. Her father nodded appreciatively. Let's go. The party was, as expected, fabulous. The decorations were prime, and the food was excellent. As soon as Bill's company entered, everyone's attention turned to them. They can't help but admire Mona's exquisite beauty. Dad, I think they don't like me here. They keep on staring, she whispered to him.
No, honey.
They are just admiring you, he replied and squeezed her hand gently. She saw Henry among the crowd, looking at her passionately. She looked away. The party started, dancing commenced, and food and drinks were in abundance. Later that night was the official announcement of Tristan's engagement. Tristan heads straight to the mic and thanks everyone for coming and for the birthday wishes. She hadn't seen Tristan in a while since he graduated from school. He began his training for the pack and his duties as alpha. He is ravishing in his red tuxedo, but he looks somewhat off, angry and sad at the same time. But maybe he is just having a severe stage fright. This night, he began his speech, his mother looking very proud and elegant as always, with a broad smile plastered on her face. It is not only a celebration of my birthday, but a celebration for the beginning of a lifetime. And I want everyone to witness this momentous event in my life, he continued. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honor to present the next Luna of the Black Moon Pack? He paused again and looked at everyone's faces in the crowd and smiled at them. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. He swept through the crowd once more and stopped in her direction. A sudden gush of cold wind seemed to sweep over her body. The next queen, Miss Mona Elara Mayfield. Chapter 12. A spotlight was turned on Mona. She was breathless. The excited clattering before the announcement had ebbed. Only silence and bated breath remained. He strolled towards her, his eyes fixed on hers, intense and captivating. She didn't like the feel of it, yet his presence excited her. He stopped in front of her and offered his hand. She glanced at her father, who looked appalled. Mr. Bill Mayfield, sir, if you may. Tristan broke the spell. Her father stood up, gazing at Tristan's hand. He smiled sheepishly, as if caught in an awkward moment. He placed Mona's cold hand in Tristan's waiting hand, and then shook hands with him. Thank you, Mr. Mayfield. I will take care of your daughter for all my life and beyond. She will be treated with the utmost care. And above all, she will be loved, Tristan said slowly. His words made Mona's heartbeat quicken. She sought Troy, who looked furious but was trying to keep his emotions in check. Tristan led her back to the stage. She noticed the crowd's disapproving glares, especially from Paula. They passed by Liesl James, Tristan's supposed fiancé. She looked stunning, but her eyes betrayed her sadness. Had Tristan broken things off with her? Mona felt a pang of sympathy but quickly scolded herself. She noticed Henry's gaze on them, his face twisted in disapproval. Luna Miranda approached Tristan and whispered harshly in his ear. What's going on, Tristan? Have you lost your mind? Her gaze could cut through anything. Maybe I have, he replied, mocking her. Mona's mind raced to understand what was happening. The alpha stepped up, applauding. He grabbed the microphone, speaking cheerfully. This is fantastic. Everyone, our next in line, my son and heir, Tristan Jones, and his enchanting bride-to-be, Mona Mayfield. He laughed and applauded, looking very pleased or maybe acting. Mona was in shock. The crowd responded with hesitant claps and murmurs of disapproval. Then the music began. Tristan led her to the dance floor. Never before had she been so close to any man, his warmth radiating through her, making her face flush. He placed his hand on her waist and took the other in his. He gazed down at her, his eyes intense. "Why don't you look at me?" Mona could hear the allure in his voice. She calmed herself before meeting his gaze. "I'm still processing what's happening to us," she replied softly. "Isn't it clear? I choose you as my bride." "You can't just do that," she protested, pulling her hands from his touch. "Yes, I can. Now don't make a scene." He guided her back into position, and they continued to sway to the orchestra's slow music. "You are making a scene. Not me. What about Liesel? Her family? Her feelings?" Mona started in a hushed voice, but Tristan cut her off, pulling her closer. She felt his heartbeat race, and when she looked at him again, there was fire in his eyes. "Don't you dare speak her name again," he hissed in her ear, his anger palpable. Mona tried to push him away, but he was stronger. He held her close, pinning her to him. "Let go, Mr. Jones. You're not yourself. Think this over. Don't drag me into your misery. I've had enough of that in my life," she told him, trying to break free. Tristan gripped her arms tightly, causing her pain. "No, you will be my bride. You cannot reject me. No one rejects me," he hissed, his fury evident. "Let go. You're hurting me," she cried. Someone grabbed Tristan's arm. It was Troy, looking fierce and ready to fight. Henry appeared too. The lady said, "Let go." Troy's voice was filled with authority. "Don't tell me what to do, rogue." Tristan shot back, his alpha tone dominant. He glared at Mona before releasing her. Troy immediately pulled Mona away, guiding her through the crowd. "Why? What's wrong with me? Did I do something wrong? Am I not enough?" Tristan's voice cracked as he glared at Liesel, his emotions spiraling. He felt conflicted and broken. He couldn't understand why things had gone so wrong just before the announcement of their engagement. Liesel had asked him for a walk earlier, citing that the crowd in the manor was suffocating. Perhaps she had been gathering the courage to end their relationship.
I'm sorry, Tristan.
"You're perfect. You're a great man, but I have to break up with you," she said, her voice full of regret. "You didn't do anything wrong." "Then why?" Tristan whispered, barely able to contain his pain. "Because I'm in love with someone else," Liesel confessed, her head bowed, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "That's ridiculous. You told me you loved me. Have you not?" Tristan shouted, his voice rising, but the music drowned out his words. "I do love you, but you love someone else." "How can that be?" Tristan asked, the words hitting him like a blow. "I loved him before I met you. I still love him now." Liesel's voice cracked as tears fell. "You betrayed me," Tristan yelled. "I never thought you'd be a two-timer, Liesel. I held you in such high regard, and you have the audacity to betray me." His voice trembled with heartbreak. "No, Tristan. I didn't betray you. And what do you call it, huh? Loving someone else while you're my girlfriend? Not just my girlfriend. My mate," he shouted. "Believe me, we stopped when I met you and realized you were my mate. We gave each other up to fulfill the mate bond. I never truly betrayed you," she explained, trying to calm him. "Still, you love him, don't you? You never gave your whole heart to me because you love him." "I'm so sorry, Tristan. I am." Liesel's sobs shook her, and she collapsed to her knees in front of him. "I won't do it. I won't let you go. Liesel, I love you so much. I've never loved this deeply before, and I will fall apart if you break the bond," Tristan pleaded, desperation in his voice. "You have to, Tristan. Or else." Liesel stood, meeting his broken gaze. "Or what?" he asked, his voice thick with pain. "I'll die. 6 years ago, I made an unbreakable vow with him. I knew he was the one for me, even when I was 12. We knew we were meant to be together, and nothing has changed since then," she said, her voice steady with conviction. "I don't care what people say. I'm tired of following my family's rules on how I should live. This is my life and I will follow my heart. I won't let anyone dictate it anymore," she continued, her tears falling freely. "And if you truly love me, Tristan, you have to let me go." "That's selfish, Liesel, so selfish," Tristan cried. Tristan, you're a great man. One day you'll lead our pack with pride. But I don't see myself beside you. You deserve someone who matches your fire, your strength, and your will. It isn't me, Tristan, she said softly, coaxing him to understand. Why can't it be me? I promise I'll be better. I'll give you everything, he begged, but Liesel just shook her head. Tristan, thanks for trying, but I can't control what my heart feels. It knows what it's doing. I've loved him since I was 12, and nothing will change that. I'm so sorry. He is the one I need. I love you so much it hurts, Liesel. But I'll do it. For you. I want you to be happy even if it means letting you go. Let's do it. Thank you. I'll always be grateful to you, Tristan. Let's do it before I change my mind. He choked on his words and she began the chant. With a heavy heart he complied. Their bond was broken. Liesel, I won't forget you. I will always yearn for you, he whispered, touching her face one last time. Me too. My wolf will never forgive me, but I'll handle whatever comes, she replied quietly. Please be happy. And if he ever hurts you, please come back to me, Tristan said, holding on to his last thread of hope. He won't. But if ever I will, she promised. I want to be him. The man who owns your heart. The one you give your life to. You're different from him. You're fire and he's rain. But you'll do well. You have the alpha's blood in you. Everything will be fine. I hope you find the woman you deserve. She's out there waiting, she said calmly. I love you, Tristan whispered. She didn't reply. Tristan kissed her lips one last time, a tear falling from his eye. He breathed her in for the final time. One last question, who is he? He whispered, his eyes closing. Liesel kissed him on the lips, then looked into his eyes with a spark in hers. Her words dimmed his world. It's Henry.
Vince Henry Madison.
He is my man. Upon hearing this, Tristan's world shattered. Chapter 13. Mona could hardly believe what had happened at the party. She never wanted to be in the spotlight, let alone engaged out of nowhere. And not just to any man, but to the heir of the Black Moon Pack. She imagined she must have looked as stunned as Pia Wurtzbach did in the 2016 Miss Universe contest. Her head suddenly felt light, and she lay in bed restlessly, frustrated. Don't you like the new mate? After a long silence, Talia, her wolf, finally spoke, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It doesn't feel right, Talia. Mona snapped. But why? He has strength, intelligence, reliable abilities, and is a future alpha. Not to mention, handsome, sexy, and hot. Talia teased, already attracted to Tristan and his wolf. Mona wasn't as pleased with her right now. Stop it. You're not making any sense. Mona said hotly to her wolf. Don't lie to me, girl. Ikan sensei Talia. You liked him even before I came to you. So what's the fuss? Not everyone gets the chance you do, Talia teased, reminding Mona of when Tristan risked his life to protect her from the rogue 10 years ago. He had stayed neutral and casual with her, even when everyone else mocked her. He had stopped the bullies and told them to leave her alone. Back then, Mona thought Tristan was different from the rest. Now she wasn't so sure. She sighed. See? You want him. Admit it. He's all yours now. Talia nudged her mind playfully. Shut up, Talia. You're only making things worse. I'm going to sleep, Mona muttered, covering her face with her pillow, trying to ignore Talia's teasing laughter echoing in her head. Light rays from the morning sun hit her face, a sign that she had forgotten to close the window or draw the curtains. When that happens, it's game over for Mona. She groaned and stretched her arms, keeping her eyes shut for 10 more seconds before opening them. There it was. The window wide open. She cursed herself for forgetting to close it last night. But there was a silhouette by the window, drawing nearer to her bed. Good morning, sweetheart, a deep, sexy voice said. Mona's eyes widened as she saw Tristan standing in front of her. She screamed at the top of her lungs. He was wearing a white fitted top, and she could see the outline of his strong torso. Her heart raced. Suddenly, the door flew open, and her father and Troy rushed in, worried and ready to defend her. What happened, Mona? Her father spoke first, looking around and then focusing on Tristan, who was now leaning on the window. Nothing, Dad, I was just shocked to see him in my room, she said, trying to calm herself. We thought he was violating you. Troy added protectively. What did you say, Rogue? Tristan glared at Troy. Wait. Troy, Dad, it's fine. Really? And you, Mr. Jones, what are you doing in my room? She scolded Tristan. What else? I'm here to collect my bride. Tristan replied with no hesitation, his voice steady and intense. This can't be. Do something, William. I don't want that cursed girl in my family, Miranda's voice echoed in fury. She was distraught with Tristan's actions the previous night, and could not believe her husband had let it happen. The alpha, however, shook his head, already exhausted by his wife's anger. It's time we acknowledge Tristan's decision. He is at the right age now, and soon, I'll pass the alpha duties to him. We need to trust him. Besides, how many times have I told you Mona isn't cursed? She's just an ordinary girl, and it's not her fault she was born this way. She is perfectly fine, and I believe she is perfect for our son. He spoke calmly, but his words only fueled Miranda's fury. Perfect? Or maybe because she is Claire's daughter. Miranda spat, her anger evident. The alpha's gaze met hers, cold and intense. You think I don't know, Miranda? You think I'm dumb? I know exactly how you felt for Claire, she shouted, her voice full of bitter accusation. We've been through this, Miranda. What's past is past. Yes, it is in the past, but you're still living in it. Do you think I would have a chance if it weren't for the mate bond? No. Never. Because the only person in your heart was Claire. Don't deny it, William. She pointed at him, her emotions exploding in jealousy. I won't deny that I loved Claire. But I let her go before our mate bond appeared. And as you can see, she's happily married to Bill. And I am with you, the alpha said firmly. Were you? Miranda's eyes filled with painful tears. What? Were you happy to be married to me? I am and have always been happy with you. The moon goddess chose you for me. We were made for each other. Then why do I never feel it? Your happiness when we're together? Why do I feel like I'm not enough? Why do I always have to prove myself to you? Why don't you look at me the way you looked at her? And why the hell are you still keeping a picture of her? Miranda's voice trembled with emotion as she faced him. All these years I've never won against her. She married someone else, she died, and yet I never had your heart. She did. Miranda continued, her heart heavy with reproach. Miranda, what are you saying? The alpha cooed, trying to calm her. It's final. I won't accept her as my daughter-in-law. I won't accept a woman who reminds me of Claire. She turned away, her anger making her voice crack. Take me? Are you crazy? Mona stood up from her bed and walked toward the bathroom. I'm not going with you, she firmly declared. Just then, 3 maids entered with suitcases. Please take all her belongings. Quickly. Tristan ordered the maids. Yes, young master. They replied in unison, immediately opening Mona's closet. Mona didn't have time to react. Everything was moving too fast. She looked at her father, sighing. Just give me the order, Mona, and I'll throw them out of the house, Troy said, still glaring at Tristan. Bill nodded to Troy, signaling that everything was fine. Mr. Mayfield, with all due respect, my daughter is still in shock from last night's announcement, and taking her away immediately would be overwhelming for her, Bill said, his tone respectful and fatherly. Mr. Mayfield, sir. Or should I start calling you father? Tristan looked at him coolly. I don't see any problem with this. You know the traditions, right? Tristan added. Yes. But can we give Mona more time to process everything? Bill suggested. No. She will get by. Continue packing, Tristan commanded. The maids resumed packing in unison. And you, Tristan turned to Mona. Fix yourself. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes, he ordered before leaving the room. Mona was left dumbfounded and helpless. Dad, what will I do? She asked helplessly. Just do what he says. It's better not to go against an alpha's temper, her father advised. 30 minutes later, Mona had gathered herself. Tristan stood impatiently, his nostrils flaring as she descended the stairs. What took you so long? We're late, he scolded. Mona hugged her father, her heart heavy. This engagement was overwhelming. They had just started to work on their relationship, and now she was being torn away from him. "I'll come with you," Troy suddenly blurted out, holding a backpack. "You are not invited, rogue," Tristan snapped. "I'm not talking to you, Alpha's son. I'm talking to Mona," Troy retorted. Mona felt a tense atmosphere surrounding the two. "Actually, young master, Troy will stay with Mona, whether you like it or not. He's imprinted on her. You know what happens when imprints can't fulfill their purpose." Bill chimed in, his tone casual. If imprints couldn't fulfill their purpose, they became savages. Mona didn't want that to happen to Troy, as he was her only friend. "He will come with me." Mona stood firm in Tristan's face. "I'm not going anywhere if he's not with me." "Whatever." Tristan stormed off angrily. "Don't worry about me, sweetie. I can handle myself. Besides, I'll see you often. I'm second to the Alpha, right? I can linger around." Troy winked at her. "And Troy, please do your duties well." "I'm counting on you," Bill said somberly. The two men exchanged a silent understanding. "Yes, sir," Troy said firmly. The blaring horn of the car signaled the end of their farewells. Mona left her father behind and walked to the car, glancing back at him. He waved goodbye and she smiled wistfully as she waved back. Mona never imagined this would be the last time she'd see her father. Chapter 14. They arrived at the Alpha's private manor after a 20-minute drive. The residence was a grand, old, pitch-black Victorian manor with meticulously maintained gardens and topiaries. The Black Moon Pack had called this place home since its establishment over 5 centuries ago. Located just a mile from the heart of the town, the pack house, which also served as the headquarters, could be seen in the distance. The pack house functioned as the town hall, hosting large gatherings like Tristan's grand birthday and engagement ceremony. It also served as the office for the Black Moon Council, where the high priest and great elders convened for meetings and assemblies. The pack upheld traditional values and virtues, making no alterations to their old laws that Mona was struggling to accept. One of these laws stated that once a woman was formally engaged or chosen as the Alpha's bride, she was to be removed from her family and begin living with her future mate. They would reside under the same roof but in separate rooms to maintain their purity, allowing them to train and grow responsible. During this period, the bride would be educated by the Luna, while the groom would continue his daily routines and training. The couple would go through 2 official ceremonies: the wedding, officiated by the high priest, and the marking/union ceremony, led by the great elder, typically held during a full moon when the moon goddess power was at its peak. The ceremonies included rituals and offerings to the moon goddess to bless the marriage. Mona now understood the weight of these traditions, especially considering her role in them. Mona had learned about these laws in school, though her attention was often divided due to the distractions of bullying and inner turmoil. The reality, however, was far more complicated than the theory. Mona just wanted to go back to her old life where things were simpler. But now her life had taken yet another unpredictable twist. Upon arrival at the manor, the Alpha and Luna were waiting, accompanied by the many servants of the Black Moon Manor. As Mona stepped out of the car, an echoing greeting from the staff greeted her. The Alpha greeted them warmly, while the Luna seemed visibly displeased, especially when she saw Troy behind Mona. Her expression became more grim at his presence. "Mona, welcome to the family. And Troy, it's good to see you again," the Alpha said with a genuine smile, offering his hand to Troy, who shook it gently. "You're also welcome in our home," the Alpha added. His warmth contrasted sharply with the Luna's cold stare. Mona couldn't help but feel nervous under her gaze, especially with the unmistakable dislike emanating from her. Her childhood insecurities started to resurface, reminding her to stay cautious and keep her composure around the Luna. Mona was led to a large, lavishly decorated bedroom. Red and gold dominated the color scheme, giving the room a regal atmosphere. The bathroom was larger than her old bedroom, complete with a bathtub that could easily fit a bed. The furnishings were elegant, and the 4-poster bed draped in red and gold was especially grand. Large windows with scarlet drapes allowed soft light to pour in, and the plush carpet felt like fresh snow beneath her feet. She couldn't help but feel out of place in such opulence. Troy was placed in the room next to hers, decorated in soothing moss green. All in all, the Black Moon Manor exuded an air of grandeur and timeless elegance. Mona, however, felt like she didn't belong. "Miss Mona," a maidservant called politely, "the Luna needs you in the dining hall." "Yeah, let's go," Mona replied with a smile, nudging Troy. "The Luna also said the gentleman should stay here," the maid added, referring to Troy. He was about to protest, but Mona gave him a reassuring look and mouthed, "It's okay. Wait for me here," she said with a bright smile as she left the room, following the maid to the dining hall. It was grand and extravagant, with furniture that seemed to shine in the light. The centerpieces were breathtaking, and a grand chandelier hung above the dining table. "Sit," a cold voice echoed, snapping Mona out of her thoughts. The Luna sat at the head of the table, untouched food in front of her. Mona approached and sat in the nearest chair. "You called for me, Luna?" Mona asked cautiously. "Do you need something from me?" "Yes. I need to give you some clarifications and pointers," the Luna responded, her tone stern, her perfect brows arched in disapproval. "Yes, Luna. What clarifications?" Mona asked, trying to stay composed under the Luna's intense gaze. She felt as if the Luna's stare could pierce right through her, sending shivers down her spine. "I don't like you for my son, and I don't like you as a person." The Luna's words struck Mona like a blow. She had grown accustomed to being judged, but the sting of these words still hurt. "You're not even his mate chosen by the goddess, and for all I know, he's still pining for Liesel and is just using you as a cover-up," the Luna continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Mona felt her heart sink. "What do you mean, Luna?" Mona quietly asked, carefully choosing her words. "Tristan loves Liesel more than anything, but she chose another man over my son. She's the perfect match for him, and we could have made things right if you hadn't shown up. You ruined everything." The Luna's face was flushed with anger, and she pointed at Mona, blaming her for Tristan's broken bond with Liesel. "But Luna, with all due respect, I was also taken by surprise that night. I was shocked that he picked me over other eligible girls. I didn't cause their bond to break. It was their decision. I barely know your son." Mona said all of this calmly, surprising herself with her own composure. "Why don't you ask your son why he did what he did before blaming me for something I had no part in?" Mona added, her voice steady, but Luna's eyes glinted dangerously. "If there's nothing else, may I be excused?" Mona stood, her patience running thin. She was ready to leave, but Luna spoke again in a chilling tone. "Not so fast, girl. I'd like to remind you that I am the Luna of this manor. What I say goes. Don't get too confident. You and Tristan aren't married yet, so don't feel entitled. Follow my orders, and we won't have any problems. Above all, hold your tongue. You're not on my level. Remember what you are." She whispered the last words in Mona's ear, her overpowering perfume making Mona feel even more uncomfortable. "And even if you become the Luna, nothing will change the fact that you're a freak. Don't forget who the cursed girl is." The Luna's words left Mona shaking, her tears threatening to spill. Tristan entered the dining hall just as his mother left. When he saw Mona in tears, something inside him shifted, a sharp pang of guilt pricking his chest. He moved toward her, but when she saw him, she glared and ran off. He followed her to the bonsai garden, where she was pruning a 50-year-old miniature oak tree. "Mom, can we talk?" Tristan asked, approaching her. "You're already talking," she replied, still focused on her task. "Please, Mom, don't be so hard on Mona. Soon, she'll be my wife and the Luna of the pack. She deserves respect," Tristan said, his tone soft yet firm. His mother didn't respond immediately, her focus still on the tree. "She told you already?" Luna's cold voice broke the silence. "No. But I saw you left her in tears," Tristan replied, exhaling in frustration. "Maybe she's realizing how unworthy she is of you." Luna snapped, looking at her son sharply. "Don't hurt her, Mom, or you'll have to answer to me," Tristan warned, his tone serious. "Is that a threat, son?" Luna's eyebrows arched in challenge. "No, just a reminder," Tristan said, his voice final. "I'll take note of that, but I can't promise anything," Luna replied with a vicious smirk before returning to her bonsai. Chapter 15 starting today, you will be under my care. Even though I'm not pleased about it, I have no choice, Miranda said, her voice cold and unwavering. They were sitting face to face in the huge study room, surrounded by towering bookshelves that seemed to stretch endlessly, rivaling their local library. Miranda's eyes lingered on Mona's mismatched ones, the very eyes that unsettled her. Mona sat still, maintaining eye contact, trying not to show the discomfort she felt. I will teach you everything I know about the duties and responsibilities of a Luna. All you need to do is follow my instructions. First, a Luna must always look presentable, Miranda continued, her tone unwavering. Have I told you that I don't like you? She added with an arched brow. You have, Luna. A few times now, Mona replied quietly, her steady gaze unnerving Miranda. Great. And it will stay that way. Now stand up. We're going to Mr. Shaw's, she said, standing with an air of finality before sashaying out of the study. Mona sighed internally. She's trying to provoke me, Mona thought, but she refused to be baited. She had endured so much already, and this was just another form of torture, though on a different level. She followed the Luna out of the room, where Troy was waiting outside. His presence, even just behind the door, was comforting to Mona. Meanwhile, Tristan was nowhere to be seen. He spent most of his time at the pack house with the Alpha and his father, and when he was at home, he made sure to avoid her. Great, she thought. She missed her father. He hadn't visited her or even called, and the worry was starting to weigh on her. And you gentlemen don't need to follow us, Luna Miranda called over her shoulder. Troy, he replied politely. What's that? Miranda turned abruptly toward them. The name is Troy, Luna. So you wouldn't have to call me gentleman every time you see me, Troy answered with polite firmness. I see. Troy, you don't need to come. My apologies again, Luna, but I have nowhere else to be but to follow Mona. That's my duty, he said respectfully, not backing down. Miranda's lips tightened, and her eyes flared with irritation. She clearly didn't like having Troy around. Well, suit yourself, she said mockingly before walking ahead. Let's go. Bruce, her assistant, appeared beside her. Clear all of Mr. Shaw's appointments today. Let him know I'll be coming over, she ordered. Bruce immediately nodded and made a call. A minute later, he gave a signal, and the four of them were soon in the car, heading to a person named Mr. Shaw. Mona found comfort in having Troy with her, feeling a sense of security in his presence. They arrived at a 3-story building with a sign reading Sure Touch, the best beauty salon in town. Miranda walked in proudly, and all the employees bowed in respect. They were VIPs. Luna Miranda was an imposing presence. They made their way to the 3rd floor, where they were greeted by a middle-aged man named Mr. Jim Shaw, tall and thin, with shiny brown hair and flawless, mannequin-like skin. His vibrant aura was almost palpable. He wore a blue uniform with a black bar pin that read J. Shaw's. Luna, what a pleasure. I immediately canceled my appointments when I received Bruce's call, Mr. Shaw said, his voice light and pleasant, like sunshine in the summer. Thank you, Jim, for always accommodating my urgent requests, Luna said with a smile, though Mona could tell it was just polite. So, is she the one? Mr. Shaw asked, scrutinizing Mona from head to toe. Luna gave a grunt, clearly uninterested. Oh my, what a unique beauty, Jim remarked, walking around Mona and gently touching her hair. This hair is perfect. And the skin so soft, he seemed impressed, his hands brushing lightly over Mona's face. Troy, sensing something was off, grabbed his hand with an intense glare. Oh, and who are you? I've never seen a man quite like you, Jim said, clearly fascinated by Troy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Mona quickly realized that Mr. Shaw was gay. She glanced at Luna, who had seated herself on a plush white couch with Bruce standing by. Mona could tell that Luna was not happy with Jim's attention toward them. Let's get to the point, Luna said with clear irritation in her voice. Oh, sorry, Luna. Later, handsome. He winked at Troy before focusing back on Mona. He led her to a seat in front of a large mirror and began to inspect her hair. Mona's platinum blonde locks were indeed striking, and Jim seemed enchanted by them. Lovely, he whispered in Mona's ear, clearly admiring her hair. His eyes met hers in the mirror, checking for any imperfections. I don't see any skin issues, Luna, and her hair is beyond perfect, Jim said, addressing the Luna, who remained unreadable. Not perfect yet, Jim, Luna said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Her hair doesn't belong in the Black Moon pack. Stands out too much. We can't have that, can we? She commanded. Mona felt a surge of fear. Her hair was a part of her identity, and she loved it. The thought of changing it terrified her. Jim hesitated, glancing between Mona and Luna. But Luna, I thought we were just doing a trim. I don't see any reason to change her hair. Mr. Shaw here said it's fine, Mona protested, glancing at Jim for support. I see you're objecting to me, Mona, Luna said slowly, her voice colder than ever. My son told me to be nice to you, and here I am being kind, wanting you to look worthy of him. And yet you object. How shameless of you, she sneered, making Mona feel like an ungrateful child in front of Jim and Bruce. Troy clenched his fists, his fury building up, but he remained silent. Now, if you'd kindly show some manners, do as I say. Jim, dye her hair, Luna ordered coldly. Jim led Mona back to the chair, his expression tense. She fought back tears, her heart heavy as she watched the woman she would soon call mother-in-law smirk in triumph. The transformation was quick, and soon Mona's platinum blonde hair had been changed to a deep, rich brown, the color of mud. Luna had chosen the color that would remind her of her rightful place in the pack. Now you look like a true woman of the Black Moon pack. But there's still one more thing, Luna said, moving behind Mona and placing 2 small glass canisters in front of her. Pick one. What is that? Mona asked, her voice trembling. See for yourself, Luna hissed, her hands pressing into Mona's shoulders. Mona hesitantly picked the canister on the right. Good choice. Now open it. Luna's grip on her shoulders tightened as Mona opened the canister and gasped. Inside was a single amber-colored contact lens, matching the color of her right eye. From now on, you will wear this contact lens to cover that mismatched eye of yours. It gives me the creeps, Luna said, her voice dripping with disdain. Mona's heart sank and tears welled up in her eyes. She could feel the sting of humiliation. She looked at Jim and Troy in the mirror, both of whom appeared uncomfortable with what was happening. Don't you like my gift, darling? Luna said mockingly, squeezing her shoulders tighter. Mona tried to hold back her tears, but they fell anyway. Luna, I can help her put it on. I can teach her how to do it herself, Jim offered, his voice hesitant. Make it quick, Jim. We still have other appointments, Luna said dismissively as she walked out of the room, Bruce following behind her. Miss Mona, may I? Jim asked gently, picking up the contact lens. He carefully placed it in her left eye. It stung for a moment, but soon it felt like nothing was there. She looked in the mirror, but the reflection staring back at her felt like someone else. I'm sorry, Miss Mona. May I say something? Jim asked softly as he wiped away her tears. Mona nodded, her heart heavy. I believe you are naturally beautiful. Don't let Luna get to you. She's rough, but it only makes you shine brighter than her. Be strong. You are still who you are beneath these masks, he said, looking deeply into her eyes. Thank you, Mona whispered, her heart lifting a little. She had never expected Jim to be so kind. Go on now. Don't let her get to you, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Troy was waiting outside and together they walked out of the salon. By the way, nice meeting you, Mona. And you, Mr. Handsome, Jim called out, winking at Troy. Troy gave him a genuine smile before walking away. Now you look normal, Miranda commented as they returned to the car. Mona flinched at the word normal. Just because she didn't fit in with the pack, did that make her abnormal? She had always been made to feel different. Only her granny, Troy, and recently, her father had accepted her for who she was. Maybe she could add Jim to that list. They were heading to the pack house to meet with the high priest to schedule the wedding. Mona felt a flutter of nerves. She would finally get to see her father again. Everyone at the pack house bowed in respect when they saw Miranda. She was charismatic, yet intimidating, and no one dared meet her gaze. The high priest was a kind-looking older man named Raymond Sullivan. He had served the Black Moon Pack for 3 decades and was highly respected. Mona couldn't help but feel like he resembled the kind grandfather she never had. As the two adults discussed the wedding details, Mona anxiously waited for the final date to be set. 2 months from now, she had never been so nervous. Chapter 16. Luna, do we have any more appointments for today? Mona meekly asked Miranda right after the high priest dismissed them. Getting tired of my company already, Mona dear? Was Miranda's sweet reply. Yes. We still have 3 other appointments. To the clinic, the designer, and the wedding planner. The clinic? She asked warily. You heard me right, the clinic. To have you checked. Me? But I am in good health and I can see that. But I need to be sure that you don't have any hidden diseases in your body. And of course to check if your womb is healthy. You'll be carrying my son's children. I need to be sure that they will come out in this world healthy and normal. Better safe than sorry, she explained, emphasizing the word normal. We still have 20 minutes before Dr. Hans can accommodate us. So I want to see my husband first. Wait for me in the car. Miranda turned her back on them, yet Mona stopped her. Luna, can I just go by and see my father quickly? She's hesitant to ask for her permission. Whatever, was her only reply, and she trotted to her husband's office. Let's go, Troy. Let's find Dad, she exclaimed excitedly. Troy nods and smiles at her. Where is his office? Troy asked silently as they climbed up the stairs. The pack house is a massive 6-story brick building. Each floor has designated offices. The ground floor holds a huge hall for gatherings. It has elevators, but they prefer to use the stairs to avoid people coming in and out of the pack house. I don't visit him frequently because he doesn't like to see me before, as you already know. But my granny did. She oftentimes brings me with her whenever she is asked to come over and deliver things or papers my father had forgotten at home. I just stay out of sight so my dad won't see me, she said, smiling wistfully at her memory. I just hope that they have not change rooms. We are here, she announced breathlessly. They are on the top floor. The Alpha's floor. They are checking each door sign, hoping to find her father's office when they meet the Alpha, William Jones, and of course the Luna. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked surprised, as if he'd seen a ghost. Good morning, Alpha. Mona greets him first as she bows her head. Mona? He asked, surprised in his tone. Yes, Alpha. It is me, she said politely. The Alpha glanced at his wife, and the Luna just displayed a knowing look. I did it. Now she looks like a normal girl of the Black Moon Pack, she said proudly. Oh yes. But at first glance, I thought you were Claire. With your hair and eyes like that, I thought she came back to life. Good thing it's you, he said laughing. Yet his eyes expressed admiration. The Luna's face, on the other hand, looked dimmer as if she had swallowed a bitter pill. Let's go, William. Tristan is waiting. She nudged her husband to go. If you're looking for Bill, he's not in the office today. He sends word that he is sick. But don't worry, he just caught some nasty cold, William assured her. Still, Mona is worried. Thanks, Alpha, was the only word she said. She sighed sadly. Her hopes of seeing her father have faded. Do you want me to check on him, Mona? Troy kindly offered, touching her arm. She looked up at him and smiled. She is grateful to have one loyal friend like him. I'd appreciate that, Troy. Troy smiled back at her. He is 7 years older than her, and was a rogue before he was imprinted on her. Now he stands as her bodyguard, especially since Luna is a constant threat to her. He is strong and muscular, handsome in his way, and has a beautiful tan complexion. Troy exudes an aura of danger when angry and warmth on regular days. She likes Troy because he cares for her deeply, stands between her and anyone who wishes to harm her, and has been her most excellent comforter since Josephine's death. He is ruggedly handsome with a scar on his cheek that only adds to his appeal. His black hair is shiny and thick, and his dark eyes hold 1,000 secrets. His chest is hard like concrete, and Mona feels secure every time she is in his embrace. So she did embrace Troy. What is this for? He asked, looking abashed. Troy, the man of steel, was caught off guard. My advance thank you for checking out Dad, she said sweetly. All right, you don't have to do that, he said, pulling away laughing. He messed up the top of her head. You're such a kid, he said as he messed her hair even more. Mona laughed and let him mess up her hair. Tristan was in the hallway now, thinking about the loads of paperwork waiting on his table. Then he saw a very familiar figure. He's positive that it is Troy, hugging a girl who looks very familiar too. And when he pulled back, she looked at him with those happy eyes, and something within Tristan exploded. Tristan clenched his fist at what he saw. Mona, his fiancée, is flirting with her bodyguard. He doesn't feel good with that Troy guy hanging around Mona, and his instincts are always correct. Mona, on the other hand, seems to be enjoying his company. Seriously, what is going on between them? He feels that the hot, boiling sensation within him has risen. He would like to punch him in the face once and for all. A voice stops him. Tristan, your mother wants me to give you this. A sweet voice echoed in the hall. It was Liesel handing out a brown envelope to him. Once more his heart did a backflip. Liesel's effects on him are as strong as before. She could still make him go out of his senses. Suddenly, his anger was extinguished. Mona looked at them, and he made sure that she would see how he touched Liesel's hand. But it is undeniable that he still has overflowing feelings for Liesel. He wanted to curse her for what she did, but his heart had forgiven her already. He has almost killed Henry upon knowing his betrayal. He was his best friend, yet he never told him anything. He just let him fall for her too deeply before he learned about their relationship and vow, leaving him devastated. Thank you, Liz. Maybe you can help me sort some folders in the office, he replied huskily. Tristan, please, she whispered, pleading, primarily restraining her emotions. Their bond may be broken, but there are still remnants of emotions in her heart. Yes, you will help me, he finally said and took her hand in his. Liesel just followed. They walked towards Troy and Mona, and he smirked at her face. Once Tristan and Liesel passed by them, Mona and Troy just exchanged looks. You fine? Troy said, worry in his voice. Of course. Why shouldn't I? She shrugged. But deep inside, there is a little pinch in her heart. Troy looks at her in disbelief, his eyebrow rising. Trust me. I am more attached to you than to him. She laughed and led him to the elevator. Let's use the elevator now. The stairs are tiring. Troy just smiled at her. After the general checkup in the clinic, where Dr. Hans concluded that Mona was in excellent condition with a healthy womb, on top of that, Miranda looked grimmer. Maybe Luna is hoping that she may have health issues to raise her claim that she is not fit to be an Alpha's bride. Well, sorry, not sorry. Thanks to her granny's 18 years of tender, loving care, her health and body are perfect. They proceed to the designer to pick her wedding gown. According to the Black Moon tradition, the bride will wear a dress in midnight blue, as they believe it is the moon goddess color. As usual, Miranda picked the dress for her. Midnight blue trumpet gown made of satin and lisle. It hugs her body perfectly, heavily emphasizing it. It has a low back design, exposing her creamy skin. Ms. Joyce, the designer, never stops her compliments and admiration, mumbling how pretty Mona is. Ms. Joyce is pretty herself. She's like a supermodel, very tall, and she has slight similarities with Gigi Hadid. Her entire aura shouts elegance and sophistication. She's wearing a peach coat and slacks, a white silky inner and minimal jewelry. Her shoulder-length, straight, light brown hair is tied in a ponytail. She's wearing makeup that greatly accentuates her lovely cheekbones. Mona estimates her to be as old as Troy. She is now adjusting the zipper of her dress as she faces herself in the mirror. Mona still can't believe that the reflection in the mirror is her. She's her but isn't. She lost herself in deep thoughts until Miss Joyce spoke, her voice musical. You look like your mother. The similarities are uncanny, as if I am seeing her alive and well. You know my mom? She looked startled. Of course. Who would not know her? She is the most beautiful woman in the pack. She smiled as if reminiscing about a lovely memory. She and my mom are best friends. I was 4 years old when she was at this same spot, fitting a gown for her wedding. She was exquisite. My mom was her designer and is already running this shop. It was just a tiny shop before, but as you can see, we have expanded. I have not met my mom. Sadness in her voice. Now she could place where she'd seen the woman in the mirror who looked just like her, but wasn't. Her mom's huge portrait in her father's study. Her eyes swim with tears. I don't have any memory of her either. She died early after my birth. Yeah, that's very sad. My mom was devastated too. She was an amazing woman, both beautiful in heart and soul. I wish I met her, she whispered. You are already meeting her. Joyce gently squeezes her shoulder. Claire? A surprised and unbelieving voice speaks behind them. Both of them looked in the mirror and saw an elegant-looking woman in her 50s or so. Mom, Joyce exclaimed. I was just talking about you, and here you are. She said happily and hugged her mother. Mona faced them. She felt a little jealous, looking at them and seeing how sweet and lovely their bond was. Could they be like them too if her mother had lived? She smiled sadly. I thought I was seeing Claire back to life. I couldn't believe my eyes. Joyce's mom is teary-eyed. Mom, this is Mona Mayfield. She's your best friend Claire's daughter. Mona, this is my mom Joylyn Wilson. Hello dear. I am glad to see you. Mrs. Wilson hugged her and gave her wet kisses on both of her cheeks. She's crying, muttering how she misses Mona's mother. Mom, you're making Mona uncomfortable. Joyce speaks to her mother. She's our client. Oh sorry. I couldn't help myself. Pardon my rudeness. Mrs. Wilson replied in a low tone. It's okay, Mom. I understand, Mona said politely. Joylyn touched Mona's face and smiled sadly. Mona knows that she's seeing her mother in her. The last time I saw her was when she was fitting her wedding dress. She was so beautiful. Mrs. Wilson started, her fingers moving to the silky satin of her gown. Yes. I bet she was beautiful and was totally perfect for my father. Mona uttered silently. But it was not your father whom she'll marry though. Mrs. Wilson said in a hushed voice. Mona looked surprised. If her mother was not going to marry her father, then who? As if Mrs. Wilson were able to read her mind, she replied. She's about to marry William Jones, the alpha. Chapter 17. The Luna entered the room irritably. She let Mona twirl for her and gave her a very hesitant okay. Mona still has questions about her mother and her intriguing love affair with the alpha. But Luna's temper changes from nice to gruesome as soon as Mrs. Wilson mentions her mother's name, the resemblance, and how beautiful she is. She bid goodbye to the mother and daughter, who gave her a calling card, not a business one, with her personal contact number, home number, and home address. Mrs. Wilson invites her for tea whenever she's free. She put the calling card in her pocket and made a mental note to place it among her essential keepsakes. Luna, on the other hand, cancels the appointment with the wedding planner, saying she's done for the day. For Mona, that is a good thing. She's tired of her snide remarks, too. She immediately went to her room and lay there thinking about how she craved her mom's presence. How little she knew about her and her many what-ifs. She took the calling card in her pocket and stared at it for a long time. A knock wakes her from her reverie. Can I come in? It was Troy. She immediately stood up and ran to the door. How's Dad? Was her excited greeting. Getting better. But his cold is really nasty. He reported. Did he go to the clinic for a checkup? What about medicine? Is he eating well? These are Mona's tirade of questions and Troy backs off, giggling. He'll be fine, Mona. Your dad is strong. A cold won't take him down. Don't stress yourself too much. And when he's up and going, he promised to visit you. Troy said, reassuring her. Really? But I can stop myself from worrying. I'd still want you to check on him once in a while to make sure he's fine. She said stubbornly. Yes, I will. What's that? Pointing to the calling card in her hand. Mrs. Wilson's calling card. She's my mom's best friend, and she invited me for tea. She is very nice. I like her. She told him animatedly, including her meeting with the gorgeous designer Miss Joyce. Mona thinks that Joyce and Troy will be a perfect match. She laughs about it. What's funny? He asked, arching his brow. Nothing, she giggled as a child. Maybe she'll introduce him to Miss Joyce and see what will happen. She giggles even more. What is it? Troy asked, raising his voice a pitch higher. He doesn't like it when Mona is acting like that. She's surely making something in her head that undoubtedly includes him. Nothing, okay? I am just thinking of a long bubble bath, she said, still smiling sheepishly. Troy just rolled his eyes at her. How many times would he tell her that she's not a good liar? She immediately runs to her bathroom laughing. Troy left Mona's room and decided to take a walk. Mona forgot what time it was. I guess she enjoyed her time in the bath. She went out and covered herself with a bathrobe. Her hair dripping wet, she wrapped a towel around it. She immediately went to the walk-in closet, but shrugged and left, realizing those were not her clothes. Wait. What? She opened it again, and it was not her clothes. All that was there were branded dresses and apparel. Her sneakers were gone too, and were replaced with sandals in varying heel heights. She gaped. A maidservant was arranging her covers. She went to the girl and asked hysterically, "Where are my clothes?" She turned to the maidservant. The latter looked down guilty. The Luna ordered us to remove all your clothes and replace it with those. She politely replied, "What? But those are my belongings. Where is it?" She yelled, unbelieving that they violated her personal space. "She made us throw them, your clothes, Mississippi. We throw them as ordered by the Luna," she answered silently, fear hinted in her voice. Mona gaped, unbelieving, shaking her head briskly. The towel on her head fell. "This is what you will do. Bring back all my belongings. All of them. Right now." Her voice thunders across her room. The girl was startled. "Yes, miss." She hurriedly went out of the door. Mona slumped down on her bed, staring at the exposed walk-in closet and the clothes therein. She's exasperated. A moment later, Luna walked into her room. Well. I see you don't like my gifts." Miranda slowly uttered each word as she entered her room. "I was expecting a thank you for my efforts to make you look deserving, but you keep on restraining all of it. You are really very ungrateful," she said with gritted teeth. "But at least you should tell me. Those are my things, and some of them hold sentimental value. You cannot rip it away from me like that. I am not refusing all you want to give me, but it wouldn't hurt, I guess, to alert me first on what you will do." Mona was speaking fast, hurt and angry in every word. "I want to make it clear to you, Mona Mayfield. You will not tell me what to do. I will do what I want, and you will follow all of it. If I tell you to stay, you will stay. And if I tell you to jump, you will jump. Am I clear?" Luna's voice is thundering in her room, scaring her wits out. The Luna never fails to intimidate her with her dominance and presence. "I understand, Luna. But please, let me have my belongings. At least Troy can send them back home," she pleads, her eyes shut. "Making your bargain, she said sarcastically. "Mona, what's the problem?" Troy burst into her room. He looked grimly at Luna. "Well, you do as you wish. But I don't like to see you wearing your filthy rags again." She looked meanly at both of them before she left, slamming the door behind her. Miranda is pissed and pissed off with Mona. Even when the girl has not said anything or even if she's still, her presence angers her. Especially now that she is seeing what people see in her. It was a reckless move on her part to have Mona's hair dyed. She thought it would add pain to Mona, which she saw in the salon and pleased her, but now she wishes she had not had it done. She is seeing again the face of the woman she had hated since she became William's mate. The only woman who made her feel inferior. The woman who stole the affection of her mate. Claire died 18 years ago, yet she made it possible for the people who loved her to see her again through her daughter Mona. How dumb was she not to see their similarities, and a fool not to use her forethought. Now she had to swallow this pill she'd made. "I am alive and well, and you are dead. You cannot take away my man. I have your daughter. I will see to it that she will be miserable as long as I live," Miranda whispered in the ebbing night. Troy had not returned since he brought her things home. She selected a few of her favorite clothes and hid them well in case of an emergency. She has been wearing the clothes Luna had provided, and as much as she hates them, she can't do anything. She's always wearing dresses that are not longer than her knees and shoes that are not lower than 2 inches. Her feet have never got tired of wearing it. She had already taken various lessons, including etiquette, manners, makeup, and memorizing the Pat clans all over the land, etc. Mona swears her head would burst any time. The Luna is always there, observing, correcting, lecturing, and insulting her. Somehow, Mona is starting to be immune to her harsh words, just like she did every time her peers bullied her. Tomorrow, we will attend a meeting with the other Lunas from other packs. It is time that you will be introduced to them. It is a very important gathering because you will get to know all the women behind the powerful alphas from all over the land. She finally announced. Yes, Luna, was her only reply. Be proper and presentable. Show your manners. I am afraid of the stupid things you'll do in there. It is a gathering of women with class and thorough breeding. Behave yourself or else, you'll be excluded. My son won't like it if his bride causes troubles. The Luna reiterates, smirking every once in a while.
No, Luna.
I will act accordingly, she swore, looking straight into Luna's eyes. Good, Miranda responded before she left her in the study. They left the town early, and the congregation of Lunas will be held in one of the 5-star hotels in the city. The Luna made it a point to let her wear a glittering long dress in pale pink. She can't help but think she looks like a disco ball. Her straight hair was styled in waves that reminded her of mermaids, and glistening hairpins adorned her hair. The Luna looked sharp and intimidating, yet elegant as always. The hall was filled when they arrived. Lunas from other packs stood apart from each other as if sizing up who had the best outfit. Mona feels like the congregation is somehow a gathering of beauty queens. All were wearing classy and flashy clothes. Even the oldest Luna, whom she thinks to be in her 60s, made sure that she was still stunning. There are 20 Lunas in all, from the greatest to the lesser packs. The head of all packs is the Blue Moon pack, represented by Grand Luna Narcissa Holmes, the 60-year-old Luna, who is in her stunning black dress. Mona also observes that every pack has a distinct hair color, for instance the Golden Moon pack, where the Luna has shiny golden hair, Scarlet Moon pack Luna with her bright red hair, if she remembers right, Luna Miranda belongs in this pack too, the Gray Moon pack, ashen-colored hair, and their pack, the Black Moon with brown to black hair except her of course. She's got naturally platinum blonde hair whom the Luna dyed to mud brown. None of the packs present has the same natural hair color as hers, which makes Mona think that she is different. The gathering began. They were seated at a long table with ice sculptures as centerpieces in the shapes of wolves. Foods were served by course as the women gave updates from their packs. New Lunas and Lunas to be were introduced, and that includes her. Everyone seems to be pleasant and good-natured except Miranda, who is waiting for her to make mistakes. Somehow, she was able to meet them all and lucky enough make a few friends. I am pleased to meet you, Mona of the Black Moon pack. I hope that we can be of help to you when your time comes. Narcissa pleasantly said to her. Thank you, Grand Luna Narcissa. I am honored of your acceptance. Mona replied politely. Pardon me, but upon looking at you, you remind me of a very nice girl who was presented in this very venue long ago. Claire Thorne was her name. She looks exactly just like you. Narcissa said, smiling at her. Miranda's face dimmed. Maybe you mean my mother. She was Claire Thorne, and became Claire Mayfield when she married my father. Mona answered politely. Yes, and so I heard about her sad fate. She was sweet and a beautiful soul. Such a loss. Luna Narcissa added, glancing at Miranda once in a while. The other women who knew her mother also shared bits of stories and sane sentiments about her mother. It thrilled Mon when these women told stories about how lovely a woman her mother was. Now, her longing for the mother she had never met intensified. You know, she was even hailed as the Wolf Queen before. It was a beauty contest represented by chosen women from all packs during the carnival season. And there she was, winning the crown effortlessly, though I can say that she deserved it. She's got beauty, brains, and power. Her wolf was stunning as well. By the way, I just came second to her. The Golden Moon Luna, Jessica Mills, started her story. She's smiling and laughing at her memory. The other women laughed too. Someone cleared her throat. Well, my dear Lunas, maybe we can let the dead rest, should we? We still have lots of issues to discuss. Miranda spoke. There was a sudden silence, and the clamor began once more. Miranda is unhappy with the event. She was hoping to put Mona in the dirt in front of those women, but the heck of them made her a fool. Scrubbing salt in her scars, relieving stories about her, and pleasing that girl of an idiot Mona. Miranda's bitter resentment toward Claire Thorne Mayfield grows bigger. Now she's gritting her teeth in anger and bitterness toward the girl in front of her who bears Claire's face. You seemed pleased. Miranda spoke sarcastically. They are now in the car, going back to their pack. Yes, Luna. I never heard much about my mother. I never thought they knew her. It was fun knowing that my mom was quite popular during her days. Also, I learned so much from them. I'm glad you brought me to the gathering. Thank you, Luna. Mona answered gratefully. Miranda, on the other hand, just clenched her fists. Chapter 18. Mona has been improving in all her lessons. Somehow, she has adjusted to the daily tasks given by Luna, and being immune to her insults helps her the most. The preparations for the wedding are in process, with only 2 weeks before the day. Still, Mona has thoughts about whether she'll make a fine wife or not. Perhaps she doesn't feel like marrying yet. At the same time, she is afraid to taint her father's reputation and be removed from the pack. Mona didn't have fabulous choices either, so she had to do her best. Talia, her wolf, has not surfaced since the rogues attacked. She's wondering what has happened to her. She can't take her wolf form too, no matter how hard she tries. She hadn't spoken to her since Tristan chose her as his bride. Has she turned dormant? If that is so, it will be a big trouble. Especially if Luna learns about it, surely she'll do anything to disclaim her. The Luna arranged a meeting with the women's circle. A Luna must have a council of her own. It is composed of 5 very eligible ladies from the pack. She can include her lady friends if she has, but in her case, the Luna handpicked ladies of her choice. To her disgust, Paula and Myrtle, her avid bullies, were members of the circle. Liesl James has a seat too, which of course is making her so uncomfortable. A wealthy and sophisticated yet bratty girl named Daniela Rodriguez and, to her relief, Joyce Wilson, the only girl she can trust among others. Paula, Myrtle and Daniela Shore are conniving with the Luna to carry out her plans to destroy and give her more suffering. Just great. Get it on, baby. She arrived in the hall, and the ladies were all seated at the long table. The circle's purpose is to give counsel, reports, and updates and carry out Luna's plans and projects for the pack. Also, as women, they will serve as the ambassadors and, at the same time, the backbone of the pack, to support and help in the Alpha's decisions and visions. Above all, to maintain the balance in the pack. They will be Luna's ally, advisor, and friend in times of trouble. Mona laughs at the idea that Paula and Myrtle will be her friends. The way they look at her is enough to swallow her whole. Good morning, ladies. I called you today to announce that starting today, you are officially a member of the Luna's Circle. Miranda announced to the girls, a maidservant distributing booklets to the ladies. Read the booklet. Written therein are your roles and duties to your Luna and your pack. You must oblige to all of your Luna's commands and help her. This time, you are more than just council members but sisters. Paula smirked at the Luna's last words. You are expected to be trustworthy, honest and loyal to your Luna. Anyone who will betray her trust means exclusion from the pack. Miranda continued. Now ladies, swear your loyalty to your Luna. The ladies placed their hands on their chests and all at once pronounced their loyalty creed. Thank you, ladies. In a few weeks, Mona here will become the new Luna of the Black Moon Pack. You must treat her with respect and speak with her in all honesty and fairness. Mona heard Miranda's words right, but they seemed to be oozing with sarcasm. Her ears hurt. After that, she left them to have time for themselves. I am glad that I am part of your council, Miss Mona. I promise you can count on me. Joyce assured her that the 3 other girls just smirked. Yeah, whatever. Daniela said prickly. She looks like a Mexican actress with her olive skin and curly black hair. She's wearing very red lipstick and false eyelashes. She finds herself pretty even without the makeup, but her attitude problem is overpowering her entire physique. I need to go. I still have a date, she said uninterestingly. And for you future Luna, good luck. And off she glided out the door. Myrtle and Paula laugh heartily. I just want to make it clear to you, Mona. Maybe young Master Tristan chose you as his bride and Luna, but you will remain as the freak of the pack. Don't feel so high and mighty of yourself. It was Paula in her bitchy tone. How dare you? You swore a moment ago to serve the Luna with respect and protect her with all your life. How dare you say those words to her? Joyce stood up, looking angry at Paula and Myrtle. I did swore, but it so happened that I am not referring to her as my Luna. Only Luna Miranda is the Luna I will bow my head with. Paula hissed, come on, Joyce. Don't be a prick. You should choose your friends wisely, you know. Paula's family is rich and powerful, and we love your designs and clothes. We don't want it closed, don't we? Myrtle chimed in. Are you threatening me? Joyce suddenly looked fierce. Oh no. No, Miss Joyce. I am not. I am just reminding. Myrtle added sweetly. And we also have here the ever-charming Liesl James. How does it feel like to be the woman torn between two lovers? She turned to Liesl, and the other girl tensed up. Luna Miranda, as I may say, is very wise indeed in choosing the Luna Circle. I say you will be challenged during your term. Paula remarked snidely to Mona. She tapped the table and stood, moving closer to both Paula and Myrtle. She is done with their attitudes. She won't let them disrespect her again. She smirked at them as she said her words slowly, letting them feel the weight of her every word. Guess what? You may be rich, powerful, beautiful, but it will stop there. I will be Luna, and you will be nothing but my subjects. The Luna's word still has more power than your mere existence, so know your place. Don't dare threaten me again nor humiliate me, or else your pretty heads will be such a waste. Mona speaks fiercely to Myrtle and Paula, intimidating them. She never had that courage before, and the feeling was exhilarating. Paula and Myrtle backed down, frightened by Mona's newfound fire. Understood. Yes, Miss Mona. They said, retreating, Paula in her defiant face. Somehow, she finally gave Paula the notion not to take her easily. Good. To that, I have no business to both of you. Leave, she said harshly. The two ladies hurriedly went out of the hall. Serves them right. Liesl chirped. I never liked Paula and Myrtle too. They were brats and so entitled. She gave Liesl a warm smile. Maybe she can get along with her. Mona couldn't believe that she had done what she had just done. Joyce tapped her shoulders, reassuring that she did a very fine job shutting Paula and Myrtle. By the way, I have to go. I still have lots of clients today. Call me if you need anything. Joyce told Mona as she hurriedly went out the door. She was waving goodbye at the door when Troy came in. The two almost collide if only Troy is not agile enough to step away from Joyce. Well, there was an instant connection between the two, making Mona's inner self rejoice. Joyce went out flushed. You need anything, Troy? Mona inquired. Troy was still looking for the woman who had just left. He saw Mona's mischievous smile playing on her lips. He cleared his throat. Nothing. I was just checking, he formally said, avoiding Mona's eyes. He can see her teasing look, and she won't stop bugging him after this. Louise, you never told me that you will be here. Tristan spoke from behind. Liesl tensed up again. Mona looked at the two old lovers. Come, Troy. I need to tell you something. Goodbye, Liesl. See you around, she said cheerfully to Liesl. Then she grabbed Troy away from the room, leaving Tristan and Liesl behind. The latter went out of the room and started going to the driveway. She hushed Troy and followed them there. Liesl, are you avoiding me? Tristan asked, almost pleading. Liesl shrugs her shoulders. Tell me, Lois. Tristan, please. Stop it, okay? I don't want trouble. I'm happy now, Liesl said firmly. Are you? Tristan retorted. Why does it feel like you're not? Pull yourself together, Tristan. You are about to be married in 2 weeks and you're not being reasonable. She hushed him irritably. This is just the remnants of the bond. Don't confuse it with your emotions. We are done, she said with conviction. It will be unfair to Mona if you keep on looking out for another woman. Please, Tristan. I don't want to be trapped in our broken bond. I am doing all I can to fight it. I hope you do the same. Liesl speaks in his face. Tristan clenched his fists, unwilling to accept her words. Mona? Is that you? Another voice speaks up. Mona looked up at the source of the voice. Hi. What are you two doing here? It was Henry. Upon seeing Henry's eyes, something within Mona moved, and her heart suddenly welled with affection and longing and pain. She can't understand what she's feeling, to be honest. Her heart seemed to beat slowly. Troy grabbed her arm as he faced Henry, wary and alarmed. Tristan and Liesl looked their way. Of course, they just spoiled their moment. Tristan looked at Henry angrily, and his anger doubled upon seeing how he looked at Mona. His jaw tightened and his face darkened. Henry had not seen Mona after Tristan's party. A part of his heart was wallowing because of breaking his bond with Mona. Somehow he regretted it. She made his heartbeat stop that night and swore he was an idiot. Looking at her now, she is even more beautiful with his dark hair and amber eyes. He saw her lately in town looking good and fine, and he thought he'd be fine too. But he was wrong. Emotion started to stir within him. He is also pissed with this Troy guy who never leaves Mona's side. Pissed and jealous at the same time. And there was Tristan with a furious look on his face. Is he mad because he is looking at Mona or because Liesl chose him? But Mona's pull is much stronger. He can't take his eyes off her. Leave her alone, Troy said with a threatening look. Mona seemed to wake from her trance. Stop, Troy. Let's go. She grabbed his arm and turned away from them. He can feel the chilly aura surrounding the three men. The least she wanted was for Troy to fight with them. She wants Henry, that's for sure. But she won't let the remnants of the bond overpower her. She left Henry with difficulty. She felt her heart crushing. She thought she was over him. She thought she had forgotten about him since that unfateful night. But it actually never went away. I would like to punch him in the face for once, Mona. Troy broke her silence. They are in the hallway now, away from them. Don't do that. I don't want you getting hurt over useless reasons. She said to him. As she fell out of balance, Troy caught her. The encounter has taken its toll on her. She shut her eyes and calmed herself. You okay? Troy asked worriedly. Yes. No. I am just. Let me just stay this way. She is at a loss for words. She leaned to Troy's chest as she gave herself a silent cry. A cry she doesn't know the reason for. Maybe her heart wants to cry? She gave in. Tristan is furious. But Liesl stopped him from doing something stupid. They left before he could even say a word. He went back to the manor and saw Mona as she tripped, and Troy caught her. His jaw tightened, and he clenched his fist. How dare he touch his bride? He was moving closer to them, but he stopped in his tracks when he heard her little sobs. Somehow pain struck him. He forgot that Henry had rejected her for Liesl, and she must feel it too, the remnants of a broken bond. In fact, they are in the same boat, still hurt whenever the person who rejected them shows up, getting irrational in their presence. How long will it be until he can fight it off? How long will she be able to bear the pain? Suddenly, Tristan felt silly and helpless. Why did he blurt out her name during the party? Why was she so beautiful that night in the first place, making him forget his pain from the rejection, capturing his attention all night? Also, why is he acting like an idiot, adding to her misery? And why on earth does he feel jealous of Troy as he leisurely touches her hair, and she cries on his shoulders? Above all, Tristan can't fathom why he feels sad seeing Mona in tears. He touched his chest and felt his heart beating out of rhythm. Chapter 19. The following days were filled with their tiring appearances in public. Tristan and Mona went to places together, meeting important people, establishing themselves as a couple, and officially accepting one another as soon-to-be husband and wife. If they were ordinary people who happened to be in love with each other, or, for a more fitting description, that they are together through the mate bond, they could have been enjoying these moments and appearances together. Since they are neither from the options given nor friends for starters, they seem to be walking on eggshells. Uncomfortable, unfamiliar, unreal. These are Mona's feelings right now. After meeting the Alpha's council, she had had enough. The suffocating attention given to them, their fake affection for each other to please these people, her confused heartbeats in his nearness. Mona sighed. Tristan is feeling odd as well. His heart is beating wildly, and he is trying his hardest to be calm and firm. They had just finished meeting his council, and he thought he looked dumb and pretentious. Yes, Mona is a very fitting pair for him. The commission likes her wit too, but there is no denying that love is absent, and pretending has become the name of the game. He can feel it too. Mona is uncomfortable with him. Thank goodness the meeting is over. They are now in the car going back to the manor. He's driving and she is looking out the window. Silence has never been this loud before. Glancing at her, he can't help but admire her simplicity. She suddenly looked at him, and Tristan thought he had swallowed his tongue the moment their eyes made contact. He returned his gaze to the road. I know a place just beyond that woods. It's pretty. Would you like to see it? Breathe some fresh air like that? Tristan blurted out of the blue. He scolds himself for it. Is it really nice? Mona replied, her voice tired. Why don't you see for yourself so you could be the better judge? He smiled, losing his tense nerves. Okay, was her only reply. Tristan parked the car beside the road, and they hopped out of it. They walked down the path to the woods, feeling the breeze on their skin. This is what Mona needs. A little walk in the woods. It seems forever since she last took a walk in the woods, and it feels great. Her tension is starting to disappear. Her eyes are now combing through the trees and vegetation. She missed this. She stopped in her tracks and spread her arms, closed her eyes and inhaled the scent of the woods. Tristan smiled, looking at her, appreciating the view in front of him. Mona is wearing a powder blue sundress just below her knees. She tops her dress with a blazer for a more conventional look, her straight hair flowing freely down her back, along with the look in her eyes and the straightforward way she smiles. His heart flutters in a beautiful way. He remembered the 8-year-old Mona during the camp, pretending to have a stomach ache after her teammates bullied her, running to the woods and stopping by the majestic falls. He was there when she was silently sketching on her sketch pad, happy and contented where she was, away from the boys and girls who do nothing but make fun of her. Right then, his young self had known that he would like to protect her no matter what happened. Tristan? Are you okay? Mona woke him from his thoughts. He had not noticed. He'd been staring at her for a while. This way. He leads the way. I used to go here when I want to be alone. When I need some me time. Wait. This means this is your personal place. Are you sure you want to show it to me? Mona asked, hesitating to step some more. Yeah. Positive, he smiled at her. You will appreciate it more than I do. Come, he held his hand to her and Mona reached for it. The moment her hand touched his, Tristan knew he needed to uphold the promise he made himself 10 years ago, behind the tree while looking at the 8-year-old Mona, who was happily sketching on her pad, that he, Tristan Jones, would protect her with all his life. And evident as well was a little unknown emotion that had started to bloom in the corner of his heart. They reached the clearing, and it was indeed beautiful. The clearing looks like a sea of flowers. The wind blows mildly with a relaxing and sweet fragrance. Butterflies are everywhere, and birds in the trees are singing in harmony. It makes their senses at work. Tristan knew she'd love it, and he was satisfied seeing the look on her face. Mona stares at the clearing for a long time, taking it all in. So beautiful, she whispered. Her heart was welling with so much joy. She remembered her granny and her love for flowers, the flower garden back in her home, her quiet time in the falls, everything. She had not noticed she already had tears on her face. It's beautiful here, she exclaimed, smiling and wiping her tears at the same time. Tristan gathered a bunch of flowers and moved closer to Mona. Everything seemed to stay still. Even the birds stopped singing, and the wind stopped blowing. Tristan is moving to her slowly, flowers in his hand, a beautiful smile on his face, and her heart singing a song she had never heard before. For you. She heard him, his voice deep, and he was very close. She accepted the flowers and took a whiff of them. They smelled so sweet. As she looked up, she saw his eyes full of words he couldn't say and passion he never thought he had. Mona closed her eyes, and the last thing she knew, Tristan's warm lips were on hers. The kiss was sweet and serene. His hand on his waist was light and warm. As he kissed her deeper, she clung to his neck, taking everything all in. The rush of beautiful emotions was raining on both of them. He leaned on her forehead, still with his eyes closed, not wanting the magical moment to end, listening to the music of their heartbeats, humming the same rhythm. Mona! What a surprise! We have been talking about you and here you are. Mrs. Joey Lynn Wilson greets her cheerfully, encasing her in a warm hug. Come, come. Mrs. Wilson invited her into her home. She had been meaning to visit her, but because of her busy schedule, she wasn't able to make it until today. Tristan dropped her off at the Wilsons' home after they went to the clearing. What happened there was magical, and she could feel her face blushing. How are you, dear? I understand that you are very busy. Thanks goodness that you were able to squeeze me in your busy schedule. she said, leading her to the sitting room. She asked her maid to bring them tea and brownies. We're not so busy today, so I thought I'll visit you now. Great. Just great. How did you find our house? I hope the neighborhood did not confuse you, Mrs. Wilson said as she laughed. Not really. Actually, Tristan drive me here. He knows the neighborhood too well. Mona answered. Oh yes. Such a sweet kid. She commented. Upon mentioning him, her face blushed again. Thankfully, the other woman did not notice. I am glad that you will be marrying Tristan. I knew him well. He is kind and gentle and caring and responsible. Well, he will be a fine husband for you. Just like his father. She smiled while holding both her hands. You mentioned before that my mom was engaged to the Alpha before. How did it happen? She said, her curiosity getting the best of her. Well, it happened a long time ago. You see, we were childhood friends, the three of us. William, Claire and I. We grew up in this very same neighborhood, playing all day under the sun, attending the same school, and playing some more. Mrs. Wilson started as she went to the nearby bookshelf and took a dusty photo album. She handed it to her. She started leafing through the pages of the album and seemed to be taken back in time. William's parents were very kind and loving. They've given him the freedom to play among us, common pack kids. Mona looked through the photo album and saw photos of their younger selves. Her mom was pretty at her age, always wearing a bright smile, and her eyes were always full of happiness. She looks very carefree. Young Mrs. Wilson was a shy type. She looked timid in almost all of her photos. The young Alpha looks mischievous and playful. He can see young Tristan in him. They seem to have a happy childhood, very far from hers. Everyone knew they were an item. A lovely couple they will be. They represented the essence of the Black Moon Pack. Beauty and strength. Grace and power. Wisdom and mercy. Mrs. Wilson said dreamily. But those days were unlike today where rules were followed strictly. And loving outside the mate bond was prohibited. Whoever the person fated to you by the moon goddess will be the one and no one can defy it. At 16 their mates have not yet appeared, whereas we all have found our rightful mates. We thought that the moon goddess was finally giving them a chance to be together. I was very happy for them as their friend. Of course, she smiled wearily. Mona just listened silently. At 20, their mates have not shown up yet. And so, they decided to take their relationship to the next level. William proposed to Claire, and she accepted. All the preparations were made, and I even designed and made her wedding gown in my very own shop. I can see Claire's beaming face. She was divine. Mrs. Wilson is so immersed in her story that she seems to be transported back in time. Right there I knew they were made for each other. But I was wrong. 2 weeks before the wedding, the old Alpha and William went to the Scarlet Moon Pack to pay their respect at the funeral of the late Alpha Luke, the Alpha of the said pack. And there he met Miranda, his mate. The mate is chosen by the moon goddess for him, she retold sadly. William and Claire's wedding was off. He returned with a new bride. Claire was devastated, but she knew this would happen one day. You must understand that the mate bond must be followed. Prior arrangements and relationships must be ended, erased and forgotten. Her tone was even sadder. What happened to my mom after? She inquired, looking at the old woman's face. She was a remarkable woman. She accepted it without any hesitation. You see, both of them were so in love with each other, yet they have no power against the mate bond. They accepted their fate wholeheartedly. But I know they both reserved each other special places in their hearts. She smiled wistfully. And my father? How did he met my father? Mona asked again. Bill is William's best friend. But he was studying in Europe at that time, which is why Claire and he had never met. Bill only went home for his wedding. He was William's best man. I know the recent changes still hurt Claire. Yet everyone was expected at the wedding. No one should miss it. And there your father and mother met. He was a good man, your father. Claire learned to love him in no time. Especially the power of the mate bond overwhelming them. And they lived happily together. Mona was somehow happy about the turn of events and glad that her mom was able to love her again despite their devastating breakup. I never thought that my mom has almost became the Luna of the pack. That was really unexpected. I really have a lot to know about my mom, Mona said quietly. You don't have to be sad about it, Mona. Surely your mom has been with you all through your life. She has never actually left you. She stays in your heart. Mrs. Wilson hugged her, gently tapping her back. I know. She hugged her back. Mrs. Wilson wiped the mist in her glasses with a handkerchief. She remained silent for a while, as if lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Mrs. Wilson? She asked the woman as she sipped her tea. Mrs. Wilson only left her with an enigmatic remark. I was thinking that some great love never really dies. It lives and keeps you alive. It even transcends through time. Remember that. Mona was confused by it, although she just gave Mrs. Wilson a nod of contentment as she bid her goodbye. Chapter 20. Mona. Hello. William greeted Mona as he walked through the garden. He was leisurely smoking his pipe, enjoying a day off under the warm sun and surrounded by the lush blooms. Mona, sitting at one of the decorative tables and tending to a pot of roses, smiled radiantly at him and lowered her head respectfully. In a few days she would officially become his daughter. He smiled contentedly. I never knew you had such a green thumb, William praised her. Mona lowered her head shyly. Granny taught me most about gardening, and I happen to enjoy it. My gran has a super green thumb, that's for sure. She replied, continuing her work with the roses. William laughed lightly. Mona could have been his daughter if fate had been kinder, or if he hadn't been a coward all those years ago. For 22 years, William had too many what-ifs to count. Bruce, Miranda called out, her voice cold. Her assistant immediately turned to her. Yes, Luna? Bruce responded promptly. He had been Miranda's assistant since she was a young woman, and she had taken him with her when William had removed her from her family to become his mate. Miranda never felt at home, even after everything she had gained. But Bruce had always provided a sense of security. Miranda had been the first child of Alpha Luke Redwood of the Scarlet Moon Pack, meant to inherit her pack, but because she was a girl, she was never meant to lead. Then when her brother Mikhail was born, everything shifted. Her parents had disregarded her, focusing all their attention on Mikhail. Miranda felt unloved and neglected, and her whole life had been spent waiting for her mate, believing he was the only one who could offer her the love she so desperately longed for. When William had come into her life, it had been at her father's funeral. They were both grieving, and their paths crossed during the ceremony. William, future alpha of the Black Moon Pack, had been everything she had prayed for. But as time passed, she could feel that William was indifferent toward her. She wasn't the woman he had wanted. Instead, William still held love for another woman, Claire. The heartbreak had eaten at her, and Miranda could never get over the jealousy and bitterness that festered within her. I saw him in the garden a while ago smoking his pipe, Bruce reported. Miranda's hand tightened, her patience wearing thin. She walked briskly toward the garden, and there she saw him, William, laughing with Mona. Her teeth clenched as she swallowed the rising anger. Your mother was a fine woman, you know, William started, puffing smoke from his pipe. And so I heard. I think she was a very likable person too, Mona added with a gentle smile. William's smile faltered as a deep sadness crossed his face. Yes, she was. She was like a warm sunshine on a cold day, a ray of hope in the middle of a dreary time. He sighed, his eyes lost in the past. Mona looked at him intrigued. Pardon me, Alpha, but I also heard that you and my mother were involved romantically? She asked quietly, her voice soft yet curious. William burst out laughing, a sound that seemed youthful and carefree. Who told you that? He said with a grin. Mrs. Wilson told me when I visited her last time. Ah, yes. Joey, your mother's best friend. We were childhood buddies, always together. And yes, what she said was true, William replied, settling back down with a nostalgic smile. So, it's true that you almost married my mother? Mona couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with awe. She had never expected this revelation. William nodded, still grinning. Yes, it's true. We loved each other, but fate had other plans for us. I thought we would end up together, but it wasn't meant to be, he said softly, as if confessing a long-buried truth. I want you to know that we ended it with mutual understanding. We both had our responsibilities, and after that we remained friends. Mona couldn't believe it. I'm glad you were able to work things out, she murmured. Yes, we were both aware of the risks, but we were young and stubborn, so we followed our hearts. Still, I can honestly say those were some of the best times of my life, he said proudly. But you know, William's tone shifted. It grew quieter, filled with a mix of sadness and longing. Some loves never die. Claire will always have a place in my heart, and there she will stay, he said softly, tapping his chest where his heart lay. Mona was struck by his words. It seemed Mrs. Wilson had been right. Her mother was the Alpha's one great love. She blinked in disbelief, staring at him as the reality sank in. Yes, William nodded, his eyes soft. She is my one great love, and I'm thankful it was her. With that, he smiled gently, standing up and walking away, leaving Mona to ponder his words. Miranda, hidden nearby, had heard everything. Her face twisted with anger and jealousy. William had never truly forgotten Claire. How could he? She had given him all her love, served him with her heart, and yet Claire had claimed what should have been hers. How many times had Miranda cried bitter, jealous tears? How many times had she sacrificed herself, believing that her mate would love her in return? She fought back her tears. This had to end. It was time to stop. Later, Mona, still feeling the weight of the conversation, hummed a tune as she walked back to her room. Her talk with the Alpha had lifted her spirits. He still loved her mother deeply, and that gave Mona hope. She reached her door and was about to open it when a strong hand gripped her arm and yanked her harshly. Panic surged through her as she was dragged away. What's wrong, Mr. Bruce? What is it? Mona demanded, struggling against his grip. But Bruce said nothing as he dragged her through the corridors, his face dark with anger. He threw her into a dark, damp basement room and locked the door behind her. Mona banged against the wood, her heart pounding as she screamed for help. Let me out! Troy! Tristan! Please! She cried desperately, but no one answered. She closed her eyes, trying to focus, calling out to her wolf. Talia! Talia, please help me, she thought, willing her wolf to answer. But there was no response. No voice. No presence. Mona's heart sank as the silence consumed her. She slumped to the floor, feeling hopeless. Just then, a faint creak of the door opening sounded, and Mona looked up. A torch illuminated the darkness, and she saw Miranda step inside, her gaze cold as ice. Luna, please. Help me. Mona cried, reaching out to her. But before she could react, a loud slap echoed through the room. Mona's head snapped to the side as pain exploded on her cheek. Blood trickled from her nose, and her body hit the floor in shock. What have I done to you? Mona gasped, struggling to get up. You are a curse. You must not live. Miranda screamed, her eyes filled with wild rage. She began attacking Mona, slapping, scratching, and kicking her with fury. Stop, Luna. Please stop. Mona screamed, unable to defend herself. The Luna's words cut through her like daggers, filled with hate and resentment. I hate your mother. And I hate you too. Miranda shouted, pulling Mona's hair and yanking her to the ground. Bruce stood by, silent, offering Mona no help. He handed Miranda a pair of scissors, and Miranda started cutting Mona's hair, each snip a painful reminder of how much the Luna hated her. Mona struggled, but she couldn't fight back. Her wolf was silent, and she was utterly alone. Finally, with one last cry, Mona managed to push Miranda off her. Her claws, sharp and deadly, had come out without her realizing it. Blood dripped from Miranda's chest, and both women stared at each other in shock. What have I done? Mona whispered, her voice filled with regret and disbelief. Miranda, however, was too consumed with rage to care. With a growl, she and Bruce shifted into their wolf forms, ready to finish what they had started. Mona was their prey, and this time they would make sure she wouldn't escape. Chapter 21. A long time ago, the moon goddess got tired of staying in her moon castle in the skies, guarding the world at night. So she decided to come down to the earth in the form of a maiden, together with her spirit animal, the wolf. The moon maiden lived in the realm of the mortal men contentedly and happily. Not long after, a valiant man pursued the maiden, and she fell in love with him. She gave him bounties imaginable and the purest of all love. The maiden and the man were happy. But not for long. The mortal man, as human nature, frail and easily corrupted, turned greedy and uncontented upon knowing that his lady was not an ordinary woman. He asked for more wealth, demanded power, and sought immortality. The maiden refused his demands, and with his dagger, he plunged it down to the maiden's heart. The maiden died, and her spirit animal howled to the moon. The moon goddess resurrected herself from the maiden's body, and was furious at her lover's betrayal. She commanded her wolf to attack her man. The wolf complied and bit the man, and with the moon goddess's curse, the man would turn into a beast every time the moon rose at its peak. Henceforth and forevermore, he became the very first werewolf. The moon goddess ascended to her castle in the skies and returned to guard the night skies. Upon her return, the sun god seized the opportunity as he proclaimed his love for the moon goddess, emphasizing that a mortal was never fitting to the likes of them. The moon goddess agreed, and they got married and took their dominion in the skies. But the moon goddess' heart remained on the earth. Amidst the betrayal, she still longed for the mortal man, who was now a beast. She will always look down on earth to see him, and every day she will see demise, savagery, and death from the werewolves. They killed each other as they claimed territories, brutally slayed the innocent, and turned as many mortal beings into their kind. One night when the moon was asleep, the man whom the goddess loved prayed fervently to her, begging for forgiveness. The life of the beast was a torture to him. He wanted to die but could not, for with the beast came longevity. The moon goddess, having the kindest heart and the purest love in all beings, with the remaining love in her heart, once more pitied the man. She sent him a gift, the moonstone. The moonstone will keep their kind tamed. This will give them the power to shift into their werewolf form even when the moon is out. The moonstone gave them the power to control the wolves within them, and let their human mind prevail, even if they were in their wolf form. The moonstone purified their hearts and unleashed the evil within them. From then on, the werewolves were tamed and worshipped the moon goddess for her mercy and love for them. The moonstone was kept in an ancient willow tree deep in the moon forest. It stayed on earth to keep the werewolves tamed and in control of themselves. Until today, the wolf howls to the moon to send his song of thanks, love, and regret, hoping it will reach the moon goddess above. Then the earth was once again at peace. Now the sun god was very jealous of the werewolves, and he sent his spirit animal the fox to ravage the earth and have them all killed. The moon goddess stopped the sun from carrying out his plans in return for her promise to give him a son. Later, the goddess gave birth to a celestial child, their son. He grew up into a fine young man in their castle in the sky. Every once in a while he will sneak down to earth and play his tricks among the mortals and the werewolves. Soon enough, he fell in love with the most beautiful maiden on earth, a werewolf she was. Upon learning this, the sun god threw him to the earth and stripped all of his son's powers. The moon goddess was once again heartbroken for the loss of her child. Down on earth, the maiden and the celestial man got married, and they gave birth to a lovely girl. The girl grew up to be a beautiful maiden, but within her, the essence of the moon and the sun was contained. The celestial beast, the fiercest and strongest beast among others, a nine-tailed fox. The girl soon came of age and her beast awakened. She wasn't able to control it. It ravaged her pack, killing everyone, including her parents. Its power was beyond measure and devastating. The world became grim and dark. The moon goddess came down to the earth to destroy the beast once and for all, using the moonstone and her powers. The moon goddess almost died battling with the beast, if only her husband, the sun god, had not helped her. Together, the celestial beast was overpowered and destroyed. And that was the last time the moon goddess set foot on earth. Some said she had exhausted her powers. Others said the sun god imprisoned her to stop her from looking down on earth, and some said she wasted away pining for the loss of her son. However, it was also believed that the celestial beast would come into power once more as long as the celestial child's bloodline was alive. As long as the descendants of the moon and the sun roam the earth, they will live. Tristan closed the old dusty book, The Tale of the Moon. He didn't know how he came across this old book in their study. He was looking for something else, yet he found this. He stood up and thought about the old tale. Since childhood, This folktale was told to them as a bedtime story to scare children to sleep. But for Tristan, he understood it more deeply now. Whether accurate or not, he knows that he must be ready. They must be prepared in case the celestial beast returns. And on this night, the celestial beast came back to life. Chapter 22. Mona felt the blood drip down her body, a mix of her own blood, sweat, and the stinging tears that had already fallen. Her vision blurred as the dark figures of Miranda and Bruce circled around her. The world was spinning, her body bruised and battered from the relentless assault. Every inch of her felt like it was on fire. She lay crumpled on the floor, gasping for breath, her muscles aching. The pain was almost unbearable. Her wolf, Talia, remained silent, adding to the suffocating feeling of abandonment. Has Talia forsaken me? She thought, her heart heavy with hatred and helplessness. She had begged her wolf for help, but there was no response. She had no strength left to fight back, and the cruel blows from Miranda only made her feel smaller. The Luna's hatred was palpable, the way she laughed maniacally as she rained down violence. Mona had given up. She closed her eyes, wishing for the sweet release of death, longing for the moon goddess to take her away from this nightmare. Elsewhere, Tristan stood on the veranda, the cool night air sweeping across his face. The moon hung above him, casting a gentle glow over the landscape. Tomorrow he would be married. But tonight, all he could think about was Mona. Their kiss in the clearing had sparked something inside him, a rush of emotions he couldn't quite explain. It was too soon to call it love, but it felt like something deeper than just obligation. He wondered if it was fair to both of them to rush into a marriage when both of them still carried the weight of past feelings. He sighed deeply, conflicted and unsure of the path ahead. Sleep trouble, eh? His father, the Alpha, interrupted his thoughts. William was standing behind him, puffing on his pipe as he approached his son. Or pre-wedding blues? William teased, his hand resting lightly on Tristan's shoulder. No, Dad. I'm just thinking, Tristan replied quietly. About what? William asked, still puffing smoke from his pipe. About things, Tristan said, his voice trailing off as he gripped the railing. Having second thoughts? William joked. No, not exactly. I guess maybe I rushed into this marriage. Maybe I should have sorted my feelings first before dragging someone else into my mess. It feels unfair to her, Tristan admitted, his words heavy with uncertainty. William exhaled a plume of smoke, considering his son's words carefully. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's right. But who knows? We don't really know anything for sure. All I know is that love doesn't follow a rulebook. If it's real, everything will fall into place on its own. Tristan turned to look at his father, his brow furrowed. Have you ever loved someone before? Aside from Mom? He hesitated but asked anyway, curiosity getting the better of him. William's eyes softened. He gripped the railing tightly before answering. Yes, there was someone before your mother. She was the one I thought I would spend my life with. We almost got married. Tristan's eyes widened in surprise. What happened? I found my mate, William said with a sigh, his voice tinged with sadness. Your mother. And she found me. We both married the ones we were destined to be with, and that was that. Did you forget about her? Tristan asked, his curiosity piqued. To be honest, forgetting her was like walking through fire. It was painful. It hurt like hell, but I had to fulfill my responsibilities to your mother. I'm not proud of it, but I did what I had to do. Your mom gave me everything, but I could never give her all of myself. A piece of my heart will always belong to her, William said quietly, a faraway look in his eyes. Tristan was taken aback. He understood his mother's strange behavior now, the possessiveness, the bitterness. His father had never truly gotten over the woman he lost, and that void had never been filled. I don't want you to make the same mistake, William continued, his voice stern but filled with fatherly advice. If you love her, don't waste time wondering about what ifs. Don't let regret eat at you. Love her with everything you have, because you never know what tomorrow might bring. Today she's here. Tomorrow she may be gone. Tristan was quiet, contemplating his father's words. What if I don't know what love looks like? He asked, his voice uncertain. William placed a hand on his son's shoulder, squeezing it gently. I know love when I see it, and I see it in you. You'll figure it out. Tristan shook his head. I hope so, Dad. I'm going to bed. Tomorrow's your big day after all, William said, grinning as he patted Tristan's back before walking off. Tristan stood there for a moment longer, staring up at the moon. His thoughts were interrupted by a piercing scream, cutting through the silence of the night. His heart raced as his senses went on high alert. Troy had been looking for Mona since he returned to the manor, and he hadn't seen her anywhere. He searched frantically, his worry growing with every passing minute. When he heard laughter and growls coming from the basement, his worst fears were realized. He ran to the basement, only to find Mona lying on the cold floor, bloody and battered. Miranda and Bruce in their wolf forms stood over her, ready to attack. What is the meaning of this, Luna? Troy roared, his voice laced with fury. Miranda's lips curled into a twisted smile. Here comes the great bodyguard. Too late, I see. Troy immediately rushed to Mona's side, lifting her up in his arms. She was cold, lifeless, her body limp. His heart clenched in pain as he gently stroked her hair, noticing how unevenly it was cut. Do you realize what you've done? Troy snarled, his voice trembling with rage. Touching, isn't it? Miranda mocked, casting a glance at Bruce, who stood ready to assist. But this is just the beginning. Before Troy could react, Bruce lunged at him, attacking with claws outstretched. Troy shifted into his wolf form, and a fierce battle between the two wolves erupted in the dimly lit basement. Meanwhile, Mona lay still in Troy's arms. She had not responded to his calls, her body completely unresponsive. Then something strange began to happen. A brilliant light surrounded her, and she began to levitate off the floor. Her uneven hair swayed in the air as bright energy radiated from her body. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce purple light. A chilling scream escaped her lips, shaking the room. The basement seemed to tremble as if the very foundation of the manor itself were about to collapse. The walls cracked and the ceiling exploded, allowing the night sky to be seen. And then the most magnificent creature emerged from the light. A gigantic snow-white nine-tailed fox, its fur glowing like the moon, hovered above them. Its eyes, glowing with purple fury, glared down at Miranda and Bruce, who cowered in fear. The fox's growl was deafening, and with a powerful roar, it sent both Miranda and Bruce to the floor unconscious. Troy, stunned and awed, could only watch as the celestial fox soared into the sky, disappearing into the night. The ground trembled beneath him, and he knew then that something extraordinary had happened. Mona was no longer just a girl. She was a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Tristan, having heard the explosion, rushed to the end of the veranda. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the light shining from the ground floor. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing, but there it was, a sign of something powerful and ancient, something Mona had become. The celestial beast had risen, and it was only the beginning. Chapter 23. An explosion erupted in the night. Tristan and William sensed immense danger around, and from the source of the blast came the beast that Tristan had just read from the old dusty book in the study. The celestial beast flew to the sky, and it cried so terrifyingly that everything shuddered. The celestial beast came back to life. Then a blaring horn sounded, alerting all of the Black Moon Pack and all nearby packs. The horn serves as a warning to evacuate the elders, the sick, and those unable to move to a safe place. All the pack warriors and able pack members are to aid in this emergency. The horn was never blown over centuries. In fact, this is the first time it has blared, which only means that the Black Moon Pack is in grave danger. The rising of the legendary beast deserves a full-scale alert that nearby packs will be alerted to. Later, a stronghold of warriors from allied packs will come rushing to help. The horn not only serves as a warning but also symbolizes the unity of the entire werewolf race. Once blown from whichever pack, misunderstandings and conflicts will be set aside, and all will hold hands to help one another. This made the werewolf race a stronghold. They are united in times of disaster and crisis. Ever since the moon goddess forgave the first of their kind, they have pledged to have each other's backs in times of grave danger. And today, the legacy is served on a golden platter. William has to act fast. His pack are all gathered, and he immediately gives the commands. Secure the old, sick and children, she-wolves as first aiders and warriors on guard. They had numerous drills, making his pack in full alert and all in stance to fight. The legendary enemy has returned, and it proved to be ferocious, fearless and vicious. As it came down, it started to ravage the place. With its breath came death. With a whip of one of its tails came chaos. Explosions, fire, thunderous howls and more chaos were painted all around. The houses and establishments came tumbling one by one. The warriors fight back bravely, but in every growl of the beast, they are thrown away as large, formidable and evil as it is. Mona. Mona. Stop it. Troy shouted, begging the beast to stop. He was running in front of it. He was bloody himself. Troy shifted to his wolf form, but the beast shrieked, and Troy was thrown away to a wall so hard it broke. He was buried in debris. She-wolves rushed to help him. Tristan is trying to process Troy's words. The beast is Mona? Tristan can't believe his ears. Then a yell echoed in the area. She's a curse. I told you. I told all of you. That girl is a curse. It was Miranda, his mother, shouting at the top of her lungs. Surfacing from the ruins, she is back in her human form, bloody, naked and barely alive. He ran to her. Kill her. Destroy the girl. Save the pack. Destroy her. She screamed wildly, her irises as small as a dot, and her eyes were furious, wild and bloodshot. She coughed up blood non-stop, and then she fell unconscious in Tristan's arms. Help! Medic! Help the Luna! Tristan yelled for help. The medic immediately gathered to attend to their Luna. Her breathing was slow and ragged. Tristan is worried about her mother's situation. Mona is encased within the beast's body. It feels warm and light, soft and fuzzy. All her pain was wiped, her wounds healed, and she felt brand new. The feeling was wondrous, nudging her to close her eyes and savor the beautiful feeling. She heard a lovely voice. It was her mother's voice. She appeared in front of her, very alive and well, smiling lovingly at her. She can't believe she is seeing her right now. Mom! She has tears in her eyes. It's me, my darling. Claire embraced her. She thought this must be a dream, but how come she can feel her warmth, her steady breathing and her beating heart? She returned the embrace tightly. I only dreamt about this and here it is. She feels her mother's warmth and sweet scent. I missed you, my darling, said Claire's sweet voice. Mona closed her eyes and savored the moment, hugging her mother for the first time and not wanting her to go. I want to stay like this with you forever, she whispered as she looked at her face, memorizing every detail. Of course you can. From this day on you will stay with me. I won't ever leave you. I will be by your side to protect you. You will never be alone, not anymore, Claire said tenderly. I love you, my dearest. Mona just snuggled close to her mom. The latter pats her head and hums a lullaby. It was so comfortable and sweet, and it was all she ever wanted. I always wanted to stay with you, be by your side and watch you grow day by day, Claire continued softly, but fate did not want me to. And I can't fight against the will of the gods. Though I am here now. This time, I will never let you go, my sweet child, she continued, patting Mona's head as she lulled her to sleep. Mona smiled. How she yearned for this. The wolves kept attacking the beast, but it seemed to be useless. It appeared invulnerable, yet with every attack, it struck harder and fiercer. Too many of their pack warriors were wounded, and some were dead. Parts of the town were on fire and destroyed. Still, it trampled and ravaged some more. Troy never stopped attacking the beast, and doing his best to save her, hoping to wake Mona up. He will not let the beast devour her. As the Alpha gathered his men and their weapons, the backup from the other packs arrived, giving them hope, especially since they are already outnumbered. The Alphas from the other pack came too, and they needed to strategize. William gathered the other Alphas and briefed them on the situation. The celestial beast has risen. It was contained in a girl's body. William started. Too many of my men were already wounded, some had died. Half of the town is in ruins, and it never stopped its rampage. Who is the vessel of the beast? Asked Arthur Mills, the Alpha of the Golden Moon Pack. It's Mona Mayfield. Bill's daughter, my beta here, And my son's bride-to-be, William directly answered. Did you know that she is the vessel? Asked the Grey Moon's Alpha Rick Rogers. No. That we have no idea of until today. He answered firmly. I heard from my sister that you have a cursed child here. The girl with the silver hair and mismatched eyes? Isn't she the vessel? Mikhail Redwood, Alpha of the Scarlet Moon Pack, asked arrogantly. He has the same bad temper as his sister Miranda. Yes, it is her. But we don't know what she is. You should have listened to my sister to kill that cursed child. If only you have killed her when she's young, we should not be in this dilemma. Mikhail cut William's words. Bill was just on the side listening, but grim. Upon hearing the Scarlet Moon's Alpha, he wasn't able to hold it anymore. He stomped his way to him and grabbed the collar of his shirt. She is my daughter. My child. My flesh and blood that you want to kill. Bill said with gritted teeth, eyes furious. And how could you kill an innocent child? Is that your way in your pack? Killing innocent, helpless children? As if you have been a good father to her. You had neglected and mistreated her, remember? So what's with the fuss? You should have just killed her before. And we shouldn't be here today. What is one life against thousands or worse, the death of our kind? Mikhail spat back. I have my mistakes and I regret all of it. Maybe I wasn't a perfect father, and I disliked her as a child, but never have I thought of killing her. Bill said furiously. William grabbed Bill, urging him to stop. Bill, please calm down. And the same as you, Alpha Mikhail. This is not the time to argue. He scolded and successfully parted the two men who were trying to bite each other's necks. Gentlemen, we have to maintain our composure and stop acting like children. We are facing a dreadful dilemma right now, and if it is not acted upon, it will surely lead to our demise. The Grand Alpha Lord Holmes firmly said. He is old yet very wise. He has been involved in numerous battles during his prime, and is an undeniable strategist and highly respected leader. We have to help one another to defeat our common foe. For our people. For the survival of our kind. The Grand Alpha added. His voice was thundering in the hall. Everyone kept their mouths shut, not trying to anger the Grand Alpha once more. Now let us discuss how can we defeat this beast. If we recall the tale of the moon, it was the moon goddess who defeated the celestial beast with the aid of the sun god. We don't have the moon goddess now. I mean, it has been ages since she last trodden the earth, and there's no way she will come down to save us. The youngest Alpha spoke, Theo Thomas of the Amber Moon Pack. What are you implying, Alpha Theo? That we don't have the power to overcome this foe? That only the moon goddess can save us? Alpha Mikhail chirped in, still in his arrogant tone. I'm afraid yes. The beast is formidable. Silver bullets, wolfsbane arrows, and other weapons will not harm it. It is unlike us. It is the beast that came out from the essence of the moon and the sun. Maybe it will affect her, our weapons, but only for a moment. Our weapons cannot destroy her. You are correct. I'm afraid we have few options here or none. Fighting one-on-one is futile. With its magnificence and outworldly strength, surely we will be overwhelmed. The Grand Alpha spoke gloomily. But we have another way, and I think we will have a chance, Theo added, feeling excited about his words. Say it, Alpha Theo. William eagerly nudged, wanting to stop this as soon as possible. The moonstone, Theo said in a whisper. Claire can see her daughter comfortably nestled in her chest. She kissed the top of her forehead and played with her hair. It has turned back to what it was, her silver blonde hair with brown strands in its silky, long splendor. She whispered in Mona's ear. This time, no one will hurt you. They trampled on you, humiliated you, made you an outcast for so long. You have suffered enough, my child. This time they will pay. They will pay. Claire said with gritted teeth, her eyes gleaming with hatred. The beast has caused too much havoc. It has almost reduced the entire town to ruins. As legendary as it is proving to be more powerful and destructive than the legends. The Black Moon Pack is on the brink of death, and no horn can ever stop that now. Chapter 24. The Moonstone. Mikhail asked. Yes. Theo looked at all the alphas in the room. All were serious and were waiting for his next words. It is said that the goddess overpowered the beast with the power of the Moonstone. and it has the closest thing to the goddess. It came from her. So, I believe it will help. But come to think of it, maybe it is our last card. But the moonstone holds the power to keep us different from monsters. Say we take the moonstone. What will happen to us then? Either we will defeat the beast, or we will turn to untamed monsters again. We cannot do it. The Grey Moon Alpha Rick Rogers spoke, weighing all his words. Has any one of you have seen the moonstone before? Was it kept hidden deep in the heart of the moon forest? No one has ever stepped on the sacred forest since the goddess placed it there. Another Alpha expressed his doubts. The room was then filled with clamor as each of them expressed their opinions. The Grand Alpha cleared his throat. We will not finish this if we will talk at the same time. Let us come down to a consensus before my town turns to dust. Alpha William firmly said. The other men stopped talking and once again were in attention. I agree. The Grand Alpha interjected, let's hear the plan. The Alphas listened as Theo laid out the plan. And everyone nods their head in agreement. I've seen the moonstone. Alpha Theo began nervously. All eyes were on him, both in confusion and doubt. When I was 12, my father and our pack elder went to the sacred moon forest to send our prayers because my twin sister Thea was dying of a grave disease. We grew up together and I can't imagine my sister to just die like that. So an idea struck me. When the great elder and my father was not looking, I took a bit of the moonstone, pulverized it and mixed it with my sister's medicine. I made her drink the medicine with the moonstone powder, and it worked. Like a miracle, my sister was healed and not long. She's back in perfect health. It saved my sister. A hush of accusations erupted in the room. You defiled the moonstone. You disrespected it. You stole it. One Alpha points at him angrily. My sister was dying. She could have been dead 8 years ago, but the moonstone saved her, and I am proud that I did it. It was for a good cause and I took just a tiny bit, pea-size. Theo defended the men in the room. We will just take a chunk of the moonstone, pulverize it and sprinkle to our weapons. Maybe it will save us just like how it saved my sister. The men fell silent. Let's do this. This is our only shot. Grand Alpha, please delegate. Alpha William politely bowed to the Grand Alpha. The Grand Alpha cleared his throat before he began. We will need the fastest trackers in the land, Arthur Mills, Theo Thomas, Ken Edwards. Collect a chunk of the moonstone in the sacred moon forest. How long should we wait until you return? With our rate 3 hours, Grand Alpha. Arthur Mills estimated. Too long. Make it 2 hours. The men nodded firmly. Mikhail Redwood, Diego Summers and Keith Michaels, procure all the firearms and weapons and bring them here. Yes, Grand Alpha. The other Alphas, gather your men in the grounds. Don't let them engage in the fighting yet. We will wait until the trackers comes back with the moonstone. This is to reduce our casualties. For the meantime, we will hold the beast down. William Jones, you will be my second in command. The Grand Alpha finished delegating his men. Let's do this and defeat the beast, he said firmly. Then, the men in the room salute and proceed to their respective missions. The beast was rampaging through the town center now. The warriors did not waste more time. They took out the silver chains, praying they would hold the beast down. With a giant slingshot, they flew the chains against the beast and tied the beast down. Soon it was pinned to the ground. The beast shrieked and tried to shake off the chains. They continued encasing the beast in thick chains until it was almost covered. It is shaking the chains off and trying to remove the restraints. They are nervous that it won't hold much longer, for some of the chains are starting to break off. But with each broken chain, another chain was added. Each wolf came with wolfsbane serum, and each injected the poison into the beast's body, making its limbs limp. Some shot it with weapons, wounding it. It growled, angrier than ever, but the wounds were healing as fast as they came. It shrieked an ear-splitting cry that the chains broke off, and everyone was thrown in a shockwave. The next warriors repeated the attack, pinning the beast to the ground again. Some were firing at her, but their effects did not last, just like the other weapons. But still, the efforts were not in vain. They slowed the beast somehow, though it angered it more. After 2 hours, the trackers came back with a piece of the moonstone. The Grand Alpha pulverized it and sprinkled the moonstone powder on the weapons, arrows, spears, bullets, daggers, and every gun on the floor. The beast broke off the chain after it rested. Then it growled again, and in its mouth a fireball was forming. Seconds later, it flew and exploded 10 miles away. It did it again and hit every target with its fireball. The warriors take their positions, armed with their weapons sprinkled with moonstone powder. A hit to the beast connected, and it proved fatal. It flew up screaming in pain. The moonstone is effective. It can damage her. Suddenly, all the wolves' spirits were raised. They continued shooting at her, and with every hit that connected, it gave a cry and returned a fireball. A giant spear was sent to the skies and pierced the beast's hind leg. It lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thundering thud. Bright purple lights are dissipating from the beast's wounds to the sky. Don't kill her. Stop. Don't harm her. Bill screamed, running in front of the men in formation. William came to him to move him away. Bill, what are you doing? Alpha William said intensely. They might kill my daughter, Alpha. They might kill her. He repeated. He is obviously in tension. Bill, calm down. We have no other way. We will be wiped out if we let her loose. William said firmly. There's no other way. Then contain her, not kill her. Remember this. Bill showed his left arm to William's face. He looked down at his hand and saw the silver thread shining again, covering his hand. Because of the distress, he forgot about this. He was struck again with dread. The unbreakable bond is back, and it means Mona is in danger, and they have to protect her, or the bond's power will consume them. William has never been confused before. Tristan's left hand is glowing, and a silvery thread is creeping from his fingertips to his forearm, leaving a tingling, burning sensation. What is this? Tristan whispered. An unbreakable bond. Someone you promised your protection is in danger, young master. A wolf answered him. To whom did I promise my protection? Tristan was bewildered. He had no idea about this. It glowed multiple times already since he was a child. Something struck him. A distant memory came back. He was 8, and he once heard his parents arguing about an unbreakable bond. His mother was furious at his father for agreeing to a bond, the bond to protect the cursed child that his father had dragged his bloodline for the sake of her. Was it Mona whom his father vowed to protect? Then it all came rushing to him, memories when his arm glowed. Most of it happens when Mona's life is in danger. And if he's right, it only means that he has a firmer reason to save her. The beast cried and whipped one of its tails, producing a whirlwind. The wolves under attack were blown away, throwing them into walls and buildings as far as a mile. Another tail whipped, and debris, rocks and chunks of soil floated, and suddenly, it was raining with debris, soil, and rocks. The wolves hid to evade the attack. It cried again, and Tristan knew that the beast was very furious now. Alpha, Grand Alpha, I beg you, let me talk to her. I can calm her down. She is my daughter. Don't harm her anymore. She don't know what she's doing. Let me talk to her. She will listen to me. Bill kneeled in front of the Grand Alpha, begging him to hear him. We will rest the attack, but we will be in standby. Go and talk to her. The Grand Alpha said powerfully. I also have a daughter. I know how it feels to lose one. He said grimly. Go and save her. But if you don't succeed, we have no other choice but to destroy her. Bill nodded firmly, determined and grateful that the Grand Alpha was giving him the one chance to save his daughter. I'll go with you. William volunteered. I have a part in this. I must fulfill my vow. Bill nodded at him in agreement. They are more than just Alpha and Beta now. This time they are brothers working for a common good. Tristan met them in the doorway with Troy, who was severely wounded. Let me help, Dad. Tristan forcefully said as he met his father and Bill. Troy follows suit. Bill stopped Troy, seeing the wounds he got. Troy, go get some help for yourself. You're hurt. Bill said to Troy, a look of worry in his eyes. I'm fine, sir. I am her guardian. I must be there for her. Troy answered without hesitation.
Suis yourself, son bile replié.
And the four of them marched towards the celestial beast, now shrieking with fury. It's do or die. Chapter 25. Mona felt sudden jolts from the blasts. and with it came pain in various parts of her body. She woke up with a start, her mother still cradling her. "They're hurting you again, my dear. Those imbeciles." Her mother whispered harshly. "Mom, what is happening?" Mona asked quizzically. The shots of pain in her body were gripping her. She fought and managed to stand. "They are trying to kill you, Mona. Show them your power. Smite them. Make them pay," Claire expressed hatefully. All of a sudden, Mona seemed to see that her caring mother had turned into a different persona. A violent, hateful person. That is what she's seeing now. "Mona? Mona, I know you're in there." A voice called her. Deep and clear and strong. Her father's. "Dad? Is that you?" She called back, but she couldn't see anything. "Don't listen to it. It's not your father, Mona. It's a lie. Listen to me." She grabbed her face so that their eyes met. It was pitch black. "He will lure you to lower your defenses, then will strike at you. Kill them before it happens. Kill them or they'll kill you." Her mother screamed in her face and Mona stepped back. "Mona, please come back. Sweetheart, wake up. It's me, your dad. Come back to us." Mona heard her father's pleading voice. She faces where the voice is coming from, and a part of the wall clears out, giving her a view of the outside world. There she saw her father, Alpha William, Troy and Tristan in front of her. "Enough, Mona. Come back now," Bill said, his hands outstretched. She swung her head around and saw destruction. Collapsed buildings, unrecognizable terrain, dead men around and the wounded being attended by the medics. She backed down. Her knees suddenly lost their energy to stand up. "Is this my doing?" she said, terrified. Her mother stood behind her and whispered in her ear. "Yes, my sweet. You are bound to destroy them, just like what Luna had been saying. You did this, and you should be proud." Goosebumps rose on her body. The sight outside is terrifying, plus the way her mother whispered in her ear. Mona cannot believe that she's hearing this from her mother. Her town has been reduced to ruins, and her pack is dying because of her. She can't breathe. She doesn't know what to do. She heard her father pleading with her to stop. But she can't feel her body. Something is not right. Her mother speaks up, holding both of her shoulders now, shaking the life out of her. "Don't listen to him. He is a liar. He will fool you and use you. He's just there because he will die if he won't do anything. The unbreakable bond is consuming him every time they attack you, which only means, when you die, he will die too. In fact, all of them are just pretending to help you, but the truth is they are all afraid to die. Don't believe any of them. Destroy them," her mother said fiercely. She shook her head and removed her mother's hands from her, unbelieving. She leaned on the wall, feeling tired and in disbelief. How could her mother say that to the men who loved her and to the pack that owned her? How could she? Claire approached her and whispered some more to her ear, totally corrupting her mind until a purple cloud surrounded her and started draining her consciousness. The beast seemed to listen to Bill. It stopped moving as if absorbing Bill's words, its features softening. Suddenly it turned wild again. It swatted Bill down under its paws. William was shoved aside and he was thrown 3 meters away. Troy and Tristan barely escaped. Spears were shot at the beast, making it wilder. "Mona, don't do this. Please, you've done enough. You've destroyed much. You can't continue doing this. Don't let the beast control you. This is not who you are," Bill shouted under his breath. Fighting against the weight of its paw, crushing him. She is relentless and demonic, with an unforgiving look on her face. A giant arrow was shot, and it directly hit the beast's shoulder. It let out a wild scream, releasing Bill. Troy immediately pulled Bill to safety, his breath shallow. The troop went on an attack frenzy. The beast tried to evade the attacks, but some got lucky hits. Dissipating purple light oozed from the beast's wounds. Mona can hear words, but they are all in a blur. She can't clearly understand them. She seemed to be in a nightmare. She wanted to wake, but her eyes wouldn't open. She's trapped. Listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. These words keep repeating in her mind. At the start, it was just like a whisper until it became audible. Kill them. Destroy them. Kill them. Destroy them. Kill them. Destroy them. Another voice is whispering in her ear. It speaks louder, growling, threatening, and terrifying Mona. She is becoming increasingly confused and anxious. Her body is responding to the pain in every shot that hits her, plus the confusion in her mind. She feels helpless. You are not a beast, Mona. You are my daughter. Come back, you belong here with us. Bill pleads some more, hoping she will hear him this time. Claire appeared in front of her, coaxing her to calm down, telling her that destroying everything is the only way. Why do you want me to destroy them? This is your town. They are your pack, Mona said in a little voice, her face hidden in her palms. Her mother took her hands away from her face and removed strands of hair. Her hand lingered in her silver hair. Claire looked gloomy. Remember when they told you that you are cursed because of your hair and these eyes? Remember how they look at you with disgust? When you were a child, those kids did not let you join their games. Not even once. They don't even want to sit beside you in a bus. My poor girl, they played pranks and bullied you. Those girls who kept on snickering whenever you passed by, that man who rejected you and the other who took you in to save his ego and to add more to your miseries. How they neglected you, made you an outcast of the pack and almost kill you. You don't deserve all of those. They made you suffer. They hurt you. They blame you for every bad thing that has ever happened in the pack. Even the people whom I had entrusted to care and protect you had betrayed my trust. I have seen them all. I felt all your miseries too, and I cannot forgive them for that. It is time to make them miserable. Let them taste how bitter your life has been. Payback time, Mona. With hate, you will have more power. Hate them. Curse them. Make them pay, Claire said with conviction, her eyes glassy with tears. Memories came flooding back to Mona. The numerous times she was not treated fairly, how immediately she was blamed for the little things she had not done, and she swallowed anything they threw at her. Rejected all her life. Beaten, broken until she's bent. Fat tears raced down her face. The pain that she tried to bury deep in her heart is rushing out. Bellowing wave after wave of pain and hatred. That's it, sweetie. Very good. Hate them some more, and let's get this over with. They are all the same. They should not be forgiven. Claire urged her some more. She screamed the pain away, releasing them as a cloud of dark smoke went out of her body and seeped through the walls where she was confined, fueling the beast, giving it additional strength. The beast gave out another terrifying cry as wound after wound closed rapidly. She's healing herself, shouted one pack warrior. Attacks fly through the sky, both from weapons and the warriors themselves. Grappling, wounding, and taking the beast down, pouring effort after effort, blood after blood. But their guns are almost exhausted too, and the moonstone powder is all used up now. The warriors know what will happen next if they are not able to take down the beast in time. It will destroy all of them to smithereens or devour them whole. The Grand Alpha furrowed his forehead. It seemed years had been added to his already snow-white hair, and he was burdened with this incredible dilemma, and the loss of options in defeating the beast. Maybe the sun god's dream of wiping out their kind is finally coming true. But one thing is sure. Their kind will not settle down without a fight. Chapter 26. It was getting dark again. The battle has been going on for 24 hours now, and the warriors are exhausted. The best warriors among the packs were already tired and wounded. The beast is unstoppable, and it has immeasurable strength. The alphas themselves had engaged in the fight, and even their incredible fighting skills were no match for that of the beast. This is expected of a celestial beast, only that its power is too overwhelming. Now that the weapons were exhausted and the moon powder gone, they were solely relying on their strength and battle prowess. But the pack is also a formidable foe. As stubborn and vicious as they are also united. Teamwork may be their ultimate weapon against their celestial opponent. It's a good thing that the news about the beast has spread. More reinforcements have arrived, bringing with them more firearms, weapons, and workforce. The Grand Alpha has decided to chunk the moonstone in half, which made the Black Moon Great Elder angry, as it is a defilement to the moon goddess gift to their kind. But having no more options, he just consented, but it went through a series of arguments before he was finally convinced. They will have to deal with the consequences later. Not a single building was left in the town. Houses, buildings, and establishments were all blown to pieces as if a bomb had dropped on them. The children, old and disabled, including the wounded, have to be evacuated to the nearest town of the Golden Moon Pack. The city is now a battlefield, the ground zero of chaos. Bill, having been injured by the beast's attacks, never stopped trying to talk to his daughter. Something is manipulating her, and they must help her. No matter how many times he was whacked, thrown, and torched by its fireballs, he would never give up. He will continue to reach for her. Bill now realizes those times when Mona was just a child, trying to reach out to him, please him with her little achievements in school, and the way her eyes spoke of affection for him, only to be taken for granted. Those times when he beats her for being the child who took his wife away, the child he neglected for sins she had no idea of, and for being a reminder of the vow he broke the moment Claire died. This must be how Mona felt during those times. To be ignored no matter how many times you reach out to that one person. To be unnoticed no matter how much effort you give. To be unheard, even if you are running out of voice calls for them. Indeed, the feeling is not funny. Now he understands how it feels. Bill felt warm tears gushing down his face, bitter and angry tears for himself. Mona, wake up, please. Bill begged, crying, hugging the beast's gigantic leg. It stomped and stomped until Bill lost his grip and fell flat on the ground. With its giant paw it crushed Bill, forcing the life out of him. William saw Bill on the brink of death, being crushed by the beast's giant paw like a bug. He saw a fallen spear still emitting a pinkish glow, bathed in moonstone powder. He took it and pierced through the beast's leg. It let out a scream, releasing Bill, who was now as limp as wilted eggplant, blood dripping from his mouth, eyes wide open and dazed. Tristan helped him move Bill away and hand him over to the medical team. William is terrified, the hard truth sinking in. Now that Bill is spent, who else can stop the beast? The wolves exhibit their agility, agitating the beast because it can't seize them. Firearms are shot at the beast, slowing its movements. Don't let them frighten you, sweetie. You have the upper hand now. You have power beyond imagination, and none of these weaklings can match you. This time, they will bow at you. They will recognize your power and they must accept their defeat. Claire nudged her again. You are not a beast. You are one of us. Remember what you are. A voice amplified in Mona's head. A voice she had known all her life, and she was the one she had been missing. Granny. She stopped and listened to the echoes. It's Josephine's voice. Don't let the beast control you. Fight it. Another voice spoke. It was rather ragged and in much difficulty, as if being trapped somewhere. She knows whose voice it was. Talia? For the first time in a long time she heard her. What happened to her? Why is she reaching out just now? Is that you? Talia? Talk to me. Mona pleads, hoping she is not just hearing and imagining things. A puff of fog gingerly encircled her, the form of which was that of her wolf. Talia? She repeated. It's me, Mona. It's me, your wolf, Talia. Talia spoke softly. What happened to you? Why didn't you reach out to me? I thought you abandoned me. Mona knelt in front of her wolf. I will never do that. I will be with you always, Talia said, breathing heavily. Then what's wrong? Why can't I shift to your form, and why have you stopped talking to me? Mona demanded, her voice irritated. I was restricted and imprisoned. I was bound within. The power that bind me was so strong I can't break free. Talia explained sadly. Who binds you? Mona asked quizzically, still not believing what she was hearing. Is it possible that her powers restricted her wolf from coming out? As she grew up, she knew she was different. The development of her senses and agility was beyond anyone in their generation, though she had not used much of it. Has she developed another kind of power? The beast contained me, Mona. The celestial beast. Talia answered directly. What? Mona was surprised. That is impossible. How could she have such a beast in her? The beast wakes up after the rejection of our mate. It has been gaining power ever since. Taking power from your miseries that was buried deep in your heart. I can't overpower him. He is much, much stronger than me, Talia explained. Mona was still in shock. And it is ravaging the town. It has taken over you, feeding in your hatred, destroying everything in its path. Mona shook her head in disbelief. My mom. Mona cannot finish her words. She is a fake, a casual yet loving voice said. Now her puff of smoke of a wolf turned to another form, that of Josephine. Granny, Mona exclaimed and reached out to her, but as soon as she touched the fog, it deformed like placid water when disturbed. The beast stopped moving as if contemplating, like a toy car that had run out of batteries. The pack of warriors waited for their next move, but they had not moved a muscle. Realizing that the beast was not in itself, the wolves took their chance to attack it and bound its feet in giant silver chains, the moon powder glowing on it. As soon as it was chained, he directed the warriors to stop attacking. Spears and arrows sticking all over its body, lashes and wounds oozing with purple light evaporating to the heavens. Tristan moved near the beast's feet. He slowly touched it, and as soon as he felt the beast's fur in the palm of his hand, something carried his soul somewhere, as if it was sucked out of his body. But his consciousness is intact, though he feels as if he is drifting. He is lifted upwards until he stops and sees himself in a long hallway. Both walls look different. The one on the right has bright and warm paint, while the one on the left is dark, with peeling paint and purple smoke hovering above. At the end of the hall is an old door, a bright light emanating from it. As he walked towards the door, the walls showed images as if a slideshow, images of days gone by, like muted video clips. The images were familiar, but it was not his. Then he realized that the pictures were Mona's memories. She's a fake. It is the beast's way of controlling you. It makes use of your greatest desires, and using your mother, as you can see, is very effective. Don't let it control you, Mona. You are more than that. Josephine spoke clearly. I don't understand, Mona said confusedly. Does it mean her mother was just an illusion created by the beast to manipulate her? She believed that, finally, she had someone to defend her, protect her and give her refuge. Realizing they were lies. Your mother has died, Mona. She's never coming back. Remember that. There is no way she can be with you, Josephine said firmly. Then what about you? Why are you here then? You're dead too. If what you said were true, then you must not be showing yourself to me. Are you some kind of a trick? She said accusingly. I am not a trick, Mona, but I am not real as well. I am just a figment of your memories. You have known me all through your life. You loved me. Indeed, I am here in your heart. Unlike your mom, though you love her, you were not able to interact with her. You have ever seen her alive. She can't be part of your memories. And I am here in your heart. As I said, the beast used your mom and your desire to meet her in order to manipulate you. The older woman explained gently, like a loving mother to her toddler who was throwing a tantrum. Don't believe her. She is a liar, shouted Claire, who appeared out of the blue, standing behind Josephine. She clawed at it hastily until Josephine's form turned to wisps of fog. She is deceiving you. Remember your revenge, Claire growled. A wisp of fog swirled near her ear, leaving one last whisper before it vanished. Listen to your heart. Remember who you truly are. Tristan strolled, looking at each of the frozen moments on the wall. All of it was Mona's from when she was a little girl up to now. He saw when she was beaten by her dad, who was so drunk. He smashed a vase on Mona's head, breaking pieces that scattered around, and her head bled profusely. Little Mona retreated under the table to evade her father's wrath. Soon an older woman came out, removing the child from her father, who seemed to have gone mad. Another time was when her classmates were teasing her. Little Paula and Myrtle, pulling Mona's hair simultaneously, were scattering the contents of Mona's bag and excluding her from group work and avoiding her as if she were carrying a contagious disease. He noticed that these memories on the dark wall were her bad memories. She was consistently shoved, pushed aside or down into the mud, thrown with objects and made to clean up others' messes, and she just let them do it. Another was when Henry rejected her. She was broken, although she eventually managed to accept all of it and put on a brave face. She stifles a cry, but after, she stands up and wipes her tears away. She is a powerful girl and he admires her for that. On the other side of the wall, Tristan saw Mona smiling. He rarely sees her smile except one time, and he thinks that it is the most beautiful thing he has ever seen. Her eyes smile too when she smiles. She is so charming, delightful and pure. How could he be so blind? He saw her laughing with her Granny Josephine, tending to the flowers, helping with household chores, celebrating her birthdays with Josephine and later with Troy, or simply sitting with her. Tristan saw it all. She's happy too in her solitude when she's sketching, running in the woods, gathering plants and insects, and spending the night looking up at the moon with hopeful eyes. Memories of young Mona, from when she was young until now. She had her happy moments, and this wall contains all of them. He stopped on 2 frames of memories that outshine the rest. One was when her father finally begged for her forgiveness and started making amends. It was a rare and beautiful sight indeed. Another included him, and his heart suddenly went wild. It was one of her precious memories. It was when he kissed her for the first time in the clearing. He can feel the rush of delight in his body, the very same as he felt during that time. He's elated knowing that his gesture made her happy. He moved on, the door a meter away from him. On the opposite wall, another shining, sad or bad memory loomed, and he stopped in his tracks. He saw Mona, his mother and Bruce, who were brutally torturing her until she lay crumpled on the floor, bloody and her spirit broken. His mother looked very evil. He had not thought she'd be able to do it to her. He can't watch any longer. It pains him to watch her that way, and he is furious with his mother. And then Mona transformed into a white ball of blinding light, and from it emerged the celestial beast. An ear-splitting scream coming from behind the door echoed through the hallway. Tristan tensed up and reached for the doorknob. Chapter 27. Mona is confused and in disbelief. Is she that gullible to be manipulated that easily? Perhaps. How could she not know? How could she fall into the trap like a fly in a spider's web? Now the beast has complete control of her body, and she is encased within. Who are you? She demanded of Claire. The latter looked heinous. Her personality was very far from what she had been the first time she appeared. She doesn't know her anymore. I am your mother. This is me, your mom. Who else? The one you desired to meet, the one you wanted to be with. I am really who I am. I told you not to listen to those illusions, Claire whispered as she slowly walked towards Mona, reaching out to her. Tisk tsk tsk. Now you're confused and it does not suit you, my dear. No, Mona screamed. Don't touch me. Don't ever come near me. She warned, realizing that whenever she touches her, she can't seem to be herself. Sadly, she's just realizing now that she has caused damage to her town. She backed away. What's the matter, dear? Don't you want to feel Mama's embrace? Claire said, smirking at her.
No.
Stay away, she yelled, not wanting to look at her anymore. Come on, sweetie. Mom's here. Let me heal your pain. I'll just take a little more of your hatred, and it will be over soon, she coaxed Mona as she reached for her. Mona pushed her away. Stay away, I said. I know who you are. From this moment on, you will not control me. I am going to claim back my body and make everything right. You are not my mother and stop using her image. My mother will never ever do vile things like what you just made me do. Mona snapped at Claire. How dare you? I am your mother, and you just pushed me away. How could I ever give birth to an ungrateful child? Claire growled. If you are my mother, then give me a proof. Tell me about the day I was born. Tell me all about it. Mona demanded, looking directly at Claire's eyes. I gave birth to you in a beautiful summer day. As if the universe has conspired to make it a brilliant and one-of-a-kind day because it was the day you came to the world. Claire paused for a while before answering her confidently. Mona was startled. You were such a tiny bundle of joy and an outrageous one. I remember your cry so loud, but for me it was the most beautiful sound. I loved you the moment you were conceived to the time I held you for the first time. And I still love you now, Claire said dramatically, tears brimming in her eyes. Come to me. Let me hold you once more, my dearest. Mona tried her hardest not to fall again into her sugar-coated stories. She knew very well when and how she was born. Lies. You are a liar. A deceitful monster hiding in my body and a blasphemous one for using my mom's image. Show your true self. Mona yelled fiercely. This time she knew better. Claire was startled, but not for long. She just smirked at her. I was not born in a bright and sunny day. I was born in the middle of the night when the blue blood moon was shining down on earth. You are a liar. Show true form. The image let out a deafening scream like that of a crazy banshee. Claire started to spread out like dye on water, and was then infused with a bright purple light. Then the nine-tailed beast came out of the warped purple light. I can't believe you found out my disguise too soon. I could use it for a long time. Well, hello, Mona, the beast said in an echoing voice that filled the confined room they were in. Mona stepped back as the beast came near her. Don't move away from me, Mona. Let me see something else in you, it said, smirking. No. I will not let you use the people I love against me. You will die here, and now you see. I'll kill you, Mona warned firmly. It laughed maniacally. Tell me, how will you do it? You don't have your wolf. With a swing of its tail, a wall cleared out, and an unconscious Talia appeared, looking very weak and in difficulty. She was bound by a silver chain on her neck. Talia! Mona screamed as she ran to her wolf, but as she got nearer, a force pulled her back so strongly she was thrown to the other side of the room. She gasped for air as she hit the solid wall. I want you to know that there is nothing that can stop me. I have your body, I have your weakling of a wolf, and now I will have your soul, it said in gritted teeth, strolling towards her. Accept your fate, Mona. I was kept for 1,000,000 years in a vessel that was transferred from one body to another. But the bodies I had been in were too weak. No one could open the lid of my vessel until I was transferred to your body. I am grateful to you and to everyone who feeds me with darkness. Your miseries and sufferings were food to me, making me stronger until I was able to remove the lid and take over your wolf. She did give a terrible fight against me, but I am a celestial beast. I have the powers of the moon and sun, and no lowly wolf can overcome me. I am grateful to Luna for giving you the best torture ever. The moment you gave up your hope, I gained my freedom, and I will not let anyone contain me again. Not any gods nor wolves or you. I'll devour your soul right here and now. It laughed, then leapt at Mona. It lunged at her, and she was laid flat on the floor, the beast on top of her. No. You will not win. You will not have me. I swear I will defeat you, Mona answered fiercely as the beast was pinning her to the floor. Drools of purplish saliva wetting her face. The beast turned to mist and dived into her mouth. Mona gagged, and she felt a rush of cold smoke flowing to her throat and settling in her stomach. An erupting pain burst all over her body that felt like her bones were breaking all at the same time. Her lungs ran out of air, her heart wrung, and her head throbbed with an ache she had not known. She went out of breath, and it hurt like crazy. She wailed loudly. Tristan twisted the knob open, and he can hear a deep voice speaking. The tone is so deep that it seems it is not from this world. And he heard everything it said, his eyes widening with its every word and revelation. He snapped back to his senses when he heard Mona's wail. He flung the door open, and she saw her writhing in unbearable pain, crumpled on the floor. Purple fog swirled about her, and she was screaming in pain. He ran towards her, but the mist released dark electric shocks and threw him out. He was dazed for a while, but he could hear Mona's wails. He went again only to suffer the same thing, but he did not budge. Amidst the electric shocks that ran through his body, he stayed still, determined to reach Mona no matter what. Mona, Mona, he called to her, though she couldn't hear him. He called her louder, fighting off the pain. His outstretched hand is starting to turn purple. Soon enough it will be fried, but he doesn't care. He forced himself in until blood dripped from his arm. Mona looked his way, and he knew she saw him, or so he thought. Hold on, Mona. I'll save you. With much difficulty, he was able to utter these words. But Mona is failing, losing her battle against the beast. It will conquer her, and Tristan will not permit that. He forced himself to the relentless fog barrier, never minding that it was grinding his body. He just hoped that his body would still be intact if it ever passed through. I'll save you, Mona. Hold on. I'm coming. And with a last heave, he went through the barrier face first on the floor, his body shaking. He creeps to Mona's side and takes her in his arms as he looks down at her wide open, dazed eyes, gaping mouth, shallow breaths and disheveled hair. Mona, it's me. It's Tristan. Stay with me, he said worriedly, gently stroking her hair. Mona was looking at him or the ceiling. He doesn't know whether she can see or feel him. He just hugged her tightly, whispering encouragement into her ears. Fight it, Mona. You are strong, you are pure. You cannot be corrupted. You are stronger than you think you are. Tristan whispered this repeatedly to Mona's ears. Mona, on the other hand, continued to jerk as if possessed by an evil spirit. Tristan tightened his embrace, not letting her go. He wanted her to know that she was not alone in this battle, and that she could rely on him. If only. Mona jerked incredibly, letting out pained moans. Her mouth gaped as she inhaled air, and her eyes flew open, revealing her mismatched irises. Suddenly, she saw a blurry face, and though blurry, she knew the face too well. Somehow it brought her comfort. Her ears are ringing, but amidst it she can hear him, urging her to fight, that she is strong, that she is incredible, and that she can overpower it. It brought her a warm feeling, relieving her of pain, but only for a short time. She's drifting in and out, and whenever she's back, she can see and hear him. This can't be a dream. He must be real. She called his name hoarsely, and he responded avidly, smiling down at her. Somehow her vision is clearing and she can see his face. Something warm dropped on her face, and it gave her hope like rain in a desert. Tristan, are you real? Are you? Her voice was somewhat hoarse and tired. She reached for his face, and he immediately grabbed her hand and placed it on his cheek. He feels so warm and real, and his smile is so bright. Now she's sure that Tristan is honest. It's me. It is really me. I came to get you. We will go home now, Tristan said, his voice hopeful and his face happy. She smiled back at him. Tristan knew Mona was back. She defeated the beast. He knew she would. She helped her sit down gently and carefully. Her limbs are still like parched vegetables under the sun. He let her lean on him and watched out as she steadied her breathing. You're fine. You did great. I know you will defeat it. Thank you for coming back to me. Tristan is overjoyed as Mona comes back to her consciousness. He leaned his forehead on hers and uttered a silent, grateful prayer to the moon goddess or whoever god was there that brought her back before he planted a soft, warm kiss on the lips. Tristan kissed her, and Mona knew that she was the happiest. They locked eyes, and happiness swam in it together with an emotion she truly knew the name of. As he breathes her in, she hears the one thing that she knows she has been yearning for all of her life, and it's finally here. Her eyes did not hold back tears of joy as Tristan pronounced it with sincere eyes, showing the promise of tomorrow and the beauty that comes with it. I love you, Mona. Chapter 28. She looked at him with eyes that knew the truth, and he smiled at her with sincerity. Mona knows that her world has started to turn towards the light. With Tristan beside her, giving her strength and love, she will make it. It has always been you, and I am a fool not to know. The moment I saw you in the camp 10 years ago, I knew I was in trouble, but I shrugged it off, knowing that maybe I was just another curious fellow because you were different. But I was wrong. I never forgot about you. That night I failed to save you from the rogues always haunts me in my deepest sleep, and I won't be able to forgive myself if you died that night, Tristan said softly, almost whispering, his voice passionate. You live in my heart starting that night, and there you stayed until now. I was swayed throughout these years because I am a faithful believer in the mate bond. Although deep inside, I wish that it's you, whom the moon goddess has made for me. Now it all makes sense. You may not be my mate, but we are fated before, then and now. Because fate is not the work of any goddess, fate is a choice. And I choose you to be my fated one. And in 1,000 lifetimes, it's you whom I will choose, and if this life is not for us, I'll wait for you. I'll find you. Over and over again, Tristan continued, letting his emotions flow like a river in a parched land, Mona drinking it all in. It feels so warm and joyful. This moment when Tristan recognizes his true feelings for her. So, this is how it feels to be loved back by the person who means a lot to you. Mona can't have enough of it. The beast has stopped moving. As if drained of energy or in Zen mode, the spectators don't know what is going on in their minds. Meanwhile, Tristan's body seems to be asleep too near the beast's foreleg. Get my son out there, William commanded. A few warriors immediately nodded and were about to collect Tristan. No, leave him be. A forceful deep voice stopped the warriors on their way. He penetrated the beast's heart. Removing him will distract from the connection. And if he loses it, we will lose this battle too. The great elder spoke hoarsely behind William. Two younger pack members assisted him. William recognizes them as Finn and Jake, the great-great-grandchildren of the great elder, who are both in their late teens. The high elder is a significantly older man with a very long, frizzy white beard that runs to his chest, just like those of standard wizards in films. Sagging wrinkly skin, ill-fitted in his thin frame, it seems to be not his skin at all, and his blue eyes now white from cataract. Let their souls speak. It is the only way to communicate with her because spoken words have no meaning for her now. We need words that can transcend what the mind can comprehend, one that reaches the soul and the very core of the heart. Only the young master can do that because he is the yang to her yin. That is what they are. Connected since birth, complementing each other and fated through time. The great elder spoke amidst heavy breathing. At his age, which is almost 2 centuries, even the slightest movements in speaking tire him. Nonetheless, he managed to explain the situation they had. What should we do then, elder? William asked the elder. He seemed to have lost his thinking faculties. We wait, the great elder said and nudged his great-grandsons to assist him to a seat. His little venture did tire him. Let's go home, Mona. I still have to marry you. Let's begin together now, Tristan said, smiling as he kissed her forehead. Mona nodded, smiling back at him. He took his hand and they opened the door to leave the room. Suddenly, the beast stood up and growled loudly. Then it grunted and yelped as if being attacked by an unknown force. Something is wrong with the beast. The warriors around stand on guard. What is happening now? William asked worriedly. This is the final battle. A battle within. Let us hope that she wins, the great elder said, brooding. Tristan and Mona were about to leave the room, hand in hand, when something pulled Mona back. She was thrown back to the room, flat on her back. She gasps for air, suddenly feeling submerged in water. Tristan was about to go after her when he was pushed out of the room. He went to the door, but it was locked. He was frantic, wanting to open the door to the point of wrecking it. But the door, though it looks old and has been eaten by termites, did not budge an inch. It did not even give a care. Inside, the beast is back, giving Mona her finest torture yet. You will not claim anything from me. I am the owner of my body, and you are an intruder. Harm me, and I will destroy you for good. Mona yelled to the beast as it slapped her face back and forth, and blood started to run down from her nose. But Mona has a newfound determination and strength, and she's sure this beast will never beat her again. Without delay, she shifted to her wolf form, her body lighter and stronger, her mind more focused and determined to defeat the foe. It's good to be back, Talia echoed in her mind. Thanks, Talia. Now let's beat this beast together, Mona replied energetically to Talia. The latter nods her head. Yes, let's beat her for good and let's go back to Tristan. Talia responded firmly, smirking. She's teasing her already. Mona smiled. To Tristan and to all the people who believes in me. A duel between the celestial beast and the moon wolf ensued. Tristan just heard growling, snarling and yelping from behind the door. Also, thuds as a body hits the wall. Tristan has no idea who it is. Then a strong breeze is pulling him away from the door. He tried to hold on to the knob, but it went with him. He was being sucked again to the void. And down, down, down he goes. He gasped for air as he opened his eyes. He's back on his body, and the first thing he sees is the beast in a crazed state. Tristan knew precisely what was happening. The fight between good and evil was happening right inside the deepest core of the beast. He moved away to avoid being stomped by the beast's giant legs. He's praying right now to the moon goddess and all the gods, that they may help Mona to defeat it. That's the only thing he can help her with now, aside from the constant shouting of encouragement from him. A long time ago, after the very first elders wrote the tale of the moon, another tale was written. It was the tale of the moon wolf, the descendants of the sky. It was true that the son of the sun god and moon goddess, who was known as the sky god, fell in love with a moon maiden. The first bloodline of the first werewolves. Because of that incident, when the sky god chose the maiden over his dominion and status, it angered the sun god, who made him disown his one and only child and stripped him of all his titles and powers. Down to the earth he was banished. The moon goddess wept day and night, pleading with the sun god to take back her son, but he was rather stoic and proud. He did not hear her pleas. Now the sky god, also known as the celestial child, became a plain human being and married the maiden he loved. However, because of the sun god's bitter distaste for the werewolves, he planted the celestial beast inside his son's body before stripping him of power, as a promise to destroy the werewolf race, as he believed that they stole the moon goddess and the sky god's affection for him. It couldn't be denied that the sun god was a jealous and possessive being, the reason he did what he did. Unknowingly, the sky god became the vessel of the beast. The first werewolves were known as the moon wolves, ruling over the werewolves race. There were no pack clans before, and everything was nothing but harmonious. Later, being fed with greed and the love for power and dominion, a lot of werewolves aimed to have their pack separate from the Great Moon Pack. A mutiny rose between the strongest of the pack, and the battle between the alpha of alphas happened. The moon goddess warned them that their kind would vanish if they continued fighting with each other. So as a truce, the moon goddess divided the werewolf race into packs and appointed the strongest and wisest among them to lead each respective pack, as well as giving them territories to man. Although retaining the Great Moon Pack as the alpha of packs, they are also the keepers of the moonstone. All other packs agreed, and from then on, peace was restored to the packs. Until the celestial child came to Earth and married the moon maiden. She was the daughter of the alpha of the Great Moon Pack, the alpha pack among the packs. All Great Moon Pack members are known to have very light-colored hair, silver or platinum blonde, and their wolves were gigantic snow-white wolves. And she was the gem of their pack. Soon she gave birth to a child, a beautiful girl. But soon, when the child was nearing her 12th birthday, the beast escaped from her and killed her parents. However, the celestial beast did not stay long, as it was still not in perfect shape. It had a single tail at the time, which meant it had not yet lost its lesser power. It will gain another tail after 100 years until it completes its 9 tails over the years. Upon completing its 9 tails, it is said to be formidable and indestructible. Because it was still weak, the Great Moon Alpha managed to seal the beast again to her granddaughter's body. Soon, she grew up into a lovely woman and married a fine young lad. And the celestial line continued. After 100 years, a man who was a direct descendant of the celestial child was overpowered by the celestial beast. Once again, it broke the seal and went on a rampage, causing havoc and chaos to the pack, and it was successful. It wiped the Great Moon Pack for good. That is when the moon goddess came down to Earth to give her aid. And it was defeated, though not for good. Because it is a celestial beast, its essence will continue to live as long as the celestial bloodline is alive. It will transfer from one body to the next, so long as that body has the power and blood of the celestial child. They are what they call the descendants of the sky. They became the outcasts of the pack, ridiculed and feared, for they were cursed. They can easily be identified by having white moon hair and mismatched eye color, signifying the essence of the moon and the sun and their extraordinary strength. But they happen just once in 100 years generation of the celestial bloodline. Some descendants were born normally with the same hair color as their parents, and the beast was undisturbed within them until it was transferred to a more worthy body. That is why the truth about the descendants became a memory, and the memory turned into a tale. It growled for one last time, and then the beast was covered with a purple fog and a bright ball of light. It dashed to the skies and came shooting down to Mona, who was in her wolf form, absorbing all of the celestial beasts and sealing them within. Suddenly, all turned silent. Not even a single breath was heard. Mona shifted back to her body, feeling very weak. Tristan arrived in time to catch her. He embraced her tightly and covered her naked body with a tablecloth lying on the ground. She returned his embrace, happy and grateful for his help. "I am happy that you're back." Tristan whispered thankfully. "Yes. I came back for you." She looked up at him, smiling with loving eyes, tears falling one by one. "Thank you, my love. I want to say it again. I love you and no one else will come before you. I love you so much. Promise me you'll stay." Tristan speaks up in her face, determined and passionate. Mona touched his face lovingly, smiling sweetly back at him. I promise to. Mona did not finish her words. Blood rushed from her mouth, her face in extreme agony. Her eyes were first in shock, then sorrowful. Tristan widened his gaze and saw that a glowing pinkish arrow had struck Mona's back, hitting straight to her heart. He looked around and saw the culprit. Never again will the beast trample on our kind. She must be killed to stop the curse. I shot the arrow that ended it. Luna, I killed her for you. I killed the last descendant of the sky. Yelled a manic Bruce, whose body was also battered and bathed in his blood. The warriors grappled him to the ground, but he never stopped shouting it, repeating over and over again until one silenced him. He lay there with a couple of warriors around him, bleeding and unconscious. Tristan! Mona called out as her knees gave way. Tristan was crying over her, still in disbelief, touching her face. It was excruciating, but she knew it would be the last time she'd see his beautiful face, the face she loved so much. No, Mona, stay with me. Stay? Tristan said frantically. He was too sad and his tears were like rain. He was sobbing. Why does it hurt like this? He leaned his ear to her lips as she breathed her last words. I love you, were her final words as she choked with blood and closed her heavy lids. Chapter 29. Beads of sweat come rushing down Tristan's face, intermixed with his tears and saliva, sobbing and yelling for help. This can't be happening. He felt her neck for a pulse, but it had none. Not a single heartbeat. Moments later, medical attendants came in and gave her first aid. Futile as it is, they still tried reviving her, but she's gone. Tristan gaped, unwilling to accept the fact that Mona was dead. His father held his shoulder for a long time as he cried like he never did before, right there, embracing her lifeless body. She's gone, son, William whispered. As proof, he showed his left arm to him, and broken silvery threads were falling off and slowly dissipating into thin air. A sign that they are now free of the unbreakable bond, that the person whom they have sworn their protection to has died. He saw it too as the silvery thread shed off his arm. I failed. I failed to protect her. I am useless. Tristan cried as he helplessly looked at the shedding silver threads on his arm. Don't say that, you did your very best to bring her back. You saved her, William assured him. Then I let her die, Tristan added, now looking at her peaceful face. Never again will he see the warmth in her eyes and the sweetness in her smile. It made him feel terrible. He has plans for them after this chaos. He still wanted to make her feel what it is to be truly loved and cared for. Now his chance has gone with the wind. Bill came in slowly and weakly to where Tristan was, assisted by Troy, who was also battered. His face filled with bruises and sporting a black eye. Bill felt it when Mona was slain, and as she let go of her last breath, something in him broke apart, and he knew it would be irreparable. Now he wished that he had just died when the beast trampled him. Troy himself felt terrible and like a failure. He stands as Mona's guard, sworn to protect her with his life, but he fails. Seeing his master die on his watch, and he was not able to help much during her despair, is not a very convincing quality of a guardian. Now that Mona is gone, he is free too. The imprint will vanish as soon as the master shuts her eyes for good. Troy can't help but pity and blame himself for his lack of attention and foresight. The night breeze sings of lament. She is indeed the last descendant of the sky, and her death is also the death of the celestial beast. The great elder spoke behind them in his very hoarse, throaty voice. Don't despair, son, for it is written. She was born under the blue blood moon. She died under a great oak moon, which symbolizes the completion of purpose and the fulfillment of a promise, he said mystically as he looked up at the bright moon. They look at it, too, mesmerized by its beauty and mystery. It suddenly felt cold. The night air turned chilly and a little foggy. They saw it, too. 2 bright lights from the moon were falling freely toward them. It slowed down when it was near the ground so it wouldn't explode from the impact. It's like 2 balloons floating on the ground, very light and warm and surreal. They felt a rush of warm, refreshing energy coursing through their body. The 2 bright lights fade away, revealing 2 mystical people. The people with whom they only have an acquaintance through books. The sun god, in his dashing, powerful and striking features. Every inch of him speaks dominance and greatness. The other one is a beautiful woman who emits a lovely and tranquil effect on anyone who sees her. She is the stark contrast to the man beside her. When he was all power and rage, she was tranquility and serenity. The celestial couple. The sun god and moon goddess in flesh and bones right in front of their very eyes. Everyone went down on their knees and bowed low. Troy, though his head was bent, knows he had seen the lady before, only he can't remember where and how. You did great, child. The moon goddess spoke in her ethereal voice, lifting all their weariness. Troy immediately turns his head to her. It was not a battle lost. This is exactly where everything is supposed to be, she continued. It has been the plan all along. The sun god speaks in his high and mighty tone. Do not despair, for all of you were pieces of the game. And in a game not everyone wins. But in this, you all win as you are freed with the threat of the celestial beast. The sun god continued. A riotous, manic laugh broke the silence from the pack. See? Even the gods favor the deed I made. Bruce spoke up, staggering as he moved closely to the gods. He stopped in front of them and knelt low, kissing their feet. I am your lowly servant, my king and queen of heavens. I am honored to complete the deed, Bruce said, sneering. Tristan and Troy, on the other hand, are disgusted with Bruce. If only he could smack him one more time, it would feel excellent then. Troy is angry, especially now that he recalls where she's seen the lady goddess before. So this was the purpose of saving her 10 years ago. Why not let her die when she fell on the Moon River? I know it was you. The healer in Oakwood Grove, are you not? It was you who pulled us out of the water. Why prolong her sufferings when you could just let us drown then and there? Troy said firmly, his eyes glistening with tears of hate. The great elder let out a gasp of terror, hearing Troy's accusing tone to the goddess. You are correct. That was me, my human form who dwell in Oakwood Grove, Karen Sage. She and I are one. But I did what has to be done. It was not yet the right time for her to be taken, and so you too, she said calmly. So you mean you let her live more years to experience all these world's cruelties, miseries and sufferings brought by her own pack? What for? Troy yelled, very enraged. Bill stopped him. Still, he is talking to the gods and he must show respect. But Troy is unstoppable, eaten by his hate and disappointment. The sun god himself frowned at his rough behavior. For second chances, my dear child. I believe in second chances. I was hoping that all will change after the incident. That everyone will learn to accept the girl who survived the Moon River. As you all know, a fall in the Moon River is as good as death, for you will fall directly to the realms of the dead. No one comes back once you plunge into it, no one survives. But here you are, the two of you. She smiled calmly at Troy, stepping towards him. I saved the two of you because I believe in the goodness of your race. But I was wrong. Her heavenly face suddenly fills with disappointment. The pack still cast her aside, ridiculed, judged and humiliated her to the core. But it did not destroy her, though. You know why? Because she has you. My decision to pull you out of the water was correct, for you saved her and supported her all through those trying and miserable years. You did your purpose excellently. I cannot ask for more. That is why I truly understand your distress at this moment. But I assure you, no one will be better with the job than you. She smiled and tapped Troy's arm. He instantly felt a sensation of warmth, not from this world, that washed away his worries and distress. Then she looked at Bruce. Her sweet, innocent face suddenly turned scary and dreadful. This man will still be punished severely for taking a life which he has no right to. Only we, the gods, can take back what we give to you and no one else. With a snap, Bruce seemed to be coming out of breath, gasping air like a fish out of the water, and a white fog was lifting out of his body. Is it supposed to be his soul? But one thing is real. The moon goddess is taking Bruce's life away from him. The last thing about Bruce is a lifeless body lying on the ground, his face purple and petrified. I wish I should have not done it, but I have to. Because we gods are just and fair. He took one, I let him pay for it. Still, I want to thank you for restoring my faith in your kind, Bill. This is the second chance that I was saying. And William, thank you for leading your pack well. Claire sends her regards to both of you. Her untimely death is not what I intended, But it happened somehow. I will take her with me, up to the sky where she belongs. There, she will never feel sadness, oppression, or misery. She will be free. The sun god approached Tristan, who was holding her body. He had it tighter and buried his head on her neck. William tapped his shoulder to let go. Your love is pure and true. But what is it when the one you intend to offer it to is gone? The sun god said straight away as he held his powerful arms, taking Mona away from him. Forgive my husband. He is rather straightforward and harsh, but I swear, he is a kind and temperate man. I see your pie in Tristan. And I see your love that is so pure and true. One day, you'll find each other again, and when you do, believe that I, the moon goddess, blessed your fate, she said, dignified. She gave her attention to the crowd, who were eager and waiting for her every word, drinking in her presence like an intoxicating wine. The moonstone has very little power now. It was almost exhausted during the feat with the celestial beast. You all know what will happen if it's gone. You will become savages, and I don't want it to happen again. You are my beloved species. So accept this gift. The moon goddess went near Mona's body, now carried by the sun god. The arrow that was struck in her was slowly removed. She placed her hands in front of Mona's chest, and a bright ball of white light came from them. This is the purest of all hearts known to your kind. This is Mona's heart. Her final gift to your kind. She was an outcast, but she has a gentle and pure heart to forgive you all, amidst all you did to her. Place this with the moonstone, and it will be restored back to what it was. If ever you are in the brink of evil, remember Mona and her forgiving, pure heart. She handed the glowing white ball of light to the great elder, who bowed low as he received the gift, muttering gratitude to the goddess. May you live in harmony and peace with each other. And let there be no other Mona who will be outcast from any pack. The moon goddess farewell words. But before we go, let my husband, the sun god, restore your town. It was his beast that did this. So it is his responsibility to restore order from the chaos he planted. She smirked at her husband. The latter, flustered, stood at attention. With a snap of his fingers, everything came back to normal. The buildings, the landscape, and all are returning one by one to their proper places and previous appearance. This is farewell then. I bless you all with bliss and harmony. With that, they turned into two balls of light again and spurted to the skies, taking Mona's body with them. Tristan just gazed for a long time at the one gift that she left for them. The great elder holding it firmly and protectively as a treasure. After all she'd been through, she still left them a gift for their redemption. Her heart, the purest of all. Chapter 30. Every month, he howls, singing his song of love to her maiden up above. And as the moon changes, he barely notices that it has been years since she's gone. 10 solid years of despair and emptiness. She died, but his love for her did not. It still burns brightly, giving him the strength to face each day. Tristan Jones is now the alpha of the Black Moon Pack, and he is still yearning for his irreplaceable Luna. 10 years and it was still her and no one else came close. Miranda Jones, the former Luna of the pack, after surviving the ordeal with the celestial beast, was banished as her punishment for torturing Mona, thus awakening the beast within her. The Grand Alpha himself gave the sentence, but it went through a rigid deliberation process with the other alphas. Indeed, she was the root of the chaos and it was just right to banish her from the pack. Not long after, they heard that Miranda, overwhelmed by her banishment, jumped into the Moon River. Since then, no one has heard of her. 3 years after the incident, Tristan was crowned the new alpha of the Black Moon Pack right on his 25th birthday. He could have been happier if only his Luna had been there to pin him on the badge of responsibility. He appointed Troy Brooks as his Beta and Henry Mason as the Gamma. Since then, their bond has become stronger than that of brothers. Troy married Joyce Wilson, and he was the godfather of their firstborn, whom they named Tiana, in honor of him, Tristan and Mona. Henry and Liesel have been married for 8 years, and are now expecting their second child. And all of them were free of the remnants of the broken bond, and so their lives were nothing but peaceful. Through those years, so many women had tried to please him. As an alpha and to continue their line, it was his responsibility, though trying as hard as he may. His heart has a mind of its own. It did not want to open up in love again. The Grand Elder places Mona's heart right after the chaos, thus restoring the moon stone, serving its purpose of helping their kind retain their sanity and not turn into monsters and savages. Since then, everyone has regarded Mona higher than anyone else. She has become the epitome of goodwill and hope to their entire race. It has been 10 years of peace and harmony among the packs. 10 years later, amidst his little achievements, there is an emptiness in him that no one else can fill. He was on their veranda again, his usual place, leaning on the railing and talking to the moon. His father appeared behind him, lost in thoughts. William said, now a little bent with age. Bill Mayfield died 5 years ago. The injury he got from the beast's attacks did not heal, plus his grief of losing yet another essential part of his life made him sickly. He died on a full moon, and he was buried next to his beloved wife. He left Troy his estate as he treated the man as his own since Mona had died, and the latter took care of him as he was battling with the illness, which at last consumed him. Tristan nodded. He loves solitude more than ever. He appreciates the time he is not surrounded by his overwhelming paperwork in the office and the noisy pack house. He is more himself here in this veranda, the moon shining down on him. His father clears his throat. It is hard to forget. You know, son, when I was young, I loved a wonderful woman more than I loved your mom. We made plans for our future together, but as you see, fate did not allow it. Since then, no matter who I met or who I lay in bed with, it was always her in my mind and my heart. Yes, I did love another woman, but she remained my constant. Do you get me? You are not getting any younger, Tristan. I know Troy and Henry have been talking to you about this, but let me talk to you about it again. His father spoke sincerely and fatherly. Yet, Tristan knows where this talk is heading. He's been into this a million times before, and the idea for him is nothing but vague. You are an alpha, and you have a responsibility to the pack. You need an heir. It's time to let Mona go. He said softly. He looked at his father intently. What he said irritated him. William sensed his irritation. Still he added, you have to face the reality, son. You are alive and don't waste your youth over a dead girl. I'm sorry. I am not asking you to forget her though. And what do you mean by that? Tristan retorted, his father's remarks wounding him. You can still love her in silence, in the solitude of the night, and think of her as you sing your songs to the moon. As I said a million times before, not all love story ends happily. Some ends tragically like yours and Mona's. It ended even before you two had started. Believe me, I am sad with it too. You know how I liked her for you, not because she was her mother's daughter, but because she was gentle and nice and kind. I can't see a better match for you but her. William took a deep breath before he continued. But all love is eternal, especially if it's true. When you find your one great love, it never fades. It will never die. Tangible or intangible, it remains as a heartwarming memory, and a blissful strength that will keep us moving towards the light. William said, full of wisdom, you cannot force yourself to love anew, but remember your responsibility to our bloodline. The Jones has been here for centuries, and it will not stop in your watch. He said it in a very fatherly tone but with hints of authority. The alpha in him is still in full instinct. He left him alone to ponder this thought. He sighed deeply. Alpha? Alpha? Are you listening? Troy nudged him. They were in his office, and yes, he was spacing out. He suddenly went back to his senses as if a bolt of electricity had stunned him for a moment. What were you saying, Troy? He said, placing his hand on his chin and stroking his non-existent beard. Troy rolled his eyes as he repeated his report. A group of human beings has been spotted near our northern territory, just past the northern woods. It seems that the human government has made the majestic falls a tourist attraction. That's why humans are flocking there. Also, they had started building cabins near the falls as camp for tourists. I don't see problems with that. Humans are harmless and they don't have an inkling that the nearest town from the falls is filled with werewolves. He said uninterestingly, they are not a threat to us. But Alpha, remember that we have a camp up in the northern woods that serves as a training ground for our pups. What if someone stalked too near our bounds and sees us, shifting from human to our wolf form? It will be bad news. For humans, Werewolves are unreal and we're just myths. If someone will see us, no one will believe them," he said, spinning in his swivel chair like a foolish child. "We should not overlook them just because they are harmless, weak human beings. You see, they can harm us too. They have weapons and gadgets," Troy said firmly but was cut mid-sentence. "And we are enjoying them too. How many of our pups have become addicted to those mobile games and social media stuff instead of training? That must be addressed first," he said, turning back to Troy, who looked exasperated. All right, I'll check it out myself. If it will truly endanger our security, I'll have more border guards to scare any human that will go astray. Better?" he said to Troy, trying not to laugh at his sour facial expression. "Besides, I'll be needing extra stretching. Cover up for me." With that, he shifted to his wolf form and dashed out of the door, leaving a dumbstruck Troy behind. He loves this. The feeling of the wind on his fur. The strength of his legs as he leaps and runs. The scent of the woods. He went to the northern camp and located his extra clothes. Shifting sometimes is a headache. Once you go back to your human form, you'll be as naked as a baby. And in this era, going out to places naked will get you arrested. This is why they hid clothes in selected locations in case of an emergency, just as they do now. He dressed up. He leisurely walked to where the majestic falls are. Very silently, not a twig or a dried leaf has snapped while he walks by. At last he can hear the sound of the rushing waterfalls, yet he smells something delicious and so familiar it makes his heart race. He remembers stalking Mona when they were youngsters in the camp, 20 or more years ago. He silently followed her to the falls and watched her happily as she made sketches in her sketchbook. She looked content and happy where she was, and that was the first time he heard his heart beat louder than before. As he came near the spot, the smell was getting stronger too, like honeysuckle and peonies, and only one person owned this particular scent. "One day you'll meet again, and once you do, believe that I, the moon goddess, has made it possible and blessed your fate." A distant memory whispers back these words to him, and he can't help but be hopeful. Right on the very spot where young Mona once occupied, concentrating and drawing in her sketchbook, was a woman whom he knew too well. He can't believe it, yet the goddess's words keep flowing in his mind, repeating over and over again like a melodious song. A woman was there, busily painting on her canvas. She's wearing a mustard sweatshirt and faded jeans topped with a paint-blotched apron. She's holding a palette in her left hand and a brush in her right, gently doing some brush strokes on her already done canvas. Her auburn hair is tied in a messy bun, loose hair being swept by the gentle wind, the same as her plum-colored feather earrings. The outline of her face is so familiar yet different, but he knew in his heart who she was. The girl, realizing his presence, stopped working and looked at him. And one look is enough to stop the world from spinning. Nothing else matters but them. She looked at him as if she'd known him forever, and his eyes looked at her as if it was she he had been waiting for his whole life. She even stopped breathing. The brush and palette in her hands fell without her noticing. No one speaks a word, afraid it might ruin the magic. How could he forget that face that always occupied his dreams and mostly his waking hours? Those hazel eyes were intoxicating him, and her lips that could quench his thirst? He moves one step at a time and very slowly, as if he's going as slowly as he can, until he's just inches away from her. "Is this really you?" he whispered, his breath shaking. "Yes," she slowly replied, looking at his face as if remembering a very lost and distant memory. "For real?" He cupped her soft cheeks in his hands. It felt warm and real, so she must not be dreaming. She nods. "Now I remember where I saw you. Not in my dreams. Not in my visions, but in my heart. You were there in my heart, keeping me awake at night. You were the one who sang for me under the moon. It reached me. It reached me and made me come back for you," she said, her tone filled with longing and happiness she couldn't deny. "Mona," he whispered as a tear glided down his face. "Yes, Tristan, my love. It's me." She reached for his lips and kissed them with all the love she had. "But how?" Tristan asked when the kiss ended. "It's her." He pointed to the canvas, and he saw the portrait of the moon goddess, sitting on her heavenly throne, petting a marvelous snow-white wolf and the celestial beast at the same time. He hugged her tightly and silently uttered a prayer of thanks to the moon goddess, who granted his yearnings. I am back and no longer one of you. I am now a human, she said silently. Now she remembers how the goddess sent her back. She hears his songs to the moon, and it breaks her heart. He removed her wolf in her, and gave her a mortal human body in exchange. Until then, she will not remember anything about herself and her past life. For a long time, she felt so lost and desolate, not until she went on a vacation in this part of the earth that somehow made her heart at peace. It is as if she is connected to this place, where she has stayed for a year now, painting thoughts and fragments of memories. She's sure I'm who I am. Until today, everything has been revealed. And when they meet, truly their hearts have known. All I know is I love you. More than ever, more than anything, she whispered as her tears fell. And I love you too, to the moon and back. He replied and kissed her forehead, seeing brighter days ahead of them.